1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hey, it's a great day to be here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. We are here to cover 2024 Regatta from Denver's Armada Club. I'm Kevin O'Kelly, happy to be hosting today. I am joined by a fine group of diplomacy players. To my left or right, I don't know which way I'm looking. I've got fellow Chicagoan, former Diplomat of the Year, Brandon Fogel. Brandon, welcome.
Hey, Kevin, glad to be here.
Chicago expat down below me, Wes Ketchum. Wes, Master League player who's kicked my butt many, many times here. Wes, welcome.
Hi, thanks, Kevin. Glad to be here.
And lastly on the screen, but certainly not leastly, a winner of the big one in 2022. Is that right? 2023? What year am I going back to now? When we had World DipCon in Thailand. Jamal Blackerly, welcome.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Excellent. Regatta has some fame, fortune, also a host of a DipCon won by DBN's own David Hood back in 2001. And a World DipCon in 2003. As three of the four of us know from lots of games local here in Chicago, hosting an ongoing local club takes a lot of work. And for a while, Denver's Armada kind of slipped into the background. But with Manasand reborn into diplomacy, and another Chicago expat, Iber Condrel, have formed some games slowly but surely. Throughout the pandemic, it kind of came back. And this is the third edition of Regatta since we've come back. And this one is the biggest and best yet. We're excited to bring you coverage today. Let's see, before we get into it, we've got a lot of diplomacy coming up, face-to-face, virtual. Next weekend is the Summer Classic. Have all of you played in Summer Classic before?
I've played the winter one, not the summer one, I think.
I have played the summer once, and the summer is a little more relaxed. A lot of people in the Northern Hemisphere outside, not really focused on the indoor computer playing, but we have a lot of boards. I know we had a good coverage of it last year. Sign up for that in the VWDC server. Let's get that up on the screen by Brandon here. He can point to it. Yep, there you go. See, that's why I don't ever know if it's left or right to which way we go. So Brandon will help me out here. Sign up for that. Games are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I believe it is world friendly. So there will be times for Asia Pacific, times for Europe, times for the Western Hemisphere to play. The games are time limited, so you're not going to be stuck by your computer all day. Join for a round, join for 3. So you can get all that in. The week after that, we've got, and this is all North American. I know there's some more out there. We've got the Boston Massacre coming back to us. It will be held in, obviously, just outside of Boston, I believe. The details are at the NADF server. I believe there's a chat room there we can get in. And I know that there is a separate server. I think that Alex Maslow hosts for that one. So we'll get details for that. Links are on the DBN homepage, diplobn.com. Get your resources to find out all of your games. The week after that is our favorite. We've got VDL. I believe we've got some VDL players on screen with us here. I believe there's a former VDL champ and one of the most dominating championship top boards that I've seen. I think Brandon ran away with that one by 1903 or 4. We'll see if there's some games like that today here. And then lastly, after that is SkyCon. I know the Ed Sullivan Land Rover RV special is driving around the country right now. And I believe he will be pulling up in Bozeman at the end of August. All of that is on diplobn.com/schedule. Post in the chat. I'm sure we'll have some folks in here. Nanis is in here, so we'll get some chatter about the games. Don't hesitate to get into any of those servers. Lots of great discussion.
So, Kevin, I just want to give a shout out to SkyCon in Montana. Craig Meyer, we need to learn how to say his name properly, apparently, is the tournament director of that. He invented the tournament 5 years ago, I think 2019, and it was fun. It was really, really fun. I drove out there to Montana to be part of it. Siobhan was there, and it was a really great time. Beautiful scenery, this nice resort. I don't know if he's having it at Big Sky again. If it's in Bozeman, maybe not. But anyway, Montana's beautiful. Craig Meyer runs a great tournament, and highly encourage everyone to go to that.
Yeah. Lots of other events. Anything major in Europe West that's coming up? I know the DipCon is in November.
Actually, no. So the European DipCon is coming up. It's in September in Sion, Switzerland. So not too far from where I am. So I'm excited to be planning to go. They'll be hosted by Christophe Bourget and Steve Personini. So they've been running things there yearly for the past for a long time, but for the past few years post pandemic as well. So that beautiful scenery, great venue, fun diplomacy, fun crowd. So that'll be, I think, the weekend of September, the 14th, 15th, and 16th, if I remember correctly. We can make sure to get a link to the information in the up at some point.
And Christoph was interviewed on the last issue of Deadline about it, so encourage everyone to go check that out.
Yeah, and Christoph and Steve were, I think, two of my favorites during the pandemic. They were the first non-North American virtual diplomacy we covered, and we had Steve, I think, on one of the broadcasts too. So that's great that those guys are keeping things there. Yes, while you guys are reviewing games, I will see if I can get a link and we'll put it on the headline below for Europe. Jamal, anything happening in Asia Pacific?
Absolutely. We have quite a few events coming up. We have the Cane Toad Classic, which is a Ken and Gavin special. So for those of you who know the Diplomacy Games podcast, that is going to be the 24th, 25th of August in Brisbane, Queensland. The Asia Pacific Diplomacy Championships will be held in Melbourne on the 12th to 13th of October. And then the Australian Open will be held in Canberra on the 1st to 3rd of November. So there's a whole lot going on in Australia at the moment.
Excellent. We will certainly, October, you said 12th was the first one?
August 24th to 25th is the first one, and October 12th to 13th is the Asia Pacific Championships.
Yeah, thank you. Make sure we've got those on the.
Does the Cane Toad Classic have a special format?
No, I think it is. I think it is mostly the prizes, which is you get given cane toads and have to lick them if you win.
Oh,
I'll avoid that one.
Okay.
I
don't think you're kidding, are you?
You'll have to come to find out and see.
Right. We will get DBN's own Ed Sullivan for a back channel for a live and in-person viewing of that one. We'll see if he can make it.
See if we can get the silver stream down there.
Say it in.
See if we can get the silver stream down to Australia.
Yes. Put it on a ferry. Yeah. 3-hour cruise. All right. All right. So we are going to get to the first round. Big crowd as we mentioned, 15 boards. So stick with us today. We're going to try and get it done in a reasonable amount of time. If you need to go out, run some errands, mow the lawn, come back, you will probably catch us. A great crowd of players here. We've got the top 10 by last year's DBNI standings. I believe Brian and Zach are working on the first edition of 2024 countdown.
Yeah.
We won't spoil or release any spoilers here, but stay tuned to the notifications. If you can like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you put on the little bell, I know there's some automated things. I don't do the automated things, but that way you'll get notified, especially for countdown. That's one of my favorite DBN shows to watch. I think everyone here played in the DBNI last year. I think Keith was the last one in. I think Katie sat though because she helped us with coverage.
That's right. Opted not to play.
Yeah. Good group.
Was feeling too good about having just won DipCon and decided didn't need to stress.
DipCon, weren't two of you guys there? How'd that happen?
I mean, we want to keep this to a 5-hour broadcast, so maybe we should move on.
She played fantastic that weekend. And being here, we have the reigning DipCon champ, and she's getting ready for a big event in September, which we'll talk about as we go. A DBN representative attending with us, which is great. So best of luck to all of these folks. Wes, seeing the group of names with. Hopefully, if you don't have too much inside information, who are you looking forward to watching this week?
I mean, there's a lot of really great players here. And I was especially looking at the full registration from the website, excited to see such a large number of local players as well. I think it was about half and half between locals and for those coming in. So it's super exciting to see how all of these players that we know and have been watching in various games on broadcasts will play with and interact with the local crowd, which names we might know less. But I mean, yeah, Katie Gray is an excellent player. I'd really love to see her do well. I love her style of play. Ed Sullivan, Karthik Onat, they're all everybody on this list is really wonderful. So.
I was going to ask Jamal. So Karthik coming off a big victory at DixieCon. What's he got to do to avoid being the target for the first big tournament since then?
I mean, I think he's benefited by the fact that there are a few big targets here, right? So obviously, Katie being the reigning DipCon champion, that's always a target on your back when you have a big tournament win like that. I think Karthik has the Dixie win, but he's in a hot streak of form, so I'm really keen to see how he goes. I mean, not so much with a win beneath his belt at this point, but Ben Kelman, I've also noticed a lot this season is really coming out strong. So really keen to see how he goes as well. But how about you, Brandon? Who are you looking for?
Ben's always a fun one because he's been sort of up and coming for a little while. He's definitely improved quite a bit over the years, and so I think a lot of us have been kind of waiting for Ben to break out, right, and put it all together and notch a win. So he's definitely one to keep an eye on. I'm actually a little bit with Wes here that my eye is a bit more on the local players. Manas is kind of an organizer extraordinaire. His ability to rebuild the Denver hobby so quickly and to get these local players to turn out for the tournament is really remarkable. And because it's 50-50, I'm interested to see how whether the players who know each other better tend to stick together or try to branch out and get maybe newer players to work with them. Diplomacy players can be a little bit conservative in that respect, but the really sharp ones can also look for opportunities with people they haven't played before. So that's what I'm looking for.
And that was my question to you, Brandon, was going to be running an organization like the Weasels here. When do you see the locals come in? So odds, what's the guess? Traveler or local being the favorite coming in?
Because there's so many new players in the local hobby, I think the money I would put would be on a traveler, just based on the level of experience. I think these travelers are quite experienced, and several of them at not just playing but putting together tournament wins.
Yeah. I will give the vote for the locals, though, in Weaselmoot 2. Nick Rohn came in and dominated the tournament, being a local and not traveling before, and pulled off a victory. So we'll see if Denver can maybe have a repeat of what Weaselmoot did in its early years. So we're going to go to the games. I think in the first one, Wes, we'll have you take a break and we'll get you on for game 2. All right. Game 1, I think we've got, oops, why is this not working? There we go. Maybe I just click it. StreamYard has updated. So we've got game 1, and that is Chester Nimitz. Chester Nimitz. Let's get the players. Let's see. All right. Speaking of the locals, local Drew Austria, Derek Bassett, Alex Amon. I know we had some phonetics here. I've known Alex for 15 years now. Bay Area, still playing, which is awesome. Jason Eady from Arvada, nice local there. Liam Bennett, I believe Liam is 12 years old.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I've got apparently there's a video that we're trying to track down. I've got him on back channel. So we'll see if we can get that on there. But I do have a picture of him. So not sharing photos we don't know about, but if he can stick around, man, oh man. So Liam, local player there, which everyone had a great time. G. Paul Bailey from somewhere in Colorado, big state, but made it. Katie Gray, first big name on the board in Russia, but paired next to another big name, 2012 WDC champ Doc Bender. Let's get.
Yeah, I should say, by the way, any viewers who want their location to be updated or made more specific, just post it in the group chat, and I'll get to it, or DM me directly on Discord.
There we go. All right, so let's go. So we got a lot of games today. We're going to get through them. We're going to do some short recaps. Jamal's got the first one, and Brandon, jump in when either Jamal asks you questions, or we'll get some summary at the end of the game. Let us go.
All righty. So look, my eyes are immediately drawn to the two big players to watch on this board, which is Katie Gray and Doc Binder in Russia and Turkey, right? They're the two big names on the board, full of a lot of local players. And so keeping an eye on them and how they go, to me, was a really big part in looking at this game. Now, the key to this game, or the theme for this game that I want to set up, is that this game is about finding the key that unlocks the whole game. So as you'll go through and see, one player finds that key and they win. The game is tense at this start, right? There's a lot of back and forth. Everyone is kind of very cagey. Everyone is kind of stabbing everyone a little bit. The East is chaotic. Italy marches straight into Trieste. Doc's in the Black Sea. England's convoying the army over to Belgium. 1901 is chaos and tension, and it's just going to build and build. Eventually, if you go to 1902, you'll see that Doc and Katie do start to get it together a little bit. Doc's built the fleet. They're kind of helping each other. Katie's trying to help him into Serbia. But now suddenly the East is in this deadlock position with Austria and Italy fighting Russia and Turkey. And now it's the West's turn to get chaotic. If you see, Denmark gets offered support into Sweden, doesn't take it. So there's some disagreements. There's some kind of tension and fighting going on. And again, France is bouncing in Ruhr. Helgoland is marching straight into North Sea, whilst North Sea is stabbing for Holland. The East is in this deadlock. And again, Katie and Doc working it out slowly, but now the West is really all up and all over the place. Germany stabs England. Italy is going after France now, and in return, France is making this really beautiful move into Germany. You'll see in 1903, they go through Piedmont to Tyrolia around Italy here. Again, France and Italy working it out. Another big move here, North Sea offered the support into Norway, doesn't take it. So, you know, the 12-year-old stabbing good, getting into Edinburgh here. France is into Munich. And now suddenly the East is trying to push a little bit west, trying to break through here. Doc's on the back foot in Turkey. It's tense. It is building and building and building here. Now, we can probably skip ahead a couple of years here because they really do just, they just keep back and forth, keep tension, keep the real it's like a ball, it's like a knot, this game. It's just sitting there and you're not sure which way it's going to go. And I want to skip ahead and pause at spring 1905 if we can, Kevin, because in spring 1905, this is the maximum tension. You see this Western German position. Everyone is trying to support everyone everywhere. No one's going anywhere. France is suddenly in the North Sea with England's support. Katie's maybe gone to the Norwegian Sea. But in fall 1905, Katie finds the key to unlock this game. And that is convoying Turkish armies over the Black Sea through with her own fleet, whilst also bringing around the position. So Katie has now gotten into Budapest. So if we roll back one season, actually, Katie's gotten into Budapest from Galicia, whereas previously she tried to support Turkey up. So she's broken the back of the Austrian position. And then in the fall, she starts this convoy where she's pulling Doc's armies off the mainland from Turkey into good positions, giving up Romania to do so, and using this dominant position she has over Doc, not to go and attack Doc, but actually to work with him and break the back of the eastern position. And if you go to spring 1906, Katie is once again convoying armies over the Black Sea into positions. And suddenly this tactical maneuver, and it's rare for me to be praising tactics, but this is a tactical maneuver that has just cracked the game right open. I'm going to pause here for your thoughts, Brandon, because I think as the tactics guy, like, what do you think about this kind of ability to actually drag the Turkish armies over in?
It's very, very smart. And it's kind of, I think, the type of play that Katie is known for, which is really strong cooperation with a partner, but in a way that provides her with security. And that's effectively what she's doing, right? There's this army in Armenia, which is a problem for her. And now she's putting it in a place that's less of a problem for her while also advancing her strategic goals. So it's very smart. Very clear. And she's in the Norwegian Sea, she's in the Black Sea, and she's got all these people working with her. The only one who's fighting her, as far as it looks like, is Austria. Maybe France is trying to mount something, but it's a really good position for Katie.
And it's a perfect example of how sometimes, when you have a game that is so tense, when you have a game where there is no clear path out, once one person finds the key and opens the door, the whole floodgates open. So you see France's position also breaking through at this point, partially in this reactive way, because now the other side of the board has suddenly resolved. So Italy's having to pull in and cash in on Austria, which is giving France the key to be able to actually push in and make some gains in the West. But as you'll see, going through into 1907, it just isn't enough. So, Katie's had the jump on it. I suspect Ankara is offered. It doesn't feel like a Katie Gray move to go and take Ankara here if it's not agreed. I guess it's forced, but it doesn't. Given the trust that Doc and Katie have built all game, and as you can see, Kevin, she's building Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg with it. So there's definitely an argument to make as to why you'd do that. And look, this game kind of plays out from here as you'd expect. The one thing I want to point to is the last final bit of brilliance from, I want to shout out to Doc here, which is, this is it. In spring 1907, Katie moves into Constantinople, and Doc, he's an old timer. He knows what he's doing. He's not panicking about that. He knows there's no actual harm in that. It's spring. You can kick it back out. There's no real issue with that. He's still helping Katie forward. Katie's making progress in the north here. And in the fall of 1907, you can see Doc just kicks it straight back out. No harm, no foul. And they're still working together, right? Katie's putting Trieste into Venice. And so because of that tactical maneuver, they've been able to really crack open this game. And now Katie's in the North Sea and the whole thing is there. And as you'll see, this game does wind up here. I think people decide that, Katie winning here. Yep, best use of Clyde. Very nice, love it. But I suspect at the end here, with the what I think is an agreed draw in the after the fall of 1907, Doc is happy enough for Katie to get the board top. France is obviously happy enough being dominant in the West, but seeing everything coming and knowing that they're not going to hold on a lot longer. And this is a really brilliant performance from Katie, who rode the waves of that tension and was able to actually find the way through. And as I said at the start, the theme of the game, find the key that unlocks the door to the whole game.
Mana said, so we have our first game here. Mana said there was no year limit, but there was a time limits in rounds 1 and 3. So we don't know if this was pushing up against the time. This was the right ending. Brandon, what do you think? Right ending given the state of play?
Yeah, given that Doc was apparently happy to take second place here. I think the only thing left really would be for Katie to push her luck and try to get a bigger score, and that's not really Katie's style. This is very much a classic Katie game, which is to not really have strife with people and find a good partner, especially one who's willing to let you take the board top and roll with them.
Time did not have any impact in any round 1 game. Well, that's good. All right, we will analyze as actual single diplomacy games like David likes us to. So.
By the way, Mana said that Liam is his grandson.
Get out of here!
Which is Manas is doing so much for the game, not just through organizing, but also through his entire bloodline. Well done, Manas.
Oh, fantastic. Perfect. And yes, and Liam did get a survival, a very important center in Munich right in the middle. So nice first game. So based on these scores, we see 20 and 14 for first and second. So board topping is a big bonus. Differential.
Yeah, I can explain the scoring for you really quickly if you want. Yeah, it's very simple. So I believe Eber Condrel, who's one of the co-organizers here in the Denver hobby, he created this. He calls it duct tape, and it's intended to be very, very simple, which is 1 point per supply center, 5 points for surviving, and 5 points for topping the board by yourself.
Oh, nice.
If you share the board top, there's no topping bonus at all.
Oh, fantastic.
And a solo would be worth 50 points. That's
so it. So a Fogel wouldn't be good, is what we're saying.
No.
A Fogel is always good. I don't know why you'd ever want to do anything other than a Fogel.
I mean, Fogels in general have benefits that go beyond what you can see on the surface.
On that note, let's bring in Wes, because we will throw this Fogel off the map, off the board here, and we will bring him back for board 3. Let's not get into the merits of a Fogel at least yet, but a good first game. Let's get to board 2, which is Isoroku Yamamoto. We'll figure out there's usually a theme to the board names. I've not figured it out. Have you guys, based on 2 names? Nope. Will not get there. Round 1, board 2, Cameron Higby in Austria, Karthik Konath, again, Dixie champ in England. Those are the 2 big names on this board. Now we get into our locals, which is awesome. Five locals per board. Mitchell Blaylock from Loveland, Colorado. Clark Brace from somewhere in Colorado. Warren Carter, Fort Riley, Kansas, bordering state there. Patrick Jacobson from the Bay Area, and Troy Bettinger from Colorado as well. Wes, let us. I know I keep getting. There's a default setting on here. There we go. All right. We'll go to without the reveal. All right, Wes, take us through this one.
Great, thanks, Kevin. So I don't want to dwell too long, but this spring of 01 is something to at least take a little bit of a pause. We see the usual bounce in black, we see the usual bounce in Galicia, a lot of standard moves across the board, but 2 very, very non-standard openings from Italy and from France. We have Venice to Tuscany with the fleet going to Tyrrhenian Sea and Rome holding, and we have the fleet in Brest going to Picardy, along with Paris to Burgundy and Marseille to Spain. So before I give my opinions, Jamal, any thoughts on these openings from France and Italy, pros and cons, you like or not like?
Look, there's obviously some kind of some there are some economical issues maybe with these kind of movements, but I love them from the vibes based level here. I actually really like Tuscany as Italy. It's the equivalent of like, hey, I'm running away. I'm not going to hurt anybody. No one get annoyed at me. I'm friends with you all, which is absolutely my style of play. So I do like Tuscany, probably combining with, say, Ionian and Apulia, but I think any move to Tuscany is a good Italian opening. And France really, really wants Belgium. And I think if you really, really want Belgium and you don't want to piss off England, this is kind of a cool way to go get it.
Yeah, I agree. I really love seeing this move to Picardy. I mean, if you want to go for Belgium, a normal thing to do is to just go in the channel and tell England, look, I'm not coming after you. I'm just going after Belgium. But this is a way to do it where England might actually believe you. And so it's interesting. It's interesting to kind of leave those diplomatic negotiations maybe more open, and kind of keep the potential for a friend with England, while still achieving some objective if you're really set on trying to go after Belgium. But okay, so then we go into the fall, and I worry maybe the opening from France is a little wasted. It does manage to get Belgium with German support, so that's good. But it feels a little inefficient to then to have all that German support, and when you were already able to do that. And if you and Germany are working together, I wonder if there's not something better the two of you could have done, in terms to kind of set up against England, if that's who your next target is. But overall, things looking more or less okay. You see in the east, we had a very standard opening from Turkey of going Smyrna to Khan, which has fallen out, not really fallen out of favor. It's still obviously very common, but people have looked for differences and different things you can do there. But this is a good reason why to consider that sort of old standard move still as Turkey, because you open up this possibility of being able to follow through into Bulgaria if you have an Austria that's willing to push you into Romania. And here it's pretty obvious what's happening in the east. An AT has formed, and that's going to ride through. I don't want to give spoilers, but that's going to ride through the entirety of the game. You can see the double fleet build from Turkey. This, I think, should be very worrying to Italy. If I was Italy, I would be incredibly worried about this. The army in Germany build, I think, is also very interesting in the sense of, I don't, who are you working with? What is that army going to do? If we go into spring of 02, we see that it goes to Silesia. So I'm not sure exactly what the plan there is. I don't know if there was a worry about Russia coming in. I don't. It's hard to know without all the negotiations going on. But we see FG sort of getting fleets into place and trying to work together. But we see Italy really making a strong move west as well. And importantly, Kartik, who's looking at this FG, has clearly struck a deal with Russia, supporting Sweden into Denmark. And Kartik, he just needed a friend in order to be able to handle this FG in the West, and now he's got one. And that's all Kartik's going to need in order to secure his position. So we move ahead to fall. Cameron somehow is the one that gets into Warsaw in the fall. So that's a remarkable movement from Austria, and somehow to get that German support. I don't know what Russia had done to Germany necessarily to deserve all of this, but that's what's happened. And so then if we go ahead and move along into 1903, we see the AT continuing to work together. We see England deploying the fleets. We see France pulling back a little bit to deal with the Italian. And if we go into the fall, we see a major move from Cameron to take 2 off of poor Italy. I don't know how that happened, but I can only imagine many lies or terrible things that Cameron must have done. But it's very, very effective, and it really solidifies Cameron's spot in this AT. I mean, as running in an AT, you might worry, as Austria, you often worry that you have this giant Turkish monster behind you who has an opportunity to stab you all the time. But Cameron's in really a pretty good position here with with getting a build, kind of keeping a little bit ahead of Turkey as things go on. And you'll see that as we go into 1904. Cameron's continuing to work well with Turkey without giving up anything in terms of safety of his own, which I found really as impressive play from Cameron for this game. Meanwhile, I neglected to mention this from 1903. In the fall of 1903, if we can go back real quickly, Kevin, here we have France moving MAO to Irish at the same time as moving Burgundy to Munich. So not only is France in a war with Italy, but now has picked a fight with both Germany and England, which I would probably not choose to do if I was in that position. Generally, you want some friend, and I can't imagine everybody's going to react well to this. And as one might expect, in the spring, we see the EG come together and to start to make moves against France. And so, yeah. So I assume that this is an agreed an agreement between Kartik and Clark here. Maybe it's not, but Kartik's clearly in a great place, in a great position here, and he can kind of propel Germany forward into going ahead as well. Going into the fall, we see that Kartik gets support from Italy down into Portugal, and is making moves and making progress there and setting things up. The AT is continuing to make progress. They've taken out the two remaining Italian centers on the boot. Turkey's moving up and forward from there. So if we go to 1904, winter of 1904, and pause, this I think is a really good sort of check-in point for the game. It's clear, at least to me in looking at it, that we have three powers that are doing in a very good position: England, Austria, and Turkey. And France is on 6 centers, but is clearly going to have some issues with the strength of England and the recent stab on Germany. So I think it's really between those three. And if I was nervous about being one of these powers with these three, it would be Austria, and I would be very much asking myself, what is the best that I can do from this position, and what is the worst case scenario for me, and how do I make sure that the best case scenario is what happens for me. And I think the best case scenario is likely a shared top, and the worst case is that Turkey stabs huge and leaves you wanting more. And so in order to prevent that, I think Cameron does really the right things. He wants a strong England on the other side so that if he was to get stabbed, he has a reasonable way to throw things. Meanwhile, he wants to maintain the relationship with Turkey, continue to help Turkey, and keep that alliance, which has clearly been good going. And so I can't do enough to sort of commend what Cameron's play here. I think it's just incredibly impressive. I wish I would be able to make that kind of call under the time pressures of a face-to-face game. And so here in 05, you can see the push to the line from the Austrian units. You can see things sort of just kind of settling down from here. The fleets are moving forward in the south. If we go to the fall, we see those Austrian units causing chaos, putting the French back into Munich. We see Moscow get taken, Warsaw's gone, so Russia's off the table. There's continued progress going here. We see Kartik now taking advantage and getting into Holland via the convoy. Gets a lucky guess, I think, on Spain, and so bounces France out of Portugal and ends up staying in Spain to take the center there. And then if we continue forward from there, it's 1905, and then we see the builds, and then to 1906, we see the rest of the game basically play out, I think, in 1906. So Austria comes up, takes Munich, and gets into place here. It's mostly just mop-up duty at this point with a nice convoy from Naples to Marseille. And then I think 07 is actually the last year with, if we keep moving ahead, we see Berlin get taken, we see Brest go down, we see Munich get taken by the Austrian, and we see France able to hang on to Paris, and there we have it, our 11-11-1 game over. So I
got rid of Fogel to get a Fogel.
I hate to see it because I don't really like seeing 11-11-1s, but I have to admit it does feel right for this game to me. I don't know, Jamal, what do you think?
Yeah, look, I think it feels right with the relationships that would have been on the board, right? So Austria and Turkey are clearly never going to stab each other, and I think, you know, as you pointed out, you know, Cameron's ability to coordinate that alliance, where Turkey was still able to grow and still able to have progress and play, but it wasn't through him. It was, you know, in and around on the other side. That was really masterful. And Karthik's ability to read the room and go, hey, you know, I'm up against this. I can offer the counterweight on the other side and be part of it. You know, I think it is right. I like France being the one just because, you know, one thing I did notice was that Fleet and Picardy was stuck there most of the game, and there was a moment there where I looked at that and went, man, it would have been really good to have that Fleet and Picardy in Mid-Atlantic Ocean right now. So you know, but France's play really did set the tone for this. But yeah, no, look, I think it's the right result. And as we know, all Fogels are good. So, yeah, it is impossible to have a bad Fogel. So,
Speaking of a good Fogel, we'll bring the good Fogel back to the stage here. He's on mute, I see. So we'll get him back in. Do you want to redeem your name?
I'm actually just flabbergasted, Kevin. That was an unexpected compliment. I didn't see that coming.
We've changed our tune here.
I will say that Fogels pop up when you least expect them, and this is just another point of evidence in that respect.
One more note as we get along, the board names this year, Naval Commanders from history. No.
Can I propose that on a Chicago tournament we name every single board Fogel?
I won't say who's in charge of that this year, but we may do that.
I mean, no, but I mean, we can name them after animals that people like to lick. Would that be the Australian way of doing it?
Animals that'll kill you, yeah.
All right, Jamal will go think about which animal that we will name our tournament after as he prepares for board 4 when he returns. Thanks, Jamal. All right. Thank you, Wes, on that one. So here, I'll do the scoring on here. So a Fogel gets you 16, which is better than a second place finish to a good board top, but 4 behind. So we'll have to see as these scores.
Yeah. The board topping bonus is it's important, but it's not huge. So part of the problem, I think, with or part of the issue here is that getting points in general is a little hard to come by. It's a little bit like Carnage in that respect. So every point sort of becomes, the importance of each point becomes more magnified. So that makes the 5-point bonus really significant. But on its own, it's not a huge percentage of the score. So the 10 center top was worth 20 points, you know, and these 11 center shared tops are worth 16. It's not a dramatic difference, but because points are hard to come by, it magnifies the importance of the difference.
Yep. That's what I was going to, I think we'll see it as we get into round 2, where there is no time limit if people push for those big scores and a topping bonus, because 8 points is a you know, better than a survival. You need more extra points than a survival with, you know, 6 that would get you. So those are big numbers. Round 1, board 3, David Farragut. We've got Austria, Matt Chisholm from New Mexico, another neighboring state there. That's good. England, Ben Kelvin, DBN's own Ben Kelvin from Ann Arbor. France, DBN's own Zachary Moore. Germany is Gabe Rax. Sorry, Gabe.
Rash, maybe.
Rash.
I don't know.
From Colorado. Italy, DBN's own Ed Sullivan from Houston. Ed is the defending champion from last year, if I remember that correctly. Russia, as previously mentioned, SkyCon host Craig Meyer from Montana, and Turkey, Jim Larson from Lakewood, which I think I know is a suburb of there. So we've got more travelers on this board. Brandon, what's it gonna be like? Let's go see.
Yeah, the theme I chose for this game it goes directly to that point that sometimes it's all about who you know. And this is a game that pitted 4 people who know each other reasonably well from having played in the virtual era for 4 years now, versus people who are either local in Colorado or near Colorado who aren't as well known to each other or to the non-local. So the question is, how will this play out? Will people go for what they know and work with familiars, or try for the other side? The answer, as we'll see pretty quickly, is that they tend to stick with the people that they know. So the alliance structure in the early game is very simple. An EF forms, gets off to a very fast start. You can go right into winter of 1901 here. In the East, a sort of tricky AIR develops. So this is Ed Sullivan, Craig Mayer who know each other reasonably well, getting Matt Chisholm to work with them against Jim Larson. We can just go forward actually into the winter here, you can see that the AIR makes some progress. 1902. In the West, the EF is lightning fast here. So Ben Kelman and Zach Moore know each other very well from playing online. This is probably, I haven't studied EFs, Leviathans we'd like to call them, and I don't know exactly what the most efficient set of moves would be. Hard to imagine it being more efficient than this. You see Ben has gone over the top, decapitated Craig Mayer, and caused Gabe to already disband a fleet. So fleet supremacy is happening very quickly for Ben in the north. And the AIR is significantly slower. You see Zach Moore has dropped down into the Mediterranean here, continuing with the EF, the EF theme here. You can move forward into winter of 1903. And you see that Zach has made progress into the Mediterranean, now has position over Ed Sullivan. And as long as the EF sticks together, it's just a matter of time before Zach is able to move forward. So let's go through 1904 here. And you see the EF does stick together very well. There's no signs of any discord here into the fall of 1904. Zach has succeeded in breaking through Ed's defenses in Italy, has taken Tunis, is in the Tyrrhenian Sea, in great position to keep moving forward. And here, this is where the game changes. And it doesn't change, as you might hope, because E and F start fighting, which would be the most dynamic, produce the most dynamism here. Move into spring of 1905 here. It changes because Ed Sullivan decides that he needs to forget about all of the alliance structure on the board and think about survival. That the current trajectory is leading to him being eliminated, which gets him no points at all. So maybe that 5-point bonus for surviving is playing into his thinking here. But he turns. He says, you know what, AIR doesn't work for me. I'm going to join up with at least Zach and see if I can get a survival out of it. That doesn't change things, right? Well, you can see also, I'm sorry, Craig Mayer makes a similar calculation here. Matt has supported him into Constantinople. So Matt is making a sacrifice here in order to try to hold back the EG, or the FG, sorry. So moving forward here, into 1906, what you can see is that Craig, so the EF sticks together, Ed has flipped sides. Craig now makes a similar decision, moving into fall of 1906. Craig decides that he's also going to flip sides and try to survive. So you can see Ed is helping Zach into dots in the east. Also, Ed takes Ankara. Perhaps this is what finally convinces Craig to give up. But you can move forward into 1907. The only question really at this point, so you can see now Craig finally turns and makes a survival play. The only question at this point really is, are Ben and Zach ever going to fight? And the answer is no. We get into, go to the winter of 1907 here. You can see that Zach is 2 centers ahead of Ben. Ben is clearly okay with it. I don't know if they have decided at this point that the only way to get the 5-center bonus is for one of them to top, and that if they share the top, it doesn't do either one of them. Maybe they flipped a coin to decide who it was, or maybe Zach, talked Ben into it. But the game ends here in spring of 1908 with Zach 2 centers ahead of Ben. I take that back. Keep going. It must end in spring of 1909. Right. So they eliminate Matt Chisholm to deny him the 5 center bonus. And so Zach finishes on 15. So actually the question here, sorry, I think my copy may not have actually gotten that last year for some reason, because I thought this game ended at 13-11. So the question that I had remaining was really, was there a chance for Ben to stab Zach and make a move for the board top? And I think there was. And so, but before we move back to that, so I can ask Wes what he thinks. Zach, the question here is, does Zach have a solo opportunity? He needs 3 centers. You look at his position in the East. If he decides to go for a solo here, can he get it?
I'm not the tactical genius to really be able to work all of this out. If I was him, I would try, but but I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's there, because I think these are experienced players who will be working against it in complete lockstep against it. I think you can easily, it's a bit hard. It'd be easier probably if Craig could get a fleet build somehow, though builds are going to be hard to come by anyway. So it certainly seems, it's not a given that Zach couldn't, but it does seem, if I was betting, I would bet against.
So this game was probably starting to run close to the start of round 2, and you can definitely see Zach Moore saying, "You know what, this is a great result. I'm going to sit on this and not push for more." Really quickly though, go back to fall of 1905. This is the moment where I think Ben could have made a move if he'd wanted to, or maybe it's even in spring. The question, I guess, for Wes really is, do you think Ben should have done this, or do you think settling for a 13 center second place, settling for second place in general was worth it?
I think in the end Ben gets a good score, and if he's been happy with the alliance, I think it's certainly a good start to the tournament, and so in that sense I can't fault him for it. It's hard for me to believe it wouldn't be worth trying, though. I think that the only person you're going to upset is Zach. Everybody else is going to be happy for you to do that. I think and I don't think that they're really going to be attacking you so strongly. The question is how much. Clearly here, I think after Matt took Greece, that really set Ed off, and so Ed was going to be fully in punish mode for that. I'm not sure. It's a question of how Ed responds, I think, if that's what happens. But maybe it gives Ed a little glimmer of hope, and then it's worth going for it.
Yeah, that's why I think this is the moment. After this, Ed is too weak. There's not enough strength in the East to put up resistance to Zach. But that's the story. So in the end, you had Ben and Zach, working lockstep with each other, and that's the story of this game.
As we bring back Jamal to the screen. Accomplished player Bradley Grace, even though I'm covering you up here, Jamal. 3 games in a row. Smirna Khan. Oh, you're on mute too.
No, look, I think Bradley is right. Even though Con can sometimes, you saw it work out okay in the last game for Turkey, but I think Austria and Turkey were in lockstep from the start. But I am pro Bradley's comment here. Smyrna should be the standard Turkish opening. Or what are we all doing in Denver, people?
That's a question I don't need the answer to. However, we will let people ponder moving to Syria. All right. Thank you, Brandon. I think that one gets now Wes a break. So, Wes, I'll have you go prep for Game 5. Jamal, welcome back.
Thank you.
Letting Zach Moore get a board top. So here, let's go back to the end. We're going to get 20 5 and 18 here. So 18 is more than a Fogel, even the best Fogel you can get. Eliminating. So in order to get
Kevin,
one
sorry,
more point for
I
the
have,
extra,
I have to correct you. There is only one Fogel.
And the Fogel is always the best Fogel.
yes. But to get only one extra point for one extra center by eliminating a player at the end, you're taking away 6 points from a survival. Is that a strategic play where you, by only getting one extra, point for the center, you're going to damage someone else's potential chance for the next round? Is that play in, Brandon?
My suspicion is that everybody on the board wanted it, and Ed may have been driving it out of pique at having Matt not work with him as well as he thinks he should have.
Yeah. All right. Let us see how that plays out later. But we go to board 4. Board 4 is Zheng He, and that is Austria, Pierce Thompson from Colorado. England, Joel Lorentz from Inglewood, Colorado. France, Dave Miletsky from Big Sombrero Mars, which we don't believe that to be true, but it's Dave, and we do not know. Germany is Cameron Wagner from California. We've seen Cameron before. I know BDL or maybe Whipping. I know I've seen that name before. Italy, a longtime player, Randy Lawrencert from Raleigh, North Carolina. Russia, the second diplomat of the year, besting the third diplomat of the year in that game, right, Brandon? Wait, what? No. Jason.
Sorry, I was distracted for a second. I don't remember what you're talking about.
And Turkey, Caleb Warren from Colorado. So same mix. This one is probably the most even traveler versus local Jamal. Let's see how that plays out.
And this one not only has travelers, it has an alien from Mars in it, which is going to be key to this game. So the theme for this game I want to set everyone up with while we're at the start is it's about winding up your pressure and then going hard. And it's also about letting other people punch first. And those who let others punch first tend to win. So the 1901 is like the most standard 1901 you're ever going to see in your life. We can probably move through it quite quickly. We can pause on 1902 because 1901, everyone is just getting stuff ready. No one's really wanting to piss everyone off. Everyone's winding up. And in 1902, it is gloves off and it is on like Donkey Kong. England barges towards France. France sees it coming and pushes straight back into Picardy in mid-Atlantic Ocean. Germany decides, you know what? I want to be in Skagerrak. That's a great place to be. Austria goes straight into Galicia. Italy goes straight into Bohemia. Russia stabs Turkey and goes into the Black Sea and Bulgaria. And it's as if there's just been this standoff in this Wild West saloon, and then everyone is shooting at once in 1902. Everything's going everywhere, every which way, and it is wild. Now, one thing I do want to shout out here, I feel for Caleb. One thing that really sets the tone of this game is I feel like Turkey either decides, you know what, I'm not having part of this, I don't want to be part of this game, or they just collapse under the pressure a little bit here because they're not covering Smyrna. They're moving to Armenia, probably in defiance of Russia here, and Turkey's collapse really quickly is really key for this game. So it's sad to see, but it's a learning experience, and I think certainly people are going to come out of this with a whole lot of more skills in diplomacy, because this game is wild. You go into the fall and you see the alliances start to settle. The air gets together quickly, and what you'll see in 1903 is there's just this rapid Western triple response to the air that just it is lightning fast. So I want to take us through 1903 just a little slower here because, the air is formed to collapse Turkey entirely. Great. That's what you do in this position. And then suddenly the Western Triple is there. It takes no time whatsoever. They're all fighting and suddenly they're not fighting. And that I put down to the long-term reputation of our friend from Big Sombrero in Mars. Because Dave Miletsky is the kind of player who has been playing this very friendly, very inclusive, very, I'm just here for the fun of it kind of style of play for years and years. And I think he's genuine about it. and it lets him do stuff like this. You see here that Germany is happy for Dave to follow into Munich in case they get into Silesia. And then you'll see again in fall of 1903, this Western Triple that Dave's managed to coordinate, Germany's happy to cede Belgium to Dave as they're going through here. And so suddenly a player like Dave in France here, which is in a really good position to attack everybody, can choose to attack nobody, and in doing so actually get the alliance structures right to respond to what's going on the other side of the board, right? And so if you move through to 1904, there's almost this inevitability here. There's almost this sense of inevitability because suddenly in this position, Dave is doing the greatest thing ever, which is just not moving. He's just sitting there. He's going, you know what? I don't need to do this. I can have some détente with Italy here and just sit pretty quietly. And the East, I think they see this coming. I think they see this inevitable force of this Western Triple, this sombrero-led alliance that's just, that's just about to completely, break them because suddenly Dave's worked it out, and they decide to all stab each other. So Austria stabs Russia, Russia stabs Austria, and Italy, as I said at the start, the theme of let the other people punch first and then you get to win. Italy just gets to clean up. Italy just gets to go, all right, you guys are going to fight and stab each other. Our Eastern Alliance is broken. So now I'm just going to go into Caen and Ankara and just kind of clean this up and put myself in a really good position. And then, Dave does finally make his move south because he's got what he wanted, which is the East to break and just completely, cannibalize itself in the face of just this rapid forming Western Triple. Now, so suddenly Italy is in this really amazing position. He doesn't pick a side, but he can just clean up as all the punches are thrown. And then, all right, and so then you're looking, okay, what is the next bit of this game? How is this game going to go? Where is it going to go next? Some people in a really good position. This is going to be an interesting fight. Is Dave actually going to fight Italy, or is he going to turn around and stab his Western allies? And if you push through to 1905 very quickly, what you'll see here is it just ends.
Oh, wow.
It just finishes. So something's happened on this board, right? And this to me is a sign that there's been something. So I'm not sure if there's bad blood or people just wanted to go to the bar or what's going on here. But this to me is a game that ends a little prematurely. It's ending in the mid game. Italy's got themselves into a really great position to launch. So if they can work it out with France to not fight, then they have a huge amount of growth in the East. And France on the other side has also got themselves into a position where they don't have the board top. And again, maybe Dave doesn't care about the board top, but they're also in this great position where, if you notice too, if you look at the disbands from the winter, Jason has decided that, you know what, Austria, you've done a big stab at me. I'm ceding the North, right? So what happens if this game continues is that England and Germany push north, the Western Triple stays together, and Dave is just in the driver's seat, right? He can push south against Italy, or he can just sit there and suddenly take all the Western centers if he chooses to. But that's his prerogative. For whatever reason, they decide to draw. And I think that's, again, that to me says there's off-the-board stuff going on. Alas, we don't get to see the end of this game, but I think it's really instructive as to, two things. One, what you can do if you've got a reputation of being trustworthy and friendly, and how quickly it can help you build an alliance that you have to just build in order to respond to a board. And number two, what you do if you let people next to you fight each other, and suddenly you just get to reap the benefits as Randy did here in Italy.
Yeah. Well, here's one comment before I throw it to Brandon, because there's a lot to unpack about that 1903 and 4 is Caleb maybe knew, maybe his first tournament. The first tournament that I went to, I was Turkey in my first round game, and I was out by spring 1903. So Caleb, I'm with you. Sometimes it is just not good. We don't know if there were maybe a misorder because I believe Eastern Med held there, so maybe it was a typo or a miswrite or something like that. So no harm, no foul for Caleb. Hopefully he'll be back in round 2. And he said everyone quit to go play Terraforming Mars. So that's the underlying there. But the question I was writing down, because I was getting ready, 3-4 years from now, I was going to ask Brandon, who was the instigator? What started all that? What did you see in 03 and 04 that made the East break? I know Dave's he can convince people, but everyone in the East is old school player. You're not going to just be persuaded that easily. Something happened. What was it?
Well, who was the first one who moved? Go back to spring of 03.
They moved at the same time.
4. Yeah.
And so I think my suspicion here is that Randy wanted this quite a lot. Basically saw that his growth, he needed a growth path. I suspect that Randy was pushing for this. And I mean, what a lovely position to be in, having a fleet on the Black Sea with no opposition. But I think strategically it suits him because he wants the EG to stay together. Dave is not coming after him, so he has some space. So he wants the EG to stay together and have some success. And so Russia is the odd person out. So this just seems like a smart strategic play by Randy.
I think, Jamal, you said it at the start. Let the first person punch and let him go away. Jason was at, 8 and 1902, and then the rest of the board caught up with him.
And so just on this one too, just building off what Brandon said, which I think is really insightful. I'm going to continue my theme on DBN of praising holds here, because Dave holding this turn is what lets Randy do this, right? If Randy knows that Dave isn't coming for him, he knows that Dave is sitting there and not going to start flooding fleets. Dave could go Leon, Western Med, and Spain South Coast here, and suddenly Randy can't do this. And it works for Dave to let Randy do this. So Dave holding, it allows the other side of the board to do stuff that actually ends up benefiting him in the long run.
I think I'll push back on that a bit, because I don't think it really benefits Dave here. I think Dave is not trying to top this board, and so he's being passive in a way that doesn't suit him. I think with a player like Dave, who's extremely capable but unambitious in this game, one of the people around him should top this board. And I think Randy put himself in position to do that. Why Dave actually moves into the med is that's the bigger mystery to me. Like what prompts him to finally move when he hadn't before? Because now it's a little bit too late.
Well, maybe this is the way to end the game at that point. Yeah. Like, we know Randy's got the lead. He'll be happy going to do something else.
Force Randy to accept this only 8 center board top.
Yeah. And I saw it. We'll bring in Wes, because he was also nodding his head in the background for pushing back on Dave's holds there. So
yeah, I mean, I think I agree with Brandon here. I'm not sure to what benefit it really was for Dave here. I mean, if he wants the game to end, it's a good way to, I guess, get it to end. But if I think it's this is a great way. I mean, what happened? What looks like it happened is everybody was sort of fed up with this game and wanted it to be over based on all of the tension and stabbing and everything. And that wasn't going to. If Dave is going for a board top, which maybe wasn't really his strategic priority, that was going to leave him too slow to be able to get there. And so I think he would want to delay that in that time, which probably means putting some pressure on Randy to not let something like this happen. But but that's my
Randy has growth. Randy has growth potential for sure. I think Randy probably would have wanted to keep the game going to get bigger. And this is
because imagine another army here. I mean, he can wipe out Austria, ended quickly there too. So we don't know. We never know what would have happened or what could have happened. I'm reading in the chat about a minimum year draw. Graham Woodring, Jim O'Kelly, and I had a pre-tournament discussion that about having those years, and the rule that won out was we would have a minimum year, but yes, holding for 2 years to get it over. Let the people have their vote is what Graham said, and I agree with that. So they got to go play another game, which was great, and we will segue into board 5, which gives Brandon a break. I'll see you in a bit. The segue is, as Jamal just said, about praising holds. The gentleman here in board 5 is someone who does not praise holding, and that is Germany and David Hood. So, but before we get to David, we've got Austria, Elliot Howell from Denver, England, Emmett Wainwright from Raleigh, France, Eber Condro, who I see in the chat. Hello, Eber. Thank you for helping. We got to get a little interview with Eber at the end of the program, which is good. Germany, the aforementioned David Hood, reliving the DipCon championship from a few years ago. Italy, Alicia Carden, Russia, Russell Westfield, both from Colorado, and Turkey, Keith Worstel, who we see in the chat here as well. Hey, Keith. All right, we will get to the map. How are we going to finish out round one? Wes, take us through it.
Yeah, so in the spring of 01, if you go ahead and see the moves, we finally, I think, we see the Australian Open. So the Turkish army going as close to Australia as it can, and we see also Galicia, no bounce in Galicia. It's a properly demilitarized. In the west, though, we have a bit of excitement. We have Brest get into the English Channel with the army going north to Picardy, and we have England also going to Eddy with the army in Liverpool. So immediately London under pressure, and in the fall of 01, we see the very reasonable thing to do is to cover London via the convoy of Eddy to London via north, but north gets dislodged by a sea lion attack from the FG, and so it's clear how this is going in the west very quickly. Intentions also pretty clear. It looks like in the east, we have the Italian armies sneaking up to Tyrolia and Venice. We have the Turkish army going to Armenia. It looks as though the I and the T are moving well away from each other, and setting themselves up for friendliness going forward. If we push ahead into the spring, so we do see the attack from Italy continue on to Austria. We see it's a full sort of gang up on Austria look here, with Italy and Russia coordinating on that. And meanwhile, in the west, we have the FG continuing to make progress there. We do see some help for England from Russia here, with Sweden supporting the fleet in Helgoland to Denmark. But in the and England doing a pretty reasonable job of defending, guesses right on blocking the convoy to York, blocks out the follow through into the Channel. But in the fall, we have England turn on Russia and take Sweden. Now, I don't think Sweden was supporting Denmark there as ordered. I don't know if that support was not there, if that was a misorder, if England knew that support wouldn't be coming, and that this is why this happened. But this is definitely not great great for either England or Russia, but especially not England, I think, to have lost the one friend that you had, where this FG is going to continue to make good progress. Meanwhile, in the south, the continued progress against Austria, with all three working together. Italy's the one that's not getting a build, and if I'm Italy here, I'm clearly worried. I would be very worried about an RT and wondering if I'm next. But if we keep going into the winter, we see the army build from Turkey and Ankh. There's only one place to build it, so that's maybe not surprising. If we push forward to 1903, we see the FG continuing to work together. Italy's back into Trieste. Here we see a cute convoy of Smyrna to Bulgaria. So Turkey's getting some repositioning of things. I'm not sure what's up with Sev to Armenia, but it might be agreed, might be fine just to blow up the fleet. Actually, I think in the fall we actually see that happen. Yes, and it gets disbanded, and we see Austria eliminated by the fall, while the FG continues to work together in the west. So moving ahead into the winter, We see an army build in Caen from Turkey, and Italy puts down a fleet in Naples. And so this, if I was Russia, I think is a fairly clear sign of what the intentions from Turkey are going forward. Unfortunately, in the spring of 03, I think that Russia didn't quite see it that way, or sorry, spring of 04, and moves north while Turkey moves aggressively against. And we have the IT fully formed and fully operational here. So meanwhile, the FG is still working really well. And in fact, England at this point is now accepting help into Norway from David Hood, and and we'll stay there and keep that. And now the IT is working very, very well together with taking Budapest. Unfortunately for Italy, the retreat of Tyrolia, which got dislodged from the French and German units into Venice, which really puts Italy a bit on a back foot. It's not a death blow by any means, but it really slows Italy down compared to their partner in Turkey. And I don't know. I don't know if that. I wouldn't have expected that if I was Italy in this position. I would have. Not, I think, made the right call to not worried about a Russian attack on Venice directly, but the retreat being possible there was something to try to keep in mind, and it's going to be a little annoying here now. But moving ahead, I think it's just playing out. The FG and IT are still continuing to work together. Italy's doing what they need to get their position back in order. And if we go into the fall, we see Italy get back Venice, gets Vienna. We see eddies taken by the West. We see England out with Russia having retaken Norway. And we see also another dislodged and retreat into a supply center of Turkey's Galicia going into Budapest. And this is enough to put Turkey at 9, the board top ahead, and it's difficult to see how things would break from here. So spring 06 happens. There's some movement of French and German armies against each other. I'm not sure this is real. This looks like it might be a little bit of theater potentially to see if you can get Italy to go after Turkey potentially, but that's clearly not happening, and I think it's the right call from Italy. There's nothing to be gained there. And in the fall of 06, I think we have the draw.
There we go. Wait, first of all, though, David Hood putting on theater, I find that hard to believe.
It might have been real.
Yeah, it might. Jamal, so definitely give your take, but I gotta hear. You have to believe Eber and David saw that retreat that was coming, heard about the orders somewhere, and orchestrated Italy being thrown back, even if just for a turn, right?
Yeah, I think there's definitely people who would have seen that on the board and would have rolled with that. And look, I don't know if Alicia has played a lot or a little or anything like that, but yeah, like it's a move that you can very easily miss, particularly in the heat of a big tournament game like that.
Yeah, and Keith is saying they were not expecting it. I know Eber's in and out, maybe we'll get Eber's take on it. Maybe he'll just say it just happened. I don't know. So, any other thoughts? I cut you off by asking a question up front.
Yeah, I look. I like this game. I like one of my favorite alliance structures actually, which is the very rarely used Southern Alliance, where you get France, Italy, and Turkey. It's kind of a Kraken plus France, and you can build it quite easily when you just choose not to build fleets. You just no one builds any Southern fleets, and there's no reason for anyone to stab anybody. So I really liked the alliance structure. I think probably for me, you can see the chat saying this, right? But like, Keith had a huge score available here, right? Like this Turkish position, you can pretty much take all the Italian centers if you want to. You'll eventually get the Russian centers as well. This is massive, but he chooses not to. And I probably the turn that I looked at and I went, you know what, this is actually the turn that matters. Is all the way back in 1902 when Alicia chose, rather than to defend Trieste, rather than to keep herself safe, she chose to offer the support to all of her allies, right? So she helps Russia into Vienna and helps Keith into Greece, and makes that choice to do that in sacrifice of Trieste, really, right? And I think she must have bought herself so much diplomatic capital on that turn. And I think that to me is the turn where I looked at that, and I think Wes, you were saying, "Oh, I'd be worried about the RT." I was not worried about the RT in that turn. If I was Italy here, because at the end of the day, you've just bought yourself two friends, and at least one of them will be good enough to you to actually pick you over the other one from here. And that's how you saw it play out all the way through to the end, where Keith doesn't take the big stab to get himself 13 or 14 centers board top, probably partially because of the relationship that was built.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Jamal. I think that from a position and tactics point of view, it's easy to see from here that an RT could just roll. But I think from a diplomatic point of view, it's clear that Italy was proving themselves to be a partner who would be, good to work with. And I think that bought them those future opportunities and really got them to a fairly good result for Italy at the end of the game, and certainly a lot of opportunity for even more.
Excellent. Let us bring there we go. Let us bring back Brandon to the stage here. So we've made it through round one. So as of round one, let's show the standings as we see them. DBN's own, the top two holding the standings there. 19 for Keith from that last round, even though he may have had more on the table, still gets him in third. And then there's the second placers and the Fogels following behind. There's only one Fogel.
My peeps.
What's that?
My peeps.
Your peeps. We're gonna come up with it. We're gonna get a band called the Fogels. So given these scores, if you're gonna get 3 board tops, is it similar to like a Carnage? I think you mentioned earlier, Brandon. Three board tops is get you at or near first. That's the goal for these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Zach Morikady, or even Keith, just top the board and see how you do. Zach obviously has a big advantage because he had a huge board top, right? 15 centers. So I think Zach is going to have to be pushed back somehow if anyone else is going to top this board, top this tournament. So that is a nice advantage, but it's also can make you a target. So
yeah. So Jamal is Zach the target going in round 2, or is this where he goes, hey, I am the target, solo or bust? Because this one is untimed. We can go all night.
I mean, I think I have a slightly different preference in tournaments where I think if you have a chance to get a score, right? Like I think people worry too much about being targets or early tournament position or whatever else. I mean, if you got to be in it to win it, so you have to get a score at some point. The amount of times you get into a position to take a 15 center board top, like Zach did, is it's few and far between. So you may as well if it's in round 1, take it in round 1. So maybe he is a bit of a target, but I think there are lots of good players there. You can if he's a good diplomat, he should be able to convince people that he's not actually the target. He's actually their best friend.
Yeah. And then Wes, you see a talented list of folks on this second page. Is for these folks, is it 20, 22, 20? Like if you're looking to try and compete for a top, is this where you got to say another 8? An 18 isn't going to work? I see all these people with, I don't know if the scores were published in between, but if a second place gets you, 10, 9, 11 or whatever, do you think, man, if I want to be in a leaderboard, I got to get a big number? Is round 2 the one we're looking for big numbers?
Yeah, I mean, I think as Brandon I think said earlier, the scoring system is such that points are a bit scarce, and so it's if you find yourself in a position where you can have a top or can have a good amount of centers, I think if you didn't get those points from the first round, it's smart to try to make the push for in the second round because you don't know what's going to happen later on.
Yeah. All right, let's get to round 2. So we're going to give Jamal a break because it's his turn for one. And then we're going to come back and we'll do the live read game for the second board of round. It's actually board 3, but the second one we broadcast. So we'll give Jamal a break and then we'll get a little more time in there. So see you in a bit. Into round 2, we got round 2, board 1. Players. Oh, look at that. We get the board leader coming in right away. Austria, Zach Moore. England, Caleb won. Caleb had the shortest elimination of the whole tournament, we heard. It was 30 minutes. So we'll see how Caleb responds there. Another board topper, France, Keith Worstel. Germany, Alicia. We'll see her in back-to-back games. Strong second place finisher, Ben Kelman in Italy. Jason Edie in Russia, and Cameron in Turkey. Wes, let us start this off.
So this is a game where when you hear the
Oh wait, do I have Brandon? Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. I keep saying Wes. You're right. Sorry about that.
This is a game where when you hear the board draw, you just sort of thank the diplomacy gods. You've got 3 of the top 4 players in the standings on the same board. Not only that, you've got Zach Moore and Ben Kelman, who were best friends as England and France in round 1 in Austria and Italy. So not just next to each other, but in the countries that have the most at stake in early cooperation in the early game. So that has to be a big question coming in. Will they work together again? You probably assume that they will. The question is sort of how long does Ben push for the upper hand in this case? But there are some surprises in store in this game, which is why I have chosen the theme. If you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love somebody else? Can I get an amen up in here? And
amen.
Any RuPaul Drag Race fans will know what I'm talking about when I say that. So this game, you'll see by the end of this why I've chosen that as the theme. This game is very straightforward in the first 2.5 years. You can just scroll through slowly as I talk here. An AIT develops in the East, so Zach and Ben get together and they get Cameron Wagner on side to have this nice sort of slightly unusual Eastern triple going. Either that's in response to or ends up causing a Western triple, which forms as well. Keith Worstel, knows his way around alliances. And you have 3 army builds from Germany. So Alicia Carden, had an interesting first round, is, definitely making bold statements here. England goes over the top. So move forward into 1902 here. And you see, if you've got an Eastern triple and a Western triple, there's going to be one player who's definitely not in either triple. That player is Jason Edie in Russia. And it doesn't go well for Russia, as you might imagine. So let's move into fall of 03 here. You see Cameron Wagner is just getting right up there. Ben Kelman has gone full west here, really in good position here. Has some nice tactics here to try to reduce Keith's fleet presence into winter of 03. We get 2 army builds from Turkey, so playing it a little cagey, definitely being nice to Italy here. And we get a fleet rebuild from Keith Worstel. So into spring of 1903 here, it's just AIT versus EFG. Simple, straightforward, 2 triples going against each other. And then in fall of 1903, something happens. Keith Worstel in France, who we just heard in the chat saying he doesn't like to stab allies, decides to send his units against one of his ally partners, England in this case. And what happens in winter 03 is even more interesting. highlight on the German home centers, Kiel and Berlin, and you see something that you probably don't want to see if you are England, and especially if you have just been moved on by one of your ally partners. So this is where this game reorients completely. So the Western Triple becomes an FG. The Eastern Triple appears to be in good shape for one turn. And move into spring of 1904. You see what happens here. Ben and Zach, best friends Ben and Zach, took the cue from the West and decided to turn on their alliance partner and recreate the good vibes from round one. You see that E and F and G are moving against England as you would expect, and move into fall of 1904. They make progress. Move into winter of 1904 here. It's just tactical movements at this point. Turkey is holding out for now. Not going to be able to hold out for long, though, because AI clearly have position over them. And in spring of 1905, something interesting happens again. Notice, highlight if you would for me, Belgium to Picardy. I think if you are France in this case and you believe you have an FG going, you probably don't want to see that happen. Maybe you think it's not so bad because Ruhr didn't go to Burgundy, so it's not like a full-on attack. But then in fall of 1905, hey, what's that army doing in Paris? Very clever here, I think, of Alicia Carden. Doesn't take two off of England either. When the opportunity was there, decides to protect North Sea and just take St. Petersburg. So you move into winter of 1905, and you can see in the east that Austria and Italy have made a little bit of progress, but against Turkey, but have actually gotten a little bit stymied here without help from an army coming over the top into Armenia. So Wes, I'm gonna pause here for a second and give you a chance to say what you think should happen from this point.
Oof. I mean, I love Germany's play here. It's just been really gorgeous. It seems, I mean, what should happen, what you would like to see happen would be for England and France to team up and work against Germany, and to have that also work out in the south to see who can maybe put some pressure, though it's hard to imagine anything being effective with all those armies. I'm not sure the relationship between E and F is going to allow for that to happen, but
as it happens, they decide to end the game here.
Oh. Great result, though.
The game ends with a 10-center board top with a delta of 4 centers. No one is within 4 centers of Alicia, who, from my vantage point, played a masterful game here of navigating alliances without and not sticking with them too long, and then also not pissing off whoever she's stabbing so much that they want to go scorched earth on her. So stabbed England, then got them apparently to stay on side with them when they moved against France. France doesn't seem prepared to go for scorched earth. Everyone's okay with letting Alicia win here. Or, not letting Alicia win. Everyone's okay with ending the game with Alicia on top here. That's just really great diplomacy. So, applause to Alicia Carden for playing an excellent game of Germany here. And the reason I chose the theme is, if you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love somebody else? Is that Alicia did all these things. Like, she put down 3 armies, which seemed like a mistake, put down 2 fleets, moved on England, which, was bold, change of the alliance structure. But all the things that she did, all the good things that happened to her, she made happen.
yeah, I really liked the movement. I mean, there was pushing the Russian unit through at some point too, with some supports, just to kind of keep units moving around her and away from her. I mean, exactly in the way that you want to do as Germany. It was really really nice flow of supports and orders and units getting to where they need to be, and kind of stamping your position on the board in such a way that people will accept this result because they have to. How could you not? So
yeah. And I saw Jamal was typing while in the background. We'll bring Jamal back here. That was fun to watch, right?
That was amazing. I don't know who Alicia is, but I really hope she keeps playing. That was very, very impressive. And to build on Wes's point, not only do you get people to agree to this draw, you get the tournament leaders to agree to this draw. Right? This is round 2 of a major tournament, and Zach and Ben are going, yeah, you know what? Totally fine for you to win this game, and I'm not going to extend my lead at the top of the leaderboard or whatever else. So, you know, that was really, really good.
Yeah. That was awesome. All right. Brandon, you get a longer break. We'll probably be about a half hour on this next game. So go get some lunch, and we'll see you back on the other side.
See you guys.
Righty. We're going to do a longer game. We're going to skip board 2 for the moment, and we're going to go to round 2, board 3, Francis Drake. This longer game has a lot of old school names in it, and of course DBN's favorite Ed Sullivan. So we're gonna put a little highlight on this one. Eber Condrel, again, Chicago Windy City Weasels expat, playing Austria. England, Randy Lawrence Hurt, who was at Moot last year. France, Jason Massbaum. Germany, Ed Sullivan, also at Moot last year. The reason I'm promoting Moot is Moot was just announced, so we'll get some invites and talk about it later. So, and it's from Chicago. Italy, Russell Weisfield from Colorado. Russia, Clark Brace from Colorado. And Turkey, as mentioned, known him for a long time, Alex Saman in the Bay Area. So, Wes, what we'll do here is we're going to have you go first in 01. Pick some highlighted moves, and Jamal, anything he misses, we'll do that. And then we'll flip in every other year. So we'll do Wes with the odds and Jamal with the evens.
sounds
And
good.
here we go, spring 1901.
Yeah, so in the West, I think a set of fairly standard openings. Burgundy's DMZ, nobody in English Channel, and we have the typical move to Yorkshire from England. In the East, we have Venice moving to Trieste, so we'll get to see if that's agreed and borrowed or not. And we have Galicia DMZ'd and Russia moving north, so that's exciting. Not something we see all the time.
Jamal, first time we've seen a lot of more online openings, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think my key to seeing whether Trieste is agreed or not is what Rome does. So Rome going to Apulia tells me it's probably agreed, and it puts you on Aegean watch immediately. Is Italy going to march straight to the Aegean here?
We don't see that, Wes. We see kind of old school.
Yep, we see Trieste hold, stay there. Convoy to Tunis, pick that up. And we see Austrian helping the Russian into Romania. So but Turkey getting into black and getting into Armenia. So good position there. The supported move to Norway to guarantee it from Randy. We have Russia going to putting St. Pete to Finland, so didn't try for it. Is setting up for position there, but doesn't get into Sweden with the bounce from Denmark there. So that's not great news for Russia. It would be much nicer to have a friend in Germany here if you're trying to go over the top. Meanwhile, Germany gets 3. Why we're giving Ed Sullivan 3, I don't know, but he gets
that was going to be my follow-up question for Jamal. So Randy's the only board topper from the first round on this board. Is Ed really saying, hey, look, we got to control him from the start?
No, I mean, I think I almost think Randy's totally fine with this, right? You know, you give Ed Sullivan 3, they're bouncing Russia and Sweden, so now Russia's going to maybe pick a fight with them. You know, I think Randy is very happy to have their army in Norway, have their flexibility, and be able to just slow play this one here.
Nice. All right, Wes, and we get into the winter and the builds. Germany puts down 2 armies instead of 2 fleets. Another southern. I saw Fleet Marseille in one of the games in round 1, and that is a rare build on DBN. So now we're seeing 2 in 7 games here. But rewarded with Fleet London and Fleet Smyrna. So general commentary before we go to O2.
I just want to put some attention to Alex's diplomacy here. So, we talked about a GN watch at the start, right? A lot of people, if they see that coming, their temptation is to work with Russia, rotate Ankh to Con, but you're kind of immediately on the back foot. What Alex seems to have done here is to have cut a deal with Austria and Italy to go, you know what? I know you can come straight at me, but how about I actually be your best friend and we all attack Russia instead? And he's gone for the full attack on Russia with Armenia and Black Sea. But clearly he's done it in such a way where he's like, yeah, look, I know that you guys are really going to come after me in the first place. So let me just put another fleet down here for a bit of security. So it's a nice little, get your allies on board, change the game a little bit, but also still have the security you want. So I'm keen to see how Alex goes in this game because he's shown some chops already in 1901.
And West. So before Jamal gets us in 1902, what's your look on the East or on the West? What? FG, maybe?
Yeah, I think whether there's tension or not with the fleet in London bill, without having, there's not a fleet in Brest, it was a fleet build in the south. So that could be a little bit of a sore point. But to me, it almost looks like it could be Western Tripoli, which you hate to see it. But that certainly looks like it could be the case. Yeah.
And Jamal will tell us about it then.
That's right. They knew that I was commentating this season, so they did the most Australian thing they could think of, which is to Western Triple. So the Western Triple is on, and if you look at that, zero red arrows from the West. You love to see it. It's just clean Western Triple movement. So they're all barging west, and the attack on Russia is also on here. So Turkey's going into Sev, which is great, helping Austria into Romania. Italy, I think, going to Apulia, that's interesting. That would be ringing some alarm bells if I was Austria, combined with the move to Albania. This is not. It's one of those like, I haven't taken any of your centers. I haven't stabbed you. I'm just really raising my arm with a knife in it, getting ready. So yeah, look, I think Austria might be in for a little bit of trouble here. It'd be very interesting to see what Turkey's decision is. And again, I praise Turkey's diplomatic chops, but they turned what in spring 1901 looked potentially to be an heir that was just going to keep Turkey in the box. And we spoke at this other game, right? He's got people around him fighting each other, and so now gets to pick.
Yeah, Jamal, I totally agree. I mean, I think that, it's a little, with the two fleet builds from Italy, it's actually a little awkward movement. The natural thing would be to be pushing with the AI and into trying to go east and take out Turkey. So this is really, to me, this seems like a really good diplomatic win for Alex to be able to get Italy to do this instead. And now, even with that fleet build in Smyrna, or maybe because of that fleet build in Smyrna, saying, you know what, I'm not going to make this easy for you, but I'm still not threatening to you. I only have one fleet down here. We can work together, and yeah, it's a good position if the two of them want to do it.
Yeah, and a great setup with the build Fleet London. Got us talking about it for a minute there. Maybe throws the other side off for a bit, but as we were wondering why Ed Sullivan would get 3 builds in 01. The reason why is Germany is demanding that in the Western Triple. Let's see how it plays out for him.
Yeah, and look, Ed Sullivan gets 2 more builds here, and so this is Ed on go mode, and I love it. And he does the good alliance hygiene thing too here, which is just drop back to Kiel. That there's a temptation. I personally love the Kiel to Livonia convoy over Baltic, but there's a temptation to go and do that and just barge west, but you're almost inciting a little bit of trouble if you do that as Germany in this position. So I do like the drop back to Kiel. It's a little bit defensive, but it's certainly still keeping the alliance going. Randy takes St. Petersburg with the army as you want to, which is great. A fleet in St. Petersburg is a bit of a losing battle there, or a bit of a wasted cause. And France, Jason is in on this Western Triple, but just not 100% in. I guess maybe he's clearing up Marseille for another fleet build, but still in good position with Gascony and Burgundy. No one's stabbing Jason here, and Jason has options. In the East, you see the attack on Austria, and look, this is hard because Eber put trust in the in the Turkey and Italian alliance last turn and moved to Bohemia, moved to Galicia, and now that trust is coming back to bite him because he is in no position to stop anything. And sure, it can cover Vienna and Budapest, but Serbia's gone, Greece is gone. Alex is doing the alliance play and putting the fleet into the south coast of Bulgaria. So yeah, we've got a big Kraken and a Western triple, and I mean, you have to love being Turkey in this position, where your main ally now has to deal with France in Tuscany, has no ability to do anything against you, and you've just got play. I mean, all of the Austrian centers are looking yellow right now.
Yeah,
I would say West. Do you love Turkey more, or if you're going to pick one in the West, what is the position you'd want more just after a 1902?
Yeah, I mean, Germany's built up a big lead here, but as Jamal said, it's also not pushing it too much. So by dropping Kiel back to Holland, there's some protection there. Recognizing you don't need to be so aggressive and also try to push through, to Livonia right now. So I think Germany's position to me looks fairly solid and pretty good. There's always a risk of an English stab, but you have the units to defend against it.
Jamal, before West gets us into 1903, what adjustment gives you the most? I want to see what's going to happen next.
Look, I think it's all pretty standard, and I think Army Berlin is obviously the one that keeps everyone happy, right? England hates a fleet here, particularly since you've pulled yourself out of Bosnia or out of Baltic and into Sweden, and you can justify it because France is still in Burgundy, and you can say I'm going to Russia. I'm really keen to see here how Ed plays this, because Ed, Ed is the kind of player who has built a lot of diplomatic capital over a number of years. Is known as a good alliance player. He's someone that can play big. This to me is maybe a situation where Ed decides it's time to cash in some of those chips, because there's a big one on offer here. But yeah, let's see how we go.
I'd be asking for a draw vote right here. Finish it, 1902. Let's see if it happens. No.
No, it doesn't happen. We see the alliances continue. So Turkey convoys across the Black, sets up in Ukraine and Sev. That's at the expense of not holding Moscow. So the West is able to make progress there, which has got to be making Randy at least feel a little good. He's getting something. Meanwhile, we have Italy move in position to defend themselves. They choose to support into Tunis rather than cover Rome. So that's going to be a little awkward, but they've done the other moves. I think that they can get Rome back. It'll in the fall at some expensive position in the fall, but without loss of center. So looking okay for them there.
Yeah, pretty straightforward.
The other one to see here is that it looks like the East has got the Austrian Janissary on side. So there's a move to Bohemia, there's the move to Galicia. So I think Eber's read the writing on the wall and decided to play as Janissary. And I think often people win games if they can use their Janissaries effectively. So we'll see how greedy people get here. But I think the correct play is to let Eber live as long as he wants, as long as he's helping you.
Great point. My question was, I know it's only spring 1903, but you got Fleet Barons, Fleet Norwegian. As England in a triple, you're forced to just sit around. As you both are talking about this game, and if it stays this way, talk about the tension. When you play the game, you want to get centers, but if you're just sitting there waiting, what's this buildup going to be like for Randy? Knowing he had a good result in the first round, he's going to want to have to move. Well, didn't know that way. Get everything moving. That's good.
He's got things moving. So we get the long convoy across straight into St. Pete. We do, as Jamal pointed out, Ever's on side with the East, and they're able to take Moscow back off of Randy and destabilize that a bit. We have the moves to take Rome back as expected with a retreat into Apulia, and France getting into Belgium as part of the deal here. which is likely arranged. I would imagine is arranged. And meanwhile, Turkey gives up Serbia back to Austria here as well, likely arranged for the help into Moscow too.
Yeah, I don't love giving up Serbia here. I think it's a little too important, and you're giving Eber incentive to get back in the game properly. Because he's got Serbia now, and suddenly Trieste is in play, and suddenly Eber could be a force here and could extract some vengeance for taking away his shot early. I mean, if I'm Turkey here, it's a little less clean, but I almost want to give them Sevastopol instead of Serbia, and just kind of keep him around, but keep him a little out of position. But yeah, the West being solid Western Triple Alliance play, they've obviously learned from the Australians, and they know how to do it.
So the net result of 1903 bags France, another Southern fleet from taking Belgium off the Germans. The Germans lose one, but must have had one. Oh yeah, Moscow was piff. No, that wasn't German. What did they piff? Or did they play one short last time?
Yeah.
Yeah, they only built one there. All right, so they had one. Oops, sorry, I'm going too far. They had one to give back, so they gave it to France with the Southern Fleet, and then, as you mentioned, Austria gets a fourth center. So there is hope. Perfect. So Jamal, spring 1904.
And so you see the Western Triple play here, and the importance of not getting too focused on centers. So they lost Moscow last year, which is unfortunate. But what they got for losing Moscow was they got Germany into Galicia, and you see how that is really the breaking point in the West here. Germany and Galicia allows them. So look, the East sees it coming, so they cede Moscow anyway. But they could have forced Moscow in this position, which they do the correct set of moves for. And look, you can see this as we spoke about. Eber's decided, you know what, I want Greece, and I'm going to be in a position to take Trieste because France has got this stray unit in Apulia that's causing all sorts of chaos for Russell, and Russell is just suddenly in this collapsed position where he's had to let Turkey into the Ionian to deal with the French problem. France has had this single unit that's causing you problems in your home centers, and you've let Eber back in the game, and you can see this support into Romania that's not taken from Austria. And this was exactly the problem with giving Austria Serbia, is you're giving them an incentive to actually put themselves back in the game properly and break your alliance here. And I mean, this is Randy must be sitting here licking his lips here, because even though he's not making a heap of very quick progress, he's high up in the tournament. He's got a Western Triple that's humming. No one has any fleets anywhere near anywhere else in the West. This is golden for England, and you can just keep pushing your allies forward in the South and in the middle.
Yeah, Jamal, I think it was well cited on that move last turn, and I think, and as you say, I think the other thing that is just must make Randy salivate is the fact that Turkey's in a slightly difficult position here. Italy's in a very difficult position, but Turkey's can't just sit and take control of everything as they often do in Western triples because of the position that Eber's now been able to put himself back into, and to give Turkey some heartache as well.
Let's see if the result of this gets some builds that'll make us really want to talk about the future.
So Turkey does the interesting thing here. I was actually about to say I felt like Turkey had very little choice but to maybe do a stab on Italy here, given the position. But they've done the solid alliance play, and they've decided, you know what, Austria, I'm going to try and punish you. But as we saw, Austria, they were only ever the Janissary while they had to be the Janissary, and now they are Janissary turned turncoat, and they are working with the West. So Randy's putting Austria into Sevastopol, because why not put Austria into Sevastopol? They don't get Trieste, but they're picking up one, they're picking up one because they're losing Romania, picking up Sevastopol. But this is great chaos ball from England and Germany here. I think Jason, being a savvy player, decides, you know what, Italy's kind of dead to rights here. I maybe just want to pull one unit back. I don't want to incentivize too much of a stab by Randy here. So let me just sit something in Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which I think is just alliance hygiene. I think there's nothing crazy with that. Everything else is arranged bounces, and this is just a really well coordinated West. Just diplomatically breaking the East in this way. And I said before, right, the winner, the success of this game is going to depend on who can use their Janissaries well. Maybe the East used Austria as a Janissary well tactically, but they obviously didn't do it well diplomatically, because Eber is the one that is giving the West this game and giving them the ability to completely sweep the board.
The one before you West jump in is that last time Tunis snuck over to North Africa. It's with Russell's name was there, and so I think maybe it gives them the cover. You might say, "Oh, it's good hygiene play," and it may have been the design of Jason to do that, but he did have to pull back, and then allowed Tyrrhenian right there. So.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kevin. And I think, okay, whether it's for good hygiene or giving, as you said, giving the cover in order to be able to do that, setting things up for the future, I think it's fair. It's fair, especially if Jason knew that this is how, Alex was going to play this, by continuing to stick with Italy. I mean, and if that's the case, there's really not much for you to gain there. I really like Alex's play here. I think he's recognizing that, okay, things did not go so that I can explode out of the gate here. But you know what? I'm just gonna. I have a position still. I can turtle back in and reestablish myself, and it's going to be a little slower, but you can maybe be a bit patient here and see what's going to happen with these Western powers and how that plays out.
Yeah. So
Alex has to be trying to convince one of the West to stab here, right? There's no positionally, there is no other result here than the Western triple taking everything, unless Alex can convince the West to stab each other.
So usually mid game in a live broadcast, we do a who do you like? Who do you think is going to top the board? And I don't want to put the adjustments on yet, because that could big turn here with Jason getting a rebuild plus a build. Is it Germany's pretty spread out? Can we do EF here? Who are you picking? If you could put yourself in one spot on the board, Jamal, pick you first, and then Wes pick someone else.
I'm gonna go with actually the non-standard player, and I'm actually still going to back myself in from earlier and say Alex can top this, because I just think the odds of this Western triple sticking around forever are low, right? Jason is a savvy player, and Jason might realize he's got nothing else, so Jason might put down Fleet Brest and it's on, right? And suddenly the Western triple is over. Randy, as someone who's leading the tournament, might get greedy and say, wow, I actually need a big score here, so maybe I've got to take out Ed Sullivan in order to get myself a few more centers. And so, like, if Alex could just hold on, they're in Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian, and it's just, Italy's their best friend in the world. Like, there is a path here if you can just drag this game out just a little bit and get that West to crack.
Yeah, I think I like that call, Jamal. I would not mind playing Turkey in this position. That's for sure. But I do think it's probably more likely still out of the West, and who can sort of get the upper hand there. And I gotta say, I mean, I want to say Jason, but I worry about, what is Italy going to do once things start to fall down. This IT has been working well together. That's not, that doesn't seem good for me if I'm France. And so, I think I like Randy here best in the West.
All right, I will stick with Ed Sullivan because he wants to repeat. But Eber is got the most momentum at this point, so we'll see what that happens. Jason puts down 2 fleets. Randy, I was going to say definitely an army on the Isle here, and we do see that there. Turkey pulls Tyrrhenian, so that loses a little of the forward position, but with 2 Italian fleets out there, you probably don't need it since the alliance is still on. And Army Budapest. All right, we are in spring 1905. Wes, let's go.
So we see, what do we see? So we see France repositioning, pushing into the south. The fleet in Brest was not something for Randy to be worried about, though he clearly was just playing it safe, puts the army to York, makes sure there's no nabbing of Liverpool to be had, and is doing self bounces and good sort of alliance hygiene, the things otherwise. The West is sticking together. We see Ed support Randy now down into Sev, including some support from Armenia from this position. Eber's making a push on Bulgaria, and we see Italy actually kick Turkey out of Greece, cutting support that was being used to try to take Greece off of Eber, and move the armies. Move the army also back down into to cover Trieste.
Yeah, that's a bit of bad coordination from the Kraken here. Russell had to just be a little bit more patient, maybe boot out of Puglia instead of doing this, because if actually he hadn't have cut Ionian, Greece and Serbia are both gone here. And sure, you've lost Bulgaria in that scenario, but you can take it back.
Maybe it's an AI patch up is the only thing I can think here is if we're gonna fight the West, let's just collapse on Alex and do it ourselves. We'll see how that goes. Nope.
Or it doesn't matter. You just take it now.
Oof, yeah. So in the fall, yeah. So they take back Greece. They take Bulgaria. I think Turkey ends up in Serbia still. Romania's lost to the German units. Unfortunately, Trieste is lost, and those French fleets are down and taking Tunis and get a fleet into North Africa. Interesting. I guess you want to make ensure that you make movement. So if you don't get into Tunis, then you have something there to help guarantee it in the future. And nothing going on in the West. These guys are not breaking.
Yeah.
There's a great saying, which is that somebody who can hold all of their units for a turn at least, or a few turns, they are the one in control. So Randy here, all holds. Don't need to do anything. Just I'm totally chill. I'm completely fine with everything that's going on. I have no worries in the world. That to me is the moves of somebody who is in a really good position in this game.
My favorite is pointing out in the comments here, 5/5, including the retreat annihilation in Albania. Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
Into the fall, the West is all growing, and Austria gets a rebuild, and Turkey rebuilds, pulling back Serbia. Two armies from France. Interesting.
Yeah, we have two armies from France. We have the fleet and Eddie from England. So that's where is that going? What is that doing? Is an interesting question. Germany putting down a fleet back home, an army back home in Kiel as well.
Yeah. So this last turn, I think, has shown me one thing, and it's that we've actually got Jason Masterbaum's name wrong. Jason Masterbaum is not playing this game. Jason Masterbaum's twin brother, Mason Jesterbaum, is playing this game. Now, Mason Jesterbaum is the exact opposite of everything Jason Masterbaum is. And you can see here, Mason Jesterbaum is the greatest alliance play you've ever seen in your life. This is just beautiful, complete trust and alliance play with a little bit like, I put my hats off to Mason because this is really, really good play. And we're going to need to fix the name up in the DBN here.
Well, first of all, this just proves you are a short-time DBN viewer because Mason Jastbaum, or as we used to call him, Jason Mastbaum, was in the worst 17-17 draw in the history of DBN production. So Jason can ally when necessary. I will defend him. Siobhan, sorry, I will defend Jason here, but I do appreciate the comment. Tell us about 1906.
Yep. So Mason tries the convoy to Smyrna, doesn't pull it off. That's all right. You don't always get them. Randy is, just pumping those armies through, just in this great position as we saw. He's got his convoy factory going, and there's nothing else going on. Ed, I think, is playing really nice guy Ed Sullivan moves, and everything's agreed. Everything's just in the West. We're all just having a good time. So I look. This really is the West just going, You people in the East thought we were going to break. You're all idiots. We're going to do this until the end of time, and we'll probably Fogel it, and Turkey might get one center.
I wouldn't have done a live play if we were just going to get a Fogel. So,
right.
I hope that's not where we're ending up.
Yep. So Randy's going for best use of Clyde, which was an award in this tournament. So he's self-bouncing in Clyde, which you'd love to see. Now Randy's also going for the best Andrew Goff move, which is the most ridiculous way you can hold units. So the self-bouncing Clyde is great. And yeah, look, Alex is making some shifts around and some progress, but again, getting really stuck up against this Western triple that is really sticking together. And you teased that there might be something else coming, but it's not coming this turn. This turn, it's all alliance play.
Yeah. I did
even have Jason.
Sorry,
go. I was just gonna say, we even have Jason doing the fun move of pushing Ionian into Aegean, just so it's in better place for more chaos, or already looking ahead for more fun.
I love it. There were some draw votes. There were some public vetoes, and there were some that made it to the private cards. So this game is certainly being dragged on. Points, every point counts, as we said. Winter 06, we get a Southern Fleet, very pro-alliance there, and we lose Apulia. West 1907. We're still going with a different bounce this time.
We're going with the bounce in Yorkshire this time, so you gotta mix it up. But other than that, there's still nothing much going on in the line north of the northern half of the board. Here we have the convoy of Brest to Trieste that didn't go through, but the French fleets make progress. They're going to finish taking the Italian centers down on the boot, and are giving Alex a hard time and keeping the Black Sea occupied with a hopeful tap on Khan.
Nothing much more to add to it. Let's just go to the fall.
So we see the German is the one who's going to get down into Venice. That makes sense with French units getting Naples. We actually see a successful convoy back to York, so no bounce there. But other than that, there's really no news in the north. Meanwhile, it's just there's not really much more to say.
And so there's more Mason Alliance play with another fleet, Marseille.
Yep.
7 years in, we've got 14 points for the leaders. Jamal, please give me some better news in 1908 here.
Well, I really think Randy is making a huge play for this best use of Clyde award. So going into Clyde with support, it's just wonderful. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Bonnie Clyde, absolutely here. But again, the West is making progress, right? So we say that there might be a stab coming, and there might be. But why would you stab here when you're all making progress? Right? Germany's into Bulgaria. And in Romania, and sure, they're stretched out, but I mean, they've still got a decent defensive position back on the homeland. No one can. This to me, if you want to know how to run a really solid Western triple or a really solid any alliance, go and watch this game, because not only is there really good play and really good work together and whatever else, but nobody can stab each other. Right. They've managed to build this alliance in such a way where they're making so much progress, they can leave units back, and there is no stab possible. The only stab is maybe Randy slipping into English Channel, but France has got an army in Brest. What's that going to do? So, as you can see here, they just keep going. They're convoying Sevastopol over to Ankara with the
Using Turkey.
I guess my pick of Alex is not going to win the game because they've given up and they're giving up Ankara. But yeah, like there is no possible stab to be made. This is just so clean and so beautiful. Like, yeah, this is how you run a Western Triple. This is your prototypical. How do you do it? How do you get the alliance going? And particularly, how do you have alliance hygiene? Which I'm really, really impressed to see.
The best part is that Leon was used in this convoy as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is how we end, folks, because I did stab you all by making two of our great players and analysts brag about a Western Triple that did not break. This does happen once in a blue moon. We need to highlight it when it does.
But again, I'll repeat what Jamal said. It's not just that it was an alliance that went through to the end, it didn't break, but it was organized in such a way where it couldn't, or there was no stab opportunities, and doing so while also being able to push forward and make progress.
Well, and I think Dave made that comment of 6 French fleets in the Med. Please stab me, but this is exactly it. Please stab me. How? I've got an army in Brest. I've got an army in Belgium. You make a move to the English Channel. I'm self-bouncing Picardy. You're not doing anything. Germany's nowhere near able to get into Burgundy. Like, talk about how to get 6 French fleets in the Med and still have an unstabbable position. It's beautiful, beautiful play. Well done to Randy. Well done to Mason. Well done to Ed. This is 3 people getting on the same page and just knowing how to run an alliance in diplomacy.
No, I really think he meant stab him. Like, he does not want to witness 6.
Oh, right.
Yeah. On that note, we'll bring back in someone who knows how to stab when the timing is right. Brandon, we got him here. So welcome back.
Hey, folks.
So we got through a live read. We know how to do that still. We'll go back to some summary reads here. I am going to let Wes take a break on this one. Jamal, we're going to do board 2. And I am also going to sneak away for a minute, and Brandon's going to take you through this one. We'll see you back in a minute.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Well,
I guess it's just the 2 of us. So
it's just the 2 of us. Yeah. And actually, as I'm going to theme this board, it's 2 best friends, you and I, Brandon, here.
Let me see if I can figure out why the board looks like that. The player list looks like it's cut off. All right, I'm going to read out these names and then hopefully.
This is not the board that I thought I was reviewing for this game.
Which board did you think you were reviewing?
I thought it was round 2, board 2, but it had David Hood, Doc Binder, Karthik, Troy.
All right, let me do a little jiggering here. How does this look? Better?
That looks better. Yep.
All right. Austria finds Mr. Karthik Kaneth coming to the game in 6th place. England is a name familiar to all of us for a while. Doc Binder out of Tampa, Florida. In France, we have Matt Chisholm out of Tijeras, New Mexico. Germany, Troy Bettinger out of Colorado. Italy, although I've been corrected on that, Troy is actually in Louisville, Colorado. So that's been made more specific. In Italy, we have our favorite Walter Cronkite, Mr. David Hood, flying in from Hickory, North Carolina. Russia, we have Mike Mitchell out of Genesee, Colorado. And in Turkey, we have Gabe Rash, whose name we still are not sure how to pronounce. Please let us know, Mr. Hand, how to pronounce that name, if you would. And Gabe hails from Louisville, Colorado as well. Interesting. So, all right, Troy and Gabe are both from the same town. Take it away.
Well, as I said, I want to theme this game 2 best friends, and I want you to imagine Clint Eastwood and Harrison Ford. And the title of this film is called Old Dog, New Tricks, because you have some old dogs pulling some new tricks in this game, and it is lovely to watch. So when the board loads, there we go. Spring 1901, David Hood David Hood might be an old dog, but he's in with the new school. He's going for the Trieste loan. He is going straight there. We are on a Aegean watch. This is David Hood doing a real fun start here. Gabe and Karthik are starting the game with the all-out betrayal of Russia. Mike has decided to DMZ Black Sea and DMZ Galicia, to which Turkey and Austria decide to immediately barge into both of them. So that is not great news for Mike Mitchell here. Troy, I really quite like this subtle Holland move. It's not done anywhere near enough, I think, but just deciding to give Russia Sweden, which Russia doesn't actually want. Russia doesn't want Sweden.
Wow.
Now I will say I've not seen this move before. I've played a lot of diplomacy and I've not seen St. Petersburg to Livonia in tournament play. So look, Mike, I love it. I really hope this works out for you. We'll see.
Especially in combination with Warsaw and Sev holding,
Right.
It's a pretty low percentage opening for Russia.
Yeah, and France has decided to make a move that if you roll through to full 1901, completely declares what they're doing, which is the convoy to Portugal, right? Paris to Brest. I don't hate this convoy to Portugal move, particularly if England's okay with it, which they're often not because you're still in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. But there was no choice here. You weren't even going to Gascony, so we knew that was coming. Now, David Hood says, I see your new school, and I'm going to show you some old school, which is I'm not actually going to do this whole Austria-Italy thing, Karthik. I'm going to stab you, and I'm going to stop you getting Greece. And I don't care about Tunis, but I do care about stopping you. There's a bounce in Romania, so Mike is not reaping the dividends of their very, very friendly play without trying to get no centers, because in the end they get no centers. Germany's taken a couple of centers. They still get the 3 builds, which is really nice. But if we move through to winter, you can see why Doc is okay with France in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, because France is in on the Doc train. France is building 2 armies. So Doc can still go north. David's in with the sneaky thing with the knife. So if we roll through to 1902, Doc, the old timer here, is having this whole charming, let me take you under my wing, young fella, and show you how it's done. So France is doing pretty all right. France is having a pretty good game, but they are giving up a lot by going so army heavy. Similarly, David is doing the same thing with Gabe. Turkey's just building armies, and going after Russia, and David has the Kraken exactly where we want to. Fall 1902 is big. Fall 1902 is big because it shows how in control our 2 best friends, Doc and David, are here. Because Doc does the move I called out last time, which is I'm gonna just hold. I'm so much in control of this game, I don't even need to do anything. So he knows exactly what's going on. He's completely in control of it. Doesn't need to make any moves. And David, on the other hand, is making moves, but he's really happy to give gains to his ally, right? So in an IT here, normally I would think Italy would want Serbia, given that Turkey has all the gains up into Russia and everything else. But David's chill. David's chill with Gabe getting Serbia. He's taking Vienna himself, and we're totally fine. And actually, Gabe is going up 3. So Gabe is in a great position here. And the reward that David gets if you roll through is more armies from Turkey, right? I'm happy to give you 3 because those units aren't going to come for me because I've brought you into this alliance and we are fine here. So the armies get built, and in the winter you just see more great Kraken play, more effective play here, and Doc finally comes good on his promises to Matt and goes in against Germany, moves into Helgoland. And he's even happy to let France into the Channel because the alliance is working amazingly, because France in the Channel is not really a threat to you, because what are they going to do with one fleet in the Channel? And it actually really helps you attack Germany. Great play. We'll keep rolling through, and these alliances are solidifying. So, Turkey's taking centers, France is taking centers, England's taking centers. We're all having a great time here. In the winter, you'll see again armies from Turkey. David has this Kraken working where he wants to, and he has the good excuse to put an extra fleet down. France has finally put a fleet down in Brest, potentially because Marseille is occupied. And you can see here in this next turn in 1904, the Kraken is off to the races. So look at how quickly David gets into the French position, right? And one of the reasons here is England, in building his alliance and his strength with France, had France not building any fleets. So now France is entirely kneecapped when David decides to put the boot in, because they've had to build a fleet in Brest and they're so far behind on the fleet race that this is just done. Like that David is way through the line here already with the complete fleet supremacy. And again, they're still pushing Turkey through. And if you look in winter here, there's an interesting little build here, because the build for Fleet Liverpool, it tells me that Doc is actually kind of fine with this scenario. Doc was working with France, but France having to pull fleet English Channel, they're kind of okay with it. And my suspicion is that Doc's been in on this the whole time, right? We can roll through to the next year, but my suspicion is that David Hood and Doc Binder, the two best friends, the two old timers, Harrison Ford and Clint Eastwood, have actually been running this board the entire time. And they're just sitting back on their porch, smoking cigars with Ed Sullivan and just letting all the youngsters run around, because they've been the puppet masters of this whole game. England is in this position to, help France, but he's also slowing down Turkey in the north by supporting Germany. And he's just in a position to capitalize if he wants to, right? So David Hood is currently in the lead, but if you look at this position, right, I'm interested. Well, I was going to tease you a little bit, but the game is now over. But if you look at this final position, right, yes, Gabe has a lot of centers. There's 9 centers. They've been a great ally to David, but where's the stab? There's no stab on David. He's just managed to get this position in such a way that David is totally fine here. He's in a commanding position. And also Doc. I mean, Doc has the ability to clean up some French and German setters if and when he wants to. He clearly doesn't want to, and that's fine. Doc's a nice guy. He's not always playing for the top. But it's just, to me, this is a really masterful game by a couple of old timers who've just decided to show up and remind everybody that the diplomacy was invented in the 1950s. People have been playing it since the 1950s, might know how to play the game.
Yeah, that was what I was wondering at some point in the middle of the game, was had David and Doc talked about this at the beginning of the game, or when did they start? Because it sure felt like this was an EIT at some point. And I just love David Hood being the wise old soul here and teaching the youngsters a lesson about lending Trieste.
Yeah,
because it's become such a fad, and there is a real risk in it that maybe people Austrians haven't been experiencing enough because Italy's have been too timid, and David Hood is not timid. And so he's teaching people a lesson. I will say that I do think actually Gabe has a pretty good stab if he wants it. I mean, he can't move on the centers right now, but in very quick order, he could have armies in Bulgaria, Romania, and Galicia, and would have Budapest and Serbia more or less guaranteed.
Yeah, but he has no fleets, right? So even if he does do that, he's doing it as a spring move, which shows his hand. And David has time to pull the fleets back, and Gabe is three moves away from getting any fleet position in the south. So even if you lose a little bit, you're kind of okay.
Yeah, it's tough, right? If Gabe's a more aggressive player, maybe David doesn't leave himself this open, because David could get fleets back. They're still pretty far away, right? So Gabe could take Budapest and Serbia, put down 2 fleets, and at least be able to retain the gains in the Balkans that he would get. I agree with you. He'd have a very hard time getting onto the boot, for example. That would clearly take a long time. But it would be a bold play from a player who's not as experienced as David or Doc on the other side of the board, and Doc might ultimately be the biggest beneficiary of that. Do you think Doc was do you think we're seeing do you think this is the real Doc, or do you think that Doc has a different gear that he just doesn't show very often?
I think people play diplomacy for different motivations and different reasons, and I think I mean, look, I haven't known Doc back in the day. I don't know Doc when he won his world championship. I don't know Doc. I don't know the old Doc. But having met the new Doc, I get the distinct impression that he is fully aware he has nothing left to prove. Doc Binder is a legend of the game, and he knows it, and he has no reason to try and go for some big tournament win just if it's going to, make someone's day worse, right? So Doc is a genuinely nice guy, and I don't think Doc would do something that would actually, cause someone real, personal and emotional distress just to win a diplomacy game. So to me, this is the Doc that I've seen, which is someone who wants to play. He's very good. He's happy to play to win and play to be in a good position. But at the end of the day, he's not going to stick the knife into his allies, particularly in France here, who he's been working with all game, just because he possibly could and it could get him a board top.
All right. Well, that brings us to the end of round 2, board 2, named after William Cushing, which ends with David Hood getting a board top that he'll probably tell you he didn't really want.
Yeah, well, David Hood telling the truth all the time is a myth. David can mix it up with the best of them. I'll also bring back on Wes Ketchum here. There we go.
I will cede control over the cockpit to you, Kevin.
Okay, I'll take that back. Thanks for running that one. And I do know Doc from when he won, because he won in 2012 in
Chicago.
Another reference to Chicago. If you don't know, that's why I'm here. So, Jamal, we will let you get a break here and see you back in a bit. I am going to bring up board 5 because we're out of order this whole round, but we're going to keep it that way. So, Brandon, you have board 5, Vasco da Gama. And on that, we'll say goodbye to, is that the neighbors in the background?
No, it is. So you were asking who had demolition work going on. We have carpets being stretched because that is a thing that happens in Phoenix. The carpets like bubble up, I guess, because it's dry. So we have but I think the doors can be shut, and then
do you need a minute?
We'll be fine.
Or are you good?
No, it's fine. If it gets loud, let me know. I'll go into a different room.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine. Ambiance. We were just glad it wasn't 4 a.m. Australian walls pounding.
I wasn't sure if you guys could hear it, the banging, but it turns out you could.
Jason Gray confirmed that it was not just me hearing it, so that was good.
Fair enough.
All right, well, let's get this one. We got Austria Phil Brown. I don't remember Phil from round 1, but he has a dash next there, so he probably did not make it for round 1. England, Elliot Howell. France, Patrick Jacobson, Bay Area. So we got Germany, Jim Larson, Colorado. Italy, Liam Bennett, the young Liam Bennett. Russia, Joel Lorenz. And Turkey, Cameron Higby. So really the only traveler and big competitor on this board, Turkey, Brandon. I'm sorry. Brandon, you got this one. So give me the theme. What are we going to see?
Well, I had a little bit of trouble coming up with a theme here that, I don't know, was safe for work. It's sometimes you don't want a 2-on-2, you want a 1-on-1. And this game is such a case. Start out with Spring of 01. We'll actually do this a little bit piecemeal. There's a fair amount of mistakes in this game, I should say, which I think reflects either some inexperience on the board or maybe some exhaustion as well, since this is round 2. But I won't point out all of them, but you can see one right here. Austria doesn't move 2 of their units, which is really problematic for Austria. But the thing to note here, France makes the English Channel. So France is attacking England, apparently, move into fall of 1901. Just kidding, moving into the mid-Atlantic. Just spring forward to spring of 02, if you don't mind.
Peace.
Because France was just kidding about the kidding part and actually is moving on England here. The jump into fall of 02, and I want to point out a mistake by an experienced player, Mr. Cameron Higby, who does the famed self-bounce in a neutral center in Greece. Without holding on to it. So I have to think that was not on purpose. I'm not sure whose favor he was trying to curry by not taking Greece here, but 1901 through 1903 are relatively straightforward. F and G join up. They take out England very quickly. Russia and Turkey take out Austria, thanks to the fact that Austria and Italy are fighting with each other. So, Russia and Turkey can be a very powerful alliance, even more so if they don't face opposition from Austria or Italy. And that is precisely what happens here. So we can go to the winter of 1903. I'm sorry, stay in fall of 03 here, because you might have thought that Italy might be on board with the RT. Maybe, Italy thought it was an IRT. Clearly, 1903 shows you that it's not. Turkey takes Ionian and takes Trieste off of Italy. So you can see here that, Cameron self-bouncing Greece might have been cagey too. I don't know. This all depends on what the diplomacy was. Certainly hasn't hurt him, because he's in fantastic position, putting down 3 units in 1903 and sitting at 7 dots. We can see this has evolved very quickly, this board. England is almost eliminated. Austria is almost eliminated. Italy is in terrible position. You have two two-person alliances basically now vying for supremacy on the board. FG in the west and RT in the east. Let's move into 1904 here. You see that France has dropped into the Med, and is definitely also joining in against Italy, along with Russia and Turkey, except maybe Russia is now fighting Turkey, helping Italy back into Trieste here, and keep on going. You'll see that was just a feint, or maybe Russia had a change of heart in the spring. Maybe Turkey was able to convince him otherwise. But it really is just FG versus RT. And we can move into the end of 19.
Hang on, we just got.
Yeah, so we have a convoy into North Africa. You'll see that this isn't as interesting as it seems, because in 1905, the army just goes right back.
Yeah, but John Jameson is made happy for at least one turn.
We aim to please John Jameson, indeed. All right, in the east we have Turkey taking Russia, Turkey taking Sevastopol off of Russia, almost certainly agreed upon in order to blow up the fleet, because you'll see that we have moving out in the fall. I'm sorry, we don't have a moving out, but we have a fleet going into Sevastopol and not taking, the army doesn't take Moscow, it goes into Ukraine. So this is all clearly agreed upon. So at the end of 1905, the board looks like this. You can go into winter here. And we have Turkey putting an army down, which may be a little bit concerning if you're Russia, maybe not. France puts down a fleet in Brest. I'll turn it over to Wes here for a quick comment. What would you want to see happen next? Or let me put it a different way. Who would you want to be on this board, and what would you want to do as that player?
It's a good question. I mean, I always like playing Turkey, so the Turkish position certainly does look appealing, especially if you've been able to convince Russia that that army in Khan is no totally friendly. We can convoy to Apulia. That's what it's for. Don't worry about it. But I think that to me the Turkish position looks potentially the best.
I think Cameron also likes his position, because you'll see in spring of 1905, he does not convoy to Apulia, and then in fall of 1906, thank you, he drops the hammer and takes Budapest, Romania, is also put into Naples by France. So suddenly it looks like we're having French-Turkish cooperation. France also pulls two fleets to the north, which raises the question of what France has in mind next. We see it in 1907.
I hate interrupting pre-analyzed content on here, but Bradley had this, and I want to maybe where you're going with it and ask Wes later on, but let's hold this until later. Yeah,
sure. So move on into spring of 1907. You see France moves on Germany. So whether it was whatever the reason was, whether it was that it was an opportunity or they weren't getting what they needed from Germany. It's what happens. There's also this move against Turkey in the south. So this was a very savvy play here by Patrick to put Cameron into Naples, probably knowing that he could retake Naples safely the next turn or the next year. He ends up getting the tactics right here. Tries to get into Ionian, doesn't get any further, but pulls the armies back. So, all of a sudden it looks like we've gone from FG versus RT to FT winning the game. So winter 1907 here, we get a bunch of units down. It is 13-13 tie for the board top between Turkey and France. So let's just stay here for a second.
I killed you. I was going to tease you about you doing that to Jamal, saying, "Oh, that's why we can't let Brandon host," and then I just did the exact same thing.
Yeah, I even said, "Let's stay here."
Yeah,
Kevin.
You're hovering.
In any case, I mean, it's a legit question here. Why the game ends here? We're not privy to the diplomacy on the board, but you can imagine Germany and Russia, who have been fighting even up until this point while they're being attacked by their neighbors. They hold a lot of power here if they decide to unify and stick together, because they each have the power to throw a solo to the other, to whoever they want to. So you could imagine that they could say to Patrick and Cameron, "Look, this game has to end now. If one of you keeps it going and makes a move on our centers, we will throw a solo to the other one." And it's a legit threat because they only need 5 centers for a solo. They could throw 5 centers.
Wes, regarding the comment, so watching this game reminded me of when I first started playing, is that you had these FG, RT, or FGIA. It was 2v2 all the time, like we had gotten to, and I could see why Patrick then did say this was a 1v1 for the ages in the comments at the start of the game. When you're France in that situation earlier on, how frustrated are you to see the other side of the board moving and you're just like, can't do anything, can't stab my ally yet? What kind of patience does it take to get the result that Patrick ended up getting out of this?
Yeah, it can be really frustrating because, especially when you're seeing others make progress and it feels like you're not, and you feel like it's not your fault, but somebody else's, then you really want to do something about that. But you still, oftentimes you have to sort of at least take a deep breath, take a step back, and be like, okay, look, what is if I overreact here, if I try to push too hard on one direction here, if my ally, if I decide, okay, my ally is no good to me, so I'm taking out my ally now and do that prematurely, then it's you're not really benefiting your position in the long run. And so you have to, even if it's frustrating, even if you hate it, sometimes having that patience and just hanging on, is the right thing. You have to do it.
Yeah, we'll bring Jamal back on to the screen here. Do you push for more? I think Keith said Cameron has left 2 board tops on the table, and then Patrick fought back saying, "Oh, we didn't." Who's pushing? If we don't draw here, because round 2 is time unlimited. If they push, where is the best chance to either go for the solo or a solo top at this point? Oh, you're on mute. Sorry. You're on mute. Oh, you're on mute. Mute. There you go.
I think, okay. Yeah. So I think it's a diplomatic win for Patrick to get the draw here, because assuming that Germany and Russia are going to work together to keep each other alive, which you probably do in this position, I don't see what Patrick's getting further here, right? So maybe Patrick can pick up Holland, but Cameron is the one with growth. Cameron is the one where St. Petersburg is potentially available. They can drop in and defend Munich and keep Patrick from getting it. So Berlin is there potentially available. So it's tough going. I'm not saying it's easy, and there's probably a lot of reasons to not go for the board top here. But I think it is advantage Patrick to get the draw in this position. I think Cameron was probably the one with the shot. But again, it all depends on the diplomacy. Realistically, I think Russia has a say, but Germany has the most say in who's winning this game. And if Germany's decided to say, I'm not going to throw either way. Or if Germany's told Cameron, hey, if you keep pushing, I'm going to go throw to Patrick, then yeah, you take it.
Yeah, that was you. You guys have been doing it all day, which is fantastic because you're seeing it is. I was going to ask Brandon. You looked at this game in depth. The diplomatic situation with Russia and or Germany. Someone would have to win that in order to win the board. I think, right?
And that would be the most straightforward route. It's not the only way, but it's certainly the quickest way. And honestly, it's a very confusing situation between Russia and Germany at this point, because you would think that they would have their backs against, their backs to each other, supporting each other. But they've been fighting every turn up until here, and maybe the board at that moment looks, scary enough to them that they start working together. But there's an argument, I think, for either France or Germany in that case, or Turkey in that case. I think if Cameron had not let his fleet in Naples get blown up, if he had, say, gone up to the Adriatic and kept and pulled the fleet back to the Ionian, he'd be in very strong position and might be able to break open Venice, and then Naples and Rome could get broken open. But without that, Patrick actually, I think, does have a bit of play in the north. You'd like him to have an extra fleet instead of that big lot of armies. It's to me, that's like a board sort of balanced on the head of a pin that I think, to be honest, I think it would have been worth them pushing forward another year just to see what happens, just to see if somebody breaks. This is a tournament where points are at a premium. And if you're Cameron, especially, you got a decent result in round one, but you really need those bonus points. I don't think you have too much to lose by voting down a draw, say, and making it, trying to make it seem like it was Patrick who voted it down, or vice versa. There's room here for, I think, interesting and dramatic things to happen if you just keep the game going another year.
Jamal, just one last question before we kick Brandon off for the last game here is who's got the most to lose if it pushes forward then for a moment?
So there is an argument either way, right? So I saw in the comments that Cameron moves into, I think, second place with this result. So on one hand, you can think, well, Cameron has the most to gain, where Cameron could take the tournament lead into the final round. But also, if Cameron is in second place, 1 point behind Zach here, if you don't get the board top, you actually lose a lot of position. So it's a high risk, high reward play that maybe Cameron is actually banking on being able to beat Zach in the last round and going, 1 point difference is fine. And actually it's better for me to at least be part of the shared top and get those extra couple of points now, rather than risk dropping down 3 or 4 more points and just making it harder in the last round.
Yeah, I want to make a comment here about scoring systems, because there is no bonus for sharing the top here. It's only for having the lone top. And I think this is a moment where this is a game state that provides a good argument for having at least a small bonus for sharing the top, because the only thing Cameron has to lose, or Patrick, either of them have to lose by pushing the game forward, is that the only thing they're risking is that the other person may get a solo, which I believe would drop their own score to 0. Otherwise, they're not risking anything really by keeping.
You don't lose points for not being in the top.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. In that case, then, yeah.
Well, you just give 5 more to your other combatant. So
you don't care about giving Patrick 5 more points here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it's interesting how scoring systems work, right? Like, there's a lot of different things at play, and this is just a moment where you may want a different dynamic to keep the tension in this game at this moment.
Yeah. Excellent.
I mean, just to say one more thing. I mean, there might not be much to lose in terms of the score, but there is one more round. You don't know who's going to be on your board. If the tensions are and the diplomacy on the board is such that no, we are all done. Like we would like you to be done too. This game has gone on long enough. Let's go. Then
that was going to be my closing.
You got to be careful about pushing it.
Oops, sorry, Wes. That was going to be my exact thing. This is Saturday night. You want to get a good night rest going into the last round. That is exactly where I was going with it. So good. That means we get to get rid of Brandon sooner. See you. Which is always a win for all of us here on the board. And then Wes, you have the last one, which you have. Really call him a naval captain, but he was on a boat at one point in his life. Leif Erikson here. Austria, Craig Meyer. England, Derek Bassett. France, Pierce Thompson. Germany, Katie Gray. I think Katie had the first game and now in round 1 and the last one in round 2. So a long time between seeing her. Italy, we got Emmett Wainwright. I've seen Emmett in the comments, and thanks for the board draws in round 1. David Miletsky in Russia, and Oren Cardin. So is Alicia? Is that her last name too? Maybe they are related in some way. That would be. I'm sure we can get some comments on that. Shoot, the wrong one. Here we go.
Yes, I missed the memo on really coming up with snazzy titles to games, but I'll quickly try to say that, this one I think is, just one little step at a time. So in 1901, we see there's some fun openings. We see Galicia, no bounce. We see the fleet go to Rome. So that's really looking positive for the Austria-Russia relationship between two known veterans in Craig and Dave. And we see England go to the Channel, followed up with the army down to Wales. So very aggressive anti-French opening. Don't know that we've seen that very frequently, very often, certainly not recently. So that's quite exciting. And also bounce in Piedmont, which I always love to see. I think that this is it's a great can be a great thing for both France and Italy to arrange and to do. And for France, leaves you open for using Marseille to take Spain. So protection, Italy, if you're not doing anything with that unit, it's a good reason, a good excuse to not do anything with that unit. But moving on, we see Italy do the convoy of Rome to Tunis via Tyrrhenian Sea. We see French-German cooperation now with Germany now getting 3 again. That's the third time we've already seen that in the tournament. And we see Turkey having the luxury of being able to push the fleet out from Caen to Aegean. And so, okay, so we go on from there. And the builds I won't say too much on, but the one build to definitely point out, I think, is St. Pete North Coast.
Yes.
That is a statement, and the statement I think it is Dave saying, okay, I know where I can get one. With F and G clearly fighting against England and having issues there, Norway's an easy take. And so if we go into the spring, we see the anti-English alliance. We get a fleet move over to Norway. That's great for Dave. England has troubles to go back and deal with anyway, so it might not even be making England so mad given the other troubles they have. The thing that's not going great for Dave is that we have Craig moving into Galicia, setting up what looks like a pretty aggressive line potentially against Dave, but going into the fall, manages to get all those armies to move away. And so that's a great win diplomatically, convinces Craig off of it. I don't know if it was Dave convincing Craig off of it or Craig not being able to get Turkey to go on side with an attack on Russia. But either way, it's looking very AIR-ish, and the FG are making positional gains and making progress in the north. So moving ahead on the builds of Winter 02, again, St. Pete Fleet North Coast, which I love. So again, Dave's thinking, okay, where can I get one more? And if you go into the spring, beautiful rotation of the fleets, Sweden down to Baltic, Norway to Sweden, St. Pete over to Norway. Don't have to keep piling on England. You're not going to get much there with the position that that FG has. And here you set yourself up to have position against Germany and be able to get one there. And so going the AIR is continuing to do a little bit of work together, a little slow, but it continues on. So going into the fall, we see Dave losing Norway, but picking up Denmark, which is nice. Those fleets are even with the loss of Norway, you have an army that you have to worry about a little bit, but you have a really great defensive position in and around the Baltic area otherwise. And given that we've had this AIR, we really see, we see Italy taking Marseille, having put themselves in position there later. We see the AIR pushing and getting into Munich, and we see the West respond. The West is now clearly into Western triple mode here with the support of the English convoy into Norway, and the France still goes from Clyde to Eddy, but is now moving down and moving into the Med. So looking forward from here, I think we have the builds you might expect given the situation. We have Katie disbanding both fleets, which has got to hurt, but you got to keep those armies in place. And moving ahead into the spring, we see the AIR continue. Dave moving Rum into black, and getting set up to be able to take Turkey out, even without having Italy available to help, given their focus on the West. And we have a bunch of shenanigans up in and around Scandinavia, but because the fleet presence is so strong for Dave there, it's really not so much of a hassle and burden for him. So going into the fall. So here in the south, we have Turkey probably not make the optimal moves. You were going to lose one, but you could have guaranteed only losing one, and instead losing two. So losing Khan to Austria, losing Eng to Dave. So Dave gets his pick up there. Deals with the pesky pesky unit, army unit in Finland, retreating back out to Norway, and it's still AIR versus Western Triple. No doubt the we have a Western Triple really working well together. We have an English fleet convoying a French army into a German center, so that's hard to get more cooperative than that. Moving along, cooperation might be over. A huge swap of directions. So Italy moving back. Clearly, some arrangement with France to clean things up. But Austria making a stab, going in, taking Venice, and meanwhile, Dave is getting Norway back. Dave remains in a position, hasn't really bothered anybody else. England goes ahead and takes Eddy back, convoying out of Norway. And if we then push ahead into the fall, the AIR is totally off now with the Austrian stab on Italy. And I'm not sure if England taking both Eddy and Belgium is arranged. Clearly, France and Germany are still working together. France walks out of Marseille to try to help Italy here. And so then going into the winter, we have the adjustments here, and that's it. So ends maybe a bit early, but Dave, piece by piece, one little bit at a time, gets to the top, and I think it's very, to me, was just very impressive. Patient, slow. See what center there is to take that will do sort of the least amount of harm in terms of relationships with everybody else, and go for it. And it worked to get to the top.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's a really good explanation of how Dave got there, and the kind of that real block by block kind of approach he did, and I think one thing I wanted to add there is that's the power of the sombrero, right? And it's a joke, but it's not a joke, because one thing that Dave did here in running this Russia-Austria alliance is, he always made someone else the bad guy. Right, Dave was leading the game pretty much the whole way. If you look at that worm, he's at the lead, but he's always the good guy, right? Right. No one's ever pissed off at Dave here, because Craig's the one who's gone in and stabbed Germany and stabbed Turkey and stabbed Italy and done all the stuff to piss people off, and France has stabbed England, and so Dave is able to do that because he's put himself in a position diplomatically where even though he's one-dotting England, then one-dotting Germany, and then, one-dotting Turkey, and doing stuff which, you would think on the face of it, like just one-dotting people is not a way to build a game, and it's not a way to get people on side. But because he's timed it perfectly and timed it alongside everyone's frustration and annoyance being focused on someone else, mostly Craig, him one-dotting England and Germany, he's still the good guy. He's still, hey, look, I'm just going to take one here, and actually look how nice it is. I'm helping. I'm only taking one. I'm not taking more. So that he can get away with stuff diplomatically, which most other people couldn't, because of the power of the sombrero, because of that ability to always still be that guy who's nice and friendly and still helping you even while he's completely dominating a board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I find this is just super instructive play and super masterful diplomacy in being able to do that sort of relationship management there. I mean, you can, to basically be, allowed to take these dots off, to be able to take, these centers off of people and have it be, okay, nobody likes it, but, okay, what can you do? It could be worse, and you're not really, as you said, you're not really the bad guy. And if you can keep doing that and managing that and keep kind of going slow and steady, you can end up on the top.
I can see Brandon smiling in the background, but I know he's doing some tech work for us at the moment. But I think he can add himself back in if he wants to.
Tech work's done. I'm smiling at this new phrase, the power of the sombrero.
Oh, I wrote it down. I'm going to sell the heck out of it.
The power of the sombrero is that no one can really see you.
Well, the power of the sombrero has him in sixth place after 10 boards through the first 2 rounds. As mentioned in the previous game, we had a 1-point differential between Zach and Cameron. Let me get my my readers here. What do I see in third place? David Hood.
Oh dear. This is evidence of a clear flaw in tournament design.
And then the rest of the top 10, all names, as Brandon said, the Travelers would come in except for fourth place. It's high for fourth with Alicia Carden in there.
Yeah,
so
that brilliant Germany.
Yeah. Excellent results so far. So what we're going to do here is we got 2 interviews heading in. So those were the Saturday rounds. Sunday morning, there was time limits heading into round 3. So as players are scoping out, I don't know if they know the board draws as of this time, but we're going to first hear from Cameron, and then we are going to hear from surprise guest.
All right, welcome back to Channel Hottest Show on DBN. We've got a increased production value. I've got a cameraman, I've got a mic, I've got everything I need. But what I don't have yet is the ability to announce Cameron Higbee as champion of the regatta. But we're close. We're close. Last year, second place.
Yes, last year second place by 2 points. Yeah.
You stabbed my daughter just to try and beat me.
Yes.
But I don't hold it personally.
Well, that's good. I don't either. So.
Okay, look, you have a bit of a target on your back. I remembered you were second place. You're here. You know this tournament. You know it's difficult. You got locals. You've got travelers. You've got a lot to navigate. And you've had 2 solid results. How do you do it?
I think it's just a matter of understanding like what people are wanting out of the board, and also like figuring out the social dynamic between the locals and like the way their style of play and the people that are not locals and more used to different tournaments and their style of play, and that can be distinctly different sometimes.
What's the code? Because I'm like scuffling. Okay, like last year I could tell locals anything and they would just do it. This year, like they got me. They got my number.
Well, I mean, I think that might be another conversation, but. I mean, I really think it's just about, like, are people that know each other going to stick together and people that don't are going to be on the outs? Or are you able to kind of work with people even if they do know each other and maybe they know someone's good and maybe they would like the chance to get above them and you're able to help them do that and also do well in the process?
All right, you're in the hardest thing to do. You've had 2 good results, but none of that matters.
Sure.
You got 1 game left.
Yes.
There's a lot of pressure. You have to have a good result. Of course, DBN is rooting for you to beat Zachary Moore.
Wow.
You know,
That's kind.
I assure you, there's no loyalty towards Zachary Moore. Tell us just, what are you going to do? You got to, like, what's the game plan? And we don't know if we're even on the same board. You don't have to give us tactics. but
Right,
just
right,
what's
right.
the
No,
mental
yeah.
strategy?
Yeah, I got to save a little bit as a surprise, hopefully. First of all, Zach's great, by the way. But, and if he does win, congrats to him.
Yeah,
But,
Zach's great. He's great.
I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see what the power is. We'll have to see what the social dynamics are. I think the biggest thing is just being able to downplay your position or not talk about the tournament score and just focus on each game as an individual entity.
You've heard it here. Cameron Higbee wants to hide in plain sight. But it doesn't matter how much he wants to hide. We know. Second place, second year in a row, aiming for first. Best of luck to you, man.
Thanks, Ed.
Or bye-bye.
I muted a few of us. I think we were all done there. I mean, stabbing Ed's daughter and Ed not holding it too much against him was the best part.
Well, Cameron has some making up to do because he allowed Ed to win last year. And so he kind of owes the hobby something.
Well, he's now got to stop Zach from winning, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Cameron, don't let it happen again.
That's how you earn the power of the sombrero, the unlock of I don't know, kryptonite.
But I've played with Cameron once before. This was in Dixie and several years ago, and he was wearing he was the most stylishly dressed person there. Had a really nice pair of shoes. So hopefully he's wearing those nice shoes again, and he's developing the power of the shoe. Not quite as catchy as it, Jamal.
Power of the shoe. All right. Well, speaking of the power of the shoe, I don't know how to segue that to David Hood, but that's what we're going to do.
Welcome to Back Channel, the hottest show on DBN. Two-time guest. And we know he's serious, folks, because there is no DBN jacket on the man. He's here in third place in the tournament.
Yeah, that's just by happenstance, though. I mean, I'm just here to have a good time.
Okay. Dave, why do you even bother with diplomacy, right? Because I'm watching you. This is not the first time. I play a round, I top a board, I play another round, I top a board. You have these huge point totals. A lot of times you don't even play the third round.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just here to have a good time. That game that I played yesterday, where I board topped, was fun, and that was it was an end in and of itself.
Okay, I know you're a fan of movies. I assume you've seen Caddyshack.
I have seen Caddyshack.
I'm thinking you're like Chevy Chase right now. You can do all the moves. You can get all the balls in the hole, no problem. But when it comes time for the big match and the big tournament, maybe you choke.
That is exactly what history would show that I do. That is exactly right, which is why I shouldn't take it very seriously, and I don't.
Okay, but look, folks, you missed this. I wish somebody had recorded it, but I was smoking a cigar for parts of it. Priorities. I came in for the second half of your speech yesterday. You spoke to the attendees on different styles of diplomacy playing and what works for them.
I did.
Tell us about just a little bit. Will you do this on deadline for us?
Yeah, in fact, I did record that, so we might be able to use some of that video in a future show. But the idea was to identify your own play style based upon the way which makes you tick, and also the external influences of a particular event can affect the play style that you should use. And so we talked about 5 different play styles, talked about what they look like, a couple of examples of famous players.
Faster.
And that's all I've got to say because he's giving me the fast sign.
All right. I just want to note for the record, though, that in the speech, you proudly called yourself an Alliance player. And I would like to know when David Hood started smoking crack.
I didn't start ever. And I was an Alliance player yesterday in round 2. Just ask my Alliance partner and he will tell you.
All right, bro. Hey, look, no one's rooting for you harder than me.
That's wrong.
It's actually kind of it's kind of a lie. See, this is why he's a good player. He knows when the lies are happening. But it doesn't matter. We all love Dave. He's going to do great. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ed.
Welcome to
Appreciate
that.
it. You got it.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Brandon's laughing on mute. There we go. That's good. So Ty Webb, I got to start calling David Hood Ty Webb for all of his games. We got Mason Jaspbaum and Ty Webb joining us here. No,
I don't think anyone gets Ty Webb if that's a golf reference.
That's the caddy. That was Chevy Chase's character in
right.
in Caddy Chase. So.
You know, I've had talks with David about whether he'll ever admit or claim to be playing to win. You know, actually try to win tournaments, and he says that he might someday. I don't know. I've likened him to he's kind of a nuclear weapon when he's not trying to play, because you know, he gets on a board and he's an extremely capable player, but nobody wants to take him out because he's not trying to win, and they think that, you know, he'll be a good ally for them, and so they fight other people. And David just kind of hangs out and is nice about it, and because he's such a good tactician and a good overall player, he ends up on top usually. And so, you know, David Hood not trying to win is kind of unfair to everyone else.
We'll take care
Just
of
trying
that
to
next.
have fun. And
Yeah.
what's more fun than inadvertently topping the board? So.
Indeed.
So a couple of great comments about Denver as we see. Like I said, we'll hear from Eber at the end of the tournament. So great on there. Manus, thank you for being in chat today and sending me some behind the scenes notes too. We love it. We love it. We love it. Brandon, what board? I forgot which one I gave you for round 4 or round 3.
It was number 4, board number 4.
All right, perfect. Let's give Wes a quick break. We didn't know we were going to kind of do it this way, but now I'm deciding it. So take a break. Add this to the stage. Let's get the players for board 4. There we go. We're going to do some live reads after this, but this one was a quick one with no one from the top 7 in here. So sorry, a little bit of a spoiler alert. This one has minimal impact on the tournament, but still a fun game to cover. And we've got Austria, Joel Lorenz, England, Molly Hand, maybe a relation there too. Not sure, just maybe coincidence here. France, Oren Card. We saw Oren in that last game. Germany, Caleb Wan. Italy, Keith Borstel. Russia, Derek Bassett. And Turkey, Matt Chisholm.
And I've just been told that Molly Hand is from Laramie, Wyoming. So thank you, Manus. We've actually updated all of the ones you told me. So you'll see these on the rest of the cards, but wasn't told about Molly before. Manus, is Molly a hand of your hands? I don't know what to write. There's a good pun in there.
Oh, sister.
Sister.
There we go.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's dive into this one. The theme that I came up with for this one is you don't mess with the Zohan. And this game is defined by a few early mistakes. You can see it right off the bat in spring of 1901.
Hang on. Sorry. There we go. All right.
Focus on Turkey and Constantinople, which does not move. That's bad for Turkey. You have a guaranteed center in Bulgaria as long as you move Constantinople to Bulgaria in spring of 01. Next up, let's see here. In fall of 1901, England is the next mistake I want to highlight here. Doesn't convoy to Norway, instead sends the fleet to Norway, which vacates North Sea. That mistake is further compounded in winter 1901 when England doesn't build anything, which is not great. You definitely want to build in 1901. So you have England and Turkey, neither of them putting down a unit in 1901. That really throws the board into a particular direction. The other interesting build here in 1901 is Austria building a fleet in 1901. Always fun, always interesting, usually not successful, but let's move forward and see what happens. Now, Keith Worstel in Italy is a very experienced player, and no experienced Italy, I should say, is going to be happy with an Austrian putting down a second fleet in 1901. Keith is an experienced player. I believe what Keith does here, reading the tea leaves, is convinces Joel in Austria that he's not mad about the second fleet, when in fact he really is. And so he gets Joel to let his guard down and then takes Trieste, convoys directly into Greece. Maybe that was agreed upon. The fleet moving into Apulia is unambiguous. Keith is going after Austria here. By the end of 1902, you can move forward into the fall here. Keith just has dominating position over Italy now. Is in Adriatic, takes has to retreat into Serbia here, but still takes one off of Austria. Also has the army in Bulgaria. In the west, we have F and G more or less going after England here, which makes sense again because England didn't build. England also, I think, is showing some more inexperience here by not moving. York, really not doing anything to cover her tracks here, and that enables England and Germany and France to each take one. Moving into 1903, though, the nice vibes between France and Germany don't last very long. First of all, they're a bit passive here, but in the fall they start fighting each other, as you'll see. They move directly against each other. While in the south, Keith is just continuing to take apart Austria. In this turn, takes Trieste and Greece to go with Serbia from the time before, and is now sitting in pretty good position. If we move forward into, so Russia and Turkey are fighting here. Russia's not really getting anywhere against Turkey because no one is attacking Turkey from the other side. So we see Italy continuing to take Austrian dots, while Russia's not really getting anywhere against Turkey. England and France and Germany are trying to fight each other, but not necessarily doing it, getting anywhere with it. While Keith pulls up into Tyrolia, moving forward into the fall here. Italy, Keith, the focus should be on him here. Takes the last two Austrian centers with the help of Russia here, but also takes Bulgaria, which you wonder whether that was agreed upon or not. Keith is not generally a greedy player, but he will, if he wants to, he will take your dots. And so in winter of 1904, the board looks like this. Keith has taken the lead, has some pretty good growth potential, has a Turkish ally effectively, while France and Germany are a little bit intertwined with each other. At this point, I believe the board just says, good enough, because they draw in spring of 05.
Yeah, there was a diplomatic coup there, I think, to either take Bulgaria by agreement or at the very least to get given both Vienna and Budapest, right? In that situation, Russia should be demanding one of them. But yeah, this can definitely happen when you've got players who are not in contention for the tournament win. They have a decent game of diplomacy, have some fun, go play Terraforming Mars. But yeah, I mean, this game played out pretty naturally. I think there's a worthy person at the top, and I think, what is the incentive to push further here?
Well, I would say Caleb, though. I mean, Keith may be happy with the board top here, but Caleb potentially with some growth still.
Yeah, Caleb's the only one that I would say, might want to keep this going. But Caleb's growth potential is not enormous. He can guarantee Paris here. Actually, no, he can't even guarantee it, right? He's likely to take Paris. There's a guess between Brest and Paris or Marseille. It's one of those. But Keith, I think, clearly has more. Has a nicer path, basically.
Yep.
And
Caleb's in the chat talking about the dynamics of the board, which we do not know. So it's always helpful to get that input. Thank you for that. We'll bring Wes back to the stage for a minute here. So as we go into the stand, so after one board in round 3, obviously Keith has one more game, but a 20-point, as I kind of hinted, had no effect on the standings. So someone in the top 7, 8, 9, 10, 10's left, 20 points or more. Zach would only need 14 more. Every point's hard to get. Let's see.
It would be, if Keith wins this tournament, it would be a stunning missed putt, I think, by the top 7.
Yeah. Well, but again, that's just showing what it's going to take. It's going to take another board top in these last 4 boards to see where we go. So, we'll go and rotate in order now. So we'll go back to round 3, board 1. Brandon, let me give you a break on this one.
Very good.
All right. Players on that one, we've got Austria, Emmett Wainwright, England, Troy Bettinger, France, Craig Mayer, Germany, Randy Lawrence Hurt, sitting in 4th, Italy, Phil Implayer from Colorado. Thank you, Phil. Russia, Elliot Hole, and Turkey, Ben Kelman. Ben sitting in 7th. Let's see. He should be on 38, not 48. Oh, whoops. Something. Oh, well, we'll figure out the scoring later as we go. So since you gents were the first two to do the live game, you know how this goes. Let's do it. We'll do Jamal this year in the odds, and this game, Jamal in the odds, and Wes in the evens. And got my timer, got my reveal, and let's go, Jamal.
Alrighty, so Nice Guy Ben is not coming here to play this game. We have Mean Guy Ben walking straight into the Black Sea and Armenia. Sevastopol's gone to Romania, so I suspect there was an agreement not to go to the Black Sea, but oh well, Ben Kelman has decided he wants to win a tournament, and I don't blame him. Italy has gone straight to Piedmont, which is also very fun. You know, so you know, having a good play there. Let's just have a look at Marseille. Let's just see what happens. Because France has gone straight to the English Channel. So yeah, there's a lot of dynamic play going on here. I think you've got Austria and Italy looking pretty tight, and you've got England making a set of standard moves here. But you know, there's enough interesting here to make the fall an interesting reveal and see how this goes on.
Yeah, the only thing, maybe you mentioned it and I just missed, but the lack of a bounce in Galicia, we have the fleet moving to Romania. This is, I mean, yeah, if Ben knows this is happening, then this might be a fair response to something like that.
And nobody is going to argue with the Sunstrom opening. We love it. I got to get rid of this with reveal. Sorry about the tech. And there we go, Jamal.
So yeah, in response to that aggressive opening, I think as you picked correctly, Wes, the Austrian-Russia friendship is really there because Russia's gone, well, I'm going to help you into Bulgaria. Turkey's coming after me, I'll come after Turkey. So suddenly Ben might be in a bit of trouble here with no builds in 1901 and a bit of a stretched position. Italy's taken Tunis. They've decided that, you know, they're going to have a crack at Marseille. Doesn't work. Maybe that's agreed. But France, Craig Mayer has just waltzed into London. So, you know, they've gotten the German support into Belgium. I'm not loving Troy's move to not cover London. I get it. Maybe you think France is going for Belgium here. You want to build there, but that's a big risk to take. It's a big risk to take at this point in the game. So now Craig's in London and also, I mean, everything else is pretty standard here, but London and Belgium. So the untraditional French 3-build opening of London, Belgium, and Spain.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry,
absolutely. So we have we have a 3-build. We have a 3-build France. We get a 3-build Austria as well because of picking up Bulgaria, Serbia, and Greece. And so it's interesting that Italy did not. Has chosen to not respond so much to this AR. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Just in case we didn't see the note, or if you guys didn't see when you're on there, Bill in player, not in player. Eber played 2 boards in round 3. So when you analyze what Italy might be doing, they may be distracted by playing 2 boards. So.
Does Eber score for both boards?
That is a great question, and Manas is in the chat, and I will not even guess. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Some tournaments they'll do the best of all 3 scores, no matter when they're obtained. Some will only do the best in 1 round. I think more have done the best of all 3 now, because why punish someone for 2 good boards, even if they are in the same round? So we will confirm that.
Just the move I want to point out in the builds that I love here, and this is rare, and I guess it's about as rare as an Austrian 3 build, is the Austrian wave. So, you know, everyone knows I'm a fan of a wave, and whenever you can, you should wave, because here, what is Vienna going to do other than freak out either Russia or Italy, right? Vienna is not going anywhere. If you put an army in Vienna, you're going to just, you know, get it stuck behind things, and then people are going to be worried. So why build it at all? Why not keep your relationships solid? You've got Russia building this Wes's favorite fleet, North Coast St. Petersburg. You know, you just hold it. Just hold the build and use it later. It's brilliant.
So one other comment is Brandon in the last game said that you have a guaranteed build if you just order Khan to Bulgaria. That did not happen. So Spring 1902, Wes.
Yeah, so moving into 1902, we have a little bit of tension now between Italy and Austria. Luckily for Austria, we have some help from Germany in covering Tyrolia. Maybe that's not too much. Maybe that's not necessarily such an anti-Austrian move as designed from Italy. But meanwhile, though, we have the Russian make some progress getting into Armenia. And we have the FG making progress with North going, North getting going to the German, Russia moving into Norway as would be predicted.
Into the fall, pretty straightforward tactical turn. Keep going.
Yeah, so in the fall we have so the Austrian ends up taking Romania while Russia's just setting up in position. Don't know if that's agreed or not. Meanwhile we have Eber setting up the fleet and the army against Austria for the future. Russia helping England into Denmark and helping England back into North Sea and covering Eddie, so getting a friend up in the north. And meanwhile, we have Randy turning on Craig. So they're taking, maybe it's not a turn, maybe it's agreed, actually, taking Belgium and with it being piffed. So it would be a sensible trade given that Craig is also picking up Portugal.
Yeah, it looks pretty FG here, and yeah, the East is a little chaotic, and you know, I guess some people are trying to get big scores, so they're going for the stabs when they see them.
Eber's army in Piedmont has been causing Craig problems, although it worked out well in the spring. Doesn't help if Belgium was not agreed upon here. So 2 builds for Austria, and we get another early Austrian fleet in Trieste, which is fun. And then Paris, a rebuild in Paris.
This is the benefit of Austria having waved to build earlier, right? Is they get to rebuild it back now. Now, I know that the fleet in Trieste is tempting because Italy's just attacked you. I don't love it, though, because it can't go anywhere. Right, when Adriatic is already occupied, you don't have a path to take it back, and so I kind of would prefer the extra army here. But putting the extra build down now is an absolute boon for having waved in the first season, because now, well, what's Italy going to get from you?
Yeah, beyond that, and not having it, not having it be able to go anywhere. I mean, I think the case for Italy, hey, you're not going to get anything from me, is also a little bit stronger diplomatically if you have the army there, because then it's easier, I think, for you to make the, you know, you're not as locked in against Italy for the future, whereas that fleet is only potentially a danger to Italy. So I'm not sure. I think I agree. I love having had the wave, and you have this ability to put down this defensive position. Clearly, the fleet can help with that defensive position, but I think I would prefer an army there as well.
Typing away. All right, Jamal to the spring.
All right, so there's a brace in Trieste, which is nice tactically, but doesn't actually have any consequence. Turkey thinks they have Russia on side, but they don't have Russia on side. Russia's just taking Smyrna, and then they're probably going to go take Ankara. So Elliot's suddenly in a position to really explode out of the gate here. They've done a useful drop back to Warsaw because Germany's decided now it's time to go for Silesia as well as everything else. But that makes sense. I guess Randy needs a score, right? But he's going to try and get what he can. So maybe he thought he was going to sneak in there, but didn't. Otherwise, they're helping France into the North Sea. Craig's got some good movement going on, setting up convoys to be able to land armies on the English mainland. So look, Craig is in a great position, and you often see in diplomacy games players on the other sides of the board being in really good spots. I really like both Craig and Elliot here. There's no surprise it's France and Russia, and in a similarly good position, ready to go.
Yeah, the retreat of the German fleet in Skagerrak to Norway is a little unfortunate for Russia. I mean, there's a limited amount of damage that it can probably do, but it's going to mean a loss of a center there. And I'm not sure what the purpose of going to Norwegian was for that Russian fleet. And so when you've been working with England, so.
All right, into the fall.
Yeah, no, you're right, Wes. And that Norway does get lost to the German. The German gets back into Denmark. France is just ending England's game here by landing an army in Wales and having the North Sea and Irish Sea. Austria, again, it's a bit of a stalemate. It's a bit stuck, and I have to think that the army in Trieste would have been a little more useful because you can probably be in Tyrolia by now, and just in a slightly better wraparound position. But they're certainly defending well. Russia doesn't get the move into Ankara. I think they guessed wrong slightly, but they're still getting Smyrna, so that's probably okay. But they walk out of Warsaw into Galicia. I don't know what you're doing there, Elliot, but I'm sure that's some Randy shenanigans. I mean, maybe that's agreed. Maybe you're working together and you're saying, no, you're not. You're taking Norway and Warsaw. No, that's not agreed. So no, that's Randy pulling a fast one there. Maybe arranging a bounce in Galicia and then just walking into Warsaw behind instead. But that is, I said Elliot was in a good position last turn. I don't like his position so much anymore. That's pretty brutal.
That is some snookering on the next highest level.
Yeah, and still, and yeah, and even with it now, I mean, there's the taking of Norway, but St. Pete is still completely uncovered, and so now it's still in a position where even if you kick it out of Norway now, it'll just go back to St. Pete.
And Moscow is uncovered.
And Moscow is uncovered as well. Yeah, it's really
right.
really difficult.
Yeah. Picks up 3, but can only build 2. That's a poor use of units there, Randy. We will pick on you for that. Shame. Everything else we see, but yeah, the fleet army, eastern looking. Ben pulls Constantinople, leaves the 2 fleets, and Sweden and Baltic both go. Things are turning up well for Randy.
Yeah, absolutely. And takes the walk into Moscow, moves over to Silesia. We see Ben cutting a deal and helping Austria out into the Ionian. So now there's finally a little bit of movement there from Austria in that position, and probably a deal as well for Russia getting into Romania, and we'll get some assistance from the Austrian units against Warsaw. Meanwhile, yeah, the Liverpool's gone. The German units are on the move. We have a convoy, and we have the F and G working with E convoy from Yorkshire to Sweden.
Yeah, it's a very, very late breaking Western triple here. And so to me, this game is going to come down to, and yes, I see that as well. The Armenian not going back to Sevastopol, which is really tricky to trying to defend your home centers without that army back there. But this game is going to come down to whether or not Craig is happy for Randy to win the tournament, because I don't think there's any throwing that has to happen. But Craig could play this in such a way that Randy just grows enough that he's going to get a board top and a good score. But Craig could also be playing for himself and could be going, no, hold on, I want a board top or I want a shared top. which would effectively end Randy's chances at probably winning the tournament. So this is a really fascinating position where, without, there's no kind of sense that something will be thrown, but there is a way that you can play this alliance that gives your ally the tournament win, and there's a way you can play it that doesn't. So it'd be interesting to see what Craig does.
So for anyone that hasn't met Craig is one of the nicest guys, but on the board, he is intense. There is not a game that he is not playing to win unless the situation will not allow him to win. And then even then, he still wants some kind of win out of it, which I love being on a board with him if I can be his ally, which has never happened.
All right. Well, in the fall, we see Craig and Randy continuing to work together. So he could have gone for Belgium, doesn't do it. He's satisfied with Eddie in Liverpool, and then readjust the fleets. We have Italy changing positions now and moving west, putting some pressure back on Craig. I guess maybe that Russian fleet in Romania wasn't arranged, or maybe that's an arranged disband of that fleet. But Ben continues to stay on 2. Gets Greece hopefully out of a deal. Probably not just nabbing it. And
I think Randy's missed a trick here in the spring, and because whilst I loved the convoying England to Sweden, I think that was cute and beautiful. I think Randy just had to take St. Petersburg himself there instead, because putting England into Sweden has meant that Randy now doesn't get St. Petersburg, so he's getting 1 and not 2, which if you're trying to top this board and run away with this tournament, you kind of need 2 here, and you need that second army. And, the other benefit of not going through with that convoy or rejecting that offer is that, Troy's still got an army back in the mainland, which slows down Craig, who's really your rival for the board top here. So, there's a way that Randy could have played the alliance where it's justified in him taking St. Petersburg instead of giving Sweden to England. And I think by being a little bit too interested in the good alliance play here, he might have put himself in a really rough position to actually end up taking out the top.
yeah, I think the position could be stronger there. I mean, the question is if he's making moves like that, does that somehow imbalance things with Craig more or not? And it's hard. If Craig wasn't happy with Randy being where he was, then we would see Craig actually doing something about it. So probably it would be okay. But I do wonder if that's part of the diplomacy here. I think something I missed was that Ben's building, because Russia walked out of Ink. So just good on Ben.
You just saw that. That was the first thing that caught my eye, maybe because it's in the middle of my computer screen. But it is he gets Elliot to walk out, picks up Greece, and builds an army. So interesting.
Back in it.
There. Austria loses Romania. Russia pulls the lonely fleet on the north coast. France waves a build. Germany puts down 2 armies. Jamal.
It's me. Okay, so so they're moving. France and Germany are still moving together, which is really solid. A few bounces here and there, but they're in a good position to start to clean up some centers. Austria is really is making the most of this newfound friends in Italy and Turkey. So they're getting back Greece. They're pushing forward to west to try and put pressure on France. That fleet in Trieste is finally getting to do something and go out to the Adriatic, which is lovely. And now's the time you really want it to be there. I think this is rushing to the line a little bit. And so you've got a 3v2, as you often get at this point in the game. It'd be interesting to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, nothing to add.
Yep, and noted that Craig is really making the alliance play 2 here. So Randy's trusting Craig is being paid back by Craig really not taking the walk into North Sea or not taking these opportunities he's got to actually really put the foot down and cause Randy some problems. So Randy's getting back into Moscow. That's right, because they lost Moscow last year, but again, didn't matter too much. They're getting it back this year, taking Sweden because England's taking St. Petersburg, so everyone's fine with that. I think they probably, so now that Russia has Ukraine and Sevastopol, I think they're probably not going to make much more progress up there. But France has gotten into Western Med and forced the Austrian to retreat into Tunis, which is actually great for their position. Because even if Austria and Italy are allied, having to essentially get rid of an Italian unit is much better, or at least preventing the Italian build, because the Italian is actually holding on to Spain. So it's messy in the south. I think the east has the jump on them there as well. So maybe this game is headed for a draw somewhat soon, because the Eastern Triple has managed to secure the line. And I'm not sure how much more growth the Western powers have without stabbing each other.
Eastern quadruple, you mean, right?
That's true. It's the Eastern Quad.
That's right. It's all four.
+2 for Austria, could only build one. So Randy's title of inefficient usage has been transferred to Emmett with that. Randy does build the one in Kiel, and we play on.
We do play on. Wes, it's you.
We do keep going. So we see the army in Bohemia get piffed, which is a little unfortunate, but there's armies moving back into Silesia to cover it. So yeah, that's looking fairly locked there, and we see the French get back in position to be able to take Spain. But we see the big news is the Italian is backing off, sort of agreeing to sort of leave into Lyon, going down into Tuscany, is supporting this Austrian unit, I think, to Bohemia, but is also taking support into Tunis. But that might be by that may be by agreement with Austria, given that it's also supported by Turkey.
Yeah, I was going to say that the East has the line unless they give up the line, which they're now doing. So I'm not sure if this is prep for a Craig, trying to entice Craig to stab Randy here, or if this is just kind of cleaning up to get to the end.
Seems more like a cleanup, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, so we see Randy go ahead and take St. Pete now that he can do so fairly safely. And we see Craig take Spain and set back up in position down on the line. Not anything else changing hands. Not much else, I think, of note there.
Yeah. Randy widens the gap. Craig retakes Spain to get that Italian Turkish line in the south looks
and
good.
the FG builds still look very friendly. So yeah, into 1907 then.
Yep. So they keep pushing because why not? If you've got the East deciding that they're gonna give you the line back, I mean, sure, just take it. And they're doing so. Turkey's pulling all the way back. Craig's making it into Trinian Sea. So now France might have crossed the line unless they choose to give it back. And Italy's pulling back from Tyrolia, which gives Randy Tyrolia and therefore probably gives the northern line in a way they didn't have to, because Austria's decided they're going to blow up Ukraine. So something's broken down diplomatically in the East here, because they had a solid, workable position that is now collapsed and is now pretty much over. So suddenly you're liking to be the FG again, because you've managed to sow enough discord in the East that I guess people have decided they're going to eliminate Elliot, and that's going to leave the door open for you to march right on through.
Yeah, I wonder in this position. I mean, yeah, France is clearly making great position here, but I do wonder, how long this FG can then hold together. I mean, Germany has quite a lead already, so it would take quite a number of French centers to really start to hurt that. But I assume Randy's not going to want to see the board top go away, whereas Craig will probably be wanting to play for it. So.
Well, but we said at the start, right, that Craig could choose to play this in such a way that he does still play to get as much as he can, but is fine with Randy potentially winning the tournament here, and maybe that's what we're seeing, right? Because Craig could have taken Belgium at any point during the last 3 years and has chosen not to. And this, if you want an example of how do you play this alliance, where you're still playing proper diplomacy, but you're just happy to let your ally who is in contention maybe get there, this is how you do it. You don't take the one dot stab. because there is justification in a normal non-tournament setting. There is justification here for Craig to demand Belgium to balance this out, right? Like that would make a lot of sense. Randy should be feeding something, and yeah, Craig is happy for Randy to take the board top. Not too big, not gonna solo risk it, but let's give Randy the 21 points he needs to put himself in good solid contention.
Yeah, Randy, slower start. I mean, got to 5, stayed put, and then just a jump all the way after there. Austria fizzled out, but had a nice recovery and comeback. So a nice result for each of those two. And yeah, Craig played the Mason Jaspom alliance to perfection. So we got that. Let's bring in Brandon when he is ready to make it back on board. Let's see here. Going to remove this. So, oops, actually, let me do one last. So the standings as of this moment, here is where we are. Randy does jump Keith, so I didn't want to make any spoilers after the last game, but Keith held on to that last round lead, at least for a board. We got him there. Randy is there. Ben finishes at 37, so we will see if that can keep him in the top 7. Bring Brandon back in when you are ready here.
Can I just can I plant my flag in the sand before we go to these last games? And I'm going for Alicia. I based on what I've seen on the early games, Alicia is the one I'm barracking for from down under. So hopefully she can have a really good board top and be the local dark horse that sneaks through.
Excellent. I'm going to do a tech update here real quick. So Brandon will take you guys through this one, and then we'll get you each a break as we go into the final games. Brandon's going to do board 3, our round 3 board 3 here, and we'll see you in a bit.
All right, folks, you guys ready for a power move through Richard Phillips, board 3? Can you guys, is the right one up here? It is.
Yes, this is the David Hood board, because David Hood definitely doesn't want to play and doesn't want to win.
Board 3 finds Alex Amon in Austria, out of the Bay Area. In England, we have G. Paul Bailey with an updated location out of Boulder, Colorado. France, we have Cameron Wagner out of California. Germany, we've got Pierce Thompson, also updated location out of Laramie, Wyoming. Pierce Thompson, I have some intel, is Manas's nephew. In Italy, we have Patrick Jacobson, who made some noise in that second round out of the Bay Area, California. And in Russia, we've got that guy, Ed Sullivan, who always seems to do something at least worth talking about, out of Houston. And in Turkey, David Hood. The only one on this board who is in position to win the tournament. And the only one on the board who'll probably tell you that he doesn't care if he wins the tournament or not.
I'm pretty sure Ed would also say that.
Ed would say that because he doesn't think he can win it. But if he thought he could, he would absolutely say that he wants to. Or is your point that he would say he doesn't want to win it, but really does?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's dive into some moves here. Which one of you, we're just going to go with how you guys are lined up right here. All right, sorry about this. I'm not sure why the visuals are being uncooperative. Okay, there we got it. All right, so you guys were doing East-West before, is that what I heard?
You're doing 1-2.
Okay, let's stick with that then. So Jamal, you take spring of 1901. Tell us what you see.
All right. There is nothing of note. There is no bouncing Galicia, which I know Wes thinks is weird, but I do every single time, so I don't think it's that weird. Turkey does actually move to Bulgaria this turn, and that is about all that is that is worthy of note here. We can move on to full.
What about the bounce in Tyrolia? You don't want to talk about that?
I mean, that's just agreed Austria, Italy working together. It's like, it's cute. I like it.
All right. Oh, Munich supporting Liverpool. Unusual, if not effectual. All right, fall of 1901.
Yep. So as we can see, everything's kind of going to plan here. The fleet move to Sevastopol is interesting because I guess that's not quite a stab on Turkey because you're not moving to the Black Sea, but it's certainly pro-Austria. If I'm Austria, I love that. So I'd be a little bit sus as Turkey here, especially because I've rotated my fleet around. But Russia's making a northern play. Now Munich's trying to get into Clyde, which doesn't quite get there. And France is bouncing England out of Belgium and taking their 2 in Iberia. So, be on watch for Fleet Brest and maybe some EF fighting here. But yeah, look, everything else is still pretty standard. Some decent positions all around.
So Wes, I want to know what jumps out to you about 1901 overall. But first, I want to get your comments on Sevastopol to Romania, putting the fleet in there. Given that it's Ed and David, what can you make of that?
I think, yeah. So I think it's clearly a sign, that Ed and Austria are working, or have some kind of friendship there. I mean, we had the DMZ in Galicia. We have this move of the fleet and stuff to Romania. I would not necessarily see it as a very anti-Turkish on its own. It reduces the ability to attack Austria, but it's I think that there's still a lot of flexibility and potential here. There's even a possibility of trying to disband it at some point if one wanted to, in order to just try to get an annoying unit that gets in the way of working together out of the way. They're not in a position immediately to try to do that, but I wouldn't take it. It doesn't feel to me as it's immediately an anti-Turkish move to do this.
Yeah, with these players, I would wonder if there's an ART brewing, and this is a prelude to it. Did anything else jump out to you about 1901?
I mean, yeah, I think the flexibility of not having the bounce in Galicia, at being able to go north. He's gotten 2 builds out of it too, so he can make use of it. So he's probably in a rather good strong position on both fronts. On the south, it seems he's strong diplomatically. On the north, he'll probably have the units to be able to make a mark.
I reckon we're gonna get fleet north coast St. Petersburg.
I hope so.
You think so, Wes? You hope so, but do you think so?
I hope so.
All right.
I don't think so, but I do hope so. It'll probably be an army.
I would bet an army, but I'm kind of hoping for fleet south coast just for WTF. We do have a fleet north coast.
There we go. Good.
Got an army in Moscow. In the south, we've got from David, sort of the standard build here. But that army in Moscow really feels very friendly towards Turkey. I wouldn't be surprised to see an ART develop out of this. We do get 2 armies from Austria. Patrick Jacobson puts down a hopeful fleet. And elsewhere in the west, we've got fleet army from Piers Thompson in Germany. The fleet in the either way location of Kiel. So interesting to see which direction that goes. And then we do have distrust on the opposite sides of the English Channel, both England and France building a fleet. So let's move forward and see how this develops. Wes, over to you.
Yeah, so we do have English-French tension, not more than tension, outright fighting. We also have a bounce in Belgium between France and Germany. Meanwhile, we have Ed really committing strong to the north, takes Norway, though England is vacating it, but also moving the army in Moscow up to St. Pete rather than kind of keeping it around just in case. He gets rewarded for that by having that fleet disbanded, in Romania, but that could be by arrangement, as we talked about before. And yeah, it very much looks like a ART with Austria getting the supported move of Vienna over into Tyrolia, and with not having the convoy back of Tunis to Apulia, Venice will be lost in the fall.
I think the blow fleet is arranged, but it's a lot of trust because even without Hood moving to the Black Sea or the Galicia move, they could still walk into Sevastopol and Romania here and make you pull 2. So, I mean, this is Ed putting a lot of faith in his diplomatic abilities. Now, he's a good diplomat, so I really hope he pulls it off. But let's just see how good of a diplomat he is.
Yeah, I think one thing for us to keep an eye on as the ART develops, it's often an alliance that's very hard for Russia. But if they can get past the early part, maybe they'll end up in a much stronger position than they would have otherwise, which is clearly the bet that Ed is trying to make here.
Ouch! The bet does not pay off. So we have Austria taking the walk into Sev, Turkey taking the follow-up walk into Romania. So this has gone from art to just an AT. David Hood loves AT alliances. This should have been predictable. Meanwhile, it's at least good news for Ed in the north. He does not have any coordinated attack to lose Sweden, despite the move from Skagerrak by Germany last spring. And meanwhile, the FG, I guess it's really just G making progress against England. And maybe maybe there's some understanding between F and G. It's not very clear, but France has the units to be able to take Belgium anyway.
Jamal, what jumps out to you about 1902?
I mean, the obvious Turkey-Austria situation here, which is a big a big problem for Ed Sullivan now, and David Hood is licking his chops because he definitely doesn't want to win this tournament. I mean, I would also say, right, that there's a subtle inefficiency with the FG, which is that, yes, I think it is the right thing to do to give France Belgium, but because they've covered Marseille, they can build Army Paris or Wave, and so it's actually not the best thing to do. Again, maybe they thought they were going to get English Channel, but that's ambitious if you think that. So, I mean, I agree that maybe France should get Belgium to build another fleet here, but the Gascony to Marseille move is either a subtle thing from Cameron to actually justify another army to maybe go after Germany, really, or it's just a bit of inefficiency and a bit of a mistake from the FG that's going to slow them down a fair bit.
Yeah, and there's really not a reason to cover Marseille here, right? Like, there's nothing around it.
And if you really want to,
what's that?
Just go into Burgundy if you really want to, or are worried, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're thinking I'll get the army over to Piedmont faster, or something like that. But with an AT developing, I think if you're France, you really need fleets to get into the Mediterranean as quickly as possible, let alone to take out England. Boy, what a turn, huh? David Hood, he's maybe we should call him the professor now because he's teaching lessons. Winter 1902 finds a fleet in Constantinople. Wonder where that's going. 2 armies in Vienna and Budapest. We do have a wave from France, and Italy is forced to disband, which they do in Tunis, which was covered up on my screen. And then England also has to disband after losing Norway. Ed doesn't have to pull despite losing 2 because he picked up Norway and had the fleet blown up, but he is very far out of position. And we'll have to scramble at this point. All right, let's move forward here into spring of 1903 and over to you, Jamal, for the play-by-play.
Yep. So Ed is scrambling back, which is just allowing Austria and Turkey into a dominant position. Now they can take either Moscow or Warsaw. They get their pick here. And David is doing the very solid alliance play, which I think is the right move here, especially because Austria's kind of trying to rotate themselves out and around. But yeah, so David's into the Aegean. France is now kind of getting into the right position with Irish and Mid-Atlantic Ocean. It's everything's a little bit stalled, but I think it's all getting set up for a lot of progress, either fall this year or into next year.
Let's move into the fall then, unless you have a comment, Wes.
No, I was just gonna. I mean, I think we kind of brought this up last turn, but I mean, these moves from France and going after England. I mean, these are good. But this could have been done in the fall, and you'd be one step ahead already. So.
Oh, I see. Last fall. You're saying.
Last fall, yeah, in the fall of 2002. Right.
All right, let's move forward here. Fall of 1903.
So yeah, they're taking Liverpool, which is necessary, covering Brest, which again is also necessary. Austria is going to the line, which is again, I mean, you want to be David Hood in this position. So interestingly, it looks like they've got Ed on side as a Janissary. I think Ed has decided that, all right, my position is done. I'll do what I need to do to survive, and Munich and Berlin are probably decent survival centers for him. So he's pulling to Prussia. He's pulling back into position from Ukraine. Well, Moscow to Ukraine is interesting rather than Moscow to Warsaw. So maybe he's not 100% on side, and maybe he's seeing if he can sneaky with the build in Denmark, actually put another army down in Warsaw and end up in a good position. And maybe there's a world here where David Hood is very happy with this, because David Hood, as part of this deal with Ed, is keeping Sevastopol from Austria. He's dropped an army into Bulgaria. He's in the Ionian, and he's picking up Tunis. And Ed's now in a position that if he wants to turn and work with David, there can be some DBN alliance shenanigans going on here. And Austria suddenly is in a potentially weak position because they're losing one. The West is just a bit at loggerheads, but France is making the progress they do need.
Yeah, Wes, can you explain why Austria would be willing to give up Sev here and move away?
I struggle to. There's an alliance. There's a call for being a good alliance partner and trying to help your alliance members do well. Austria's at 7, Turkey's at 5. So one could argue, hey, this puts us both at 6. So that seems reasonable. But I don't think in this alliance that you should be counting the centers as the pure measure of equality. I think it seems like it hands a lot of power to Turkey without much of a gain for Austria here.
Yeah, and I will say exactly echo your points there, Wes, where I think David absolutely made the pitch that, hey, we need to be on 6-6, we need to be even, but not all sixes are created equal. And Turkey's 6 here is a much, much better position than Austria's 6, and probably even France's 6.
And Turkey's going to 7 too.
And actually, Turkey's going to 7 since they're going into Tunis, right?
Couldn't have been guaranteed to get Tunis, so you can see him making the argument. And as somebody, as Epps has pointed out in the chat, maybe this was a bid to get rid of the Austrian fleet. I don't know. Either way, moving all of the units away. I mean, it does look good to be David Hood right now. It's too bad he doesn't want to win the tournament, because he would be in good position to do so. But remember, Cameron Higby is right up there, right? So Cameron can get a good score here. He's also in great position. All right, let's move forward into winter 1903. And we find 2 new fleets from David Hood, which should satisfy somebody. 2 new fleets from Cameron Wagner. I said Higby before, so I take that back about Cameron being in position to win this tournament. Cameron Wagner is in France. So Ed gets a rebuild here, very nicely done diplomatically to keep himself a player here and in the mix. And you look at that center chart, we've got 4 players within 1 center of the lead here. Kind of feels like anything could happen. Let's see what does happen. Spring of 1904, over to you, Wes.
Yeah, so we see Austria, having disbanded Galicia, gets rewarded by Ed moving Warsaw down to Galicia, getting himself back into a stable defensive position in and of his own right. Ed's also getting into the North Sea, while England retreats it into Holland, which they might well be able to keep, but they're losing Eddie. They should be able to at least bounce France out of London in the fall, but depends on what Ed chooses to do with the North Sea. And meanwhile, I'm missing one of the big moves down in the southeast corner. David just goes, takes Greece, moves his fleet forward. Maybe this is arranged to blow this fleet up, but this is an arrangement as Austria that you should not take, because now if you weren't already at the complete mercy of Turkey, now you're very much, completely powerless to do anything other than what Turkey would like you to do.
And Russia moving some units back here. Jamal, you want to comment now or wait until the fall?
I'll wait until the fall, but I will just say this is that secret DBN alliance putting the hammer down right here, right now.
Fall 1904. Tell us what you see, Wes.
So we see Austria move back to cover against Ed's move to Galicia. We do see David walk out of Greece, and they arranged between the two of them for Rome and Naples. So they don't get in each other's way there, at least. We do see French-Russian cooperation with Holland getting disbanded, with support from Belgium for North Sea down into Holland. English Channel chooses to go to Brest, allowing France to go to London. And so England will survive on a French center. That looks to be more or less it.
Yeah, quite a lot going on here, especially a lot of guesses around the Austrian centers that Austria has managed to do well with, and getting David to walk out of Greece here. So Austria getting a build, Russia getting a build, Turkey getting a build. Lots of builds in the east. Jamal, over to you. What strikes your fancy here?
I mean, I think we all owe Mr. Hood an apology, because I think we've been joking about how he definitely doesn't want to win the tournament, but I think maybe he actually doesn't want to win the tournament. From a position where you could go Bulgaria to Serbia, you could still move Greece to the Ionian or Aegean to the Ionian, and you could still do all this in picking up 3. As Bradley said, he's passed it up. He's passed it up, and that would have been a dominant position, particularly with you still in Sevastopol, where Ed still, even though he's making progress in the north, can't come back from it. So I tip my hat to Mr. Hood for doing being a man of his word. And if he doesn't want to win, then he's doing the right thing to make sure that his allies have a good game, and he's happy enough just playing around and ending up on a decent 7 or 8.
I'll play David's advocate here for a second. Is there an argument that it might be too early to make a big move like that and become the target for the rest of the board?
If this is a timed game, no. If there's a forced time draw, you're thinking it's going to be around 1907. I mean, you got to go when you can. And I think if anything, you haven't actually lost Ed, in terms of an alliance partner here. You've put Ed back in the game. So this is just a juggernaut rolling from here.
So, okay, well, let's put a bookmark in that. Suppose he took Moscow. The unfortunate part of that would be that he'd probably be moving black into either Sevastopol or Romania, and so it would be out of position for, getting reinforcements up quickly. But so there's Moscow, Serbia, and Greece that he passes up here, which would have put him at 10, with netting him another 8 points. So it would have put him at 20 points because he would have gotten the 5-point board top bonus. And I think we all have the sense that he probably would end up picking up at least 1 or 2 more. All right, so that would be, let's say 22 points. Let's remember that and see where that ends, where he ends up relative to the other players. All right, winter 1904, we have Mr. Hood putting down yet another fleet, which will be hard to take any Balkan centers with. We have Ed Sullivan doing quite a job of coming back from what looked like a disastrous 1902 to now be at 7, 1 off of the lead. And we say goodbye to the Italian player, Mr. Patrick Jacobson. Rough game, but thank you for playing. All right, let's move on forward then. And Jamal, back to you for spring 1905.
Yep. So David's making progress in the south, and France isn't really trying to stop it. So if we wanted an Eastern triple fogle here, I think it would be on. France is instead trying to prioritize trying to stymie Russia in the north, which I guess makes sense given how far advanced Russia's position in the north is. And I mean this is the thing, right? For all of Ed's kind of really shaky position in the south, Russia is often a tale of 2 halves, and so he's been able to make that progress in the north all game, even whilst having to really be in a rough spot in the south. Austria moved to Livonia is interesting. I imagine that he can't be loving that as Ed, because you suddenly he's giving up on the attack on Munich and Berlin and coming after you instead, combined with the attack on Galicia, which you've managed to sniff out, but is tricky. I think if Mr. David Efficiency Hood maybe would have preferred a tap on Warsaw here to actually blow up Galicia, and that may be a better position. But all in all, it's the AT is strong again, and I guess now that they've broken through on the south, they're going, well, maybe we didn't want Ed involved anyway.
All right, another 3-dot stab opportunity for Mr. Hood. Is he going to take it? No. Oh, he takes one.
Rome's probably agreed. I would think. The rest of the moves tell me that there's no issue with that. They blow up the German army in Tyrolia, which is really nice, particularly because Germany's putting France into Munich, because I think they've decided that they've walked out of Edinburgh as well. So I wonder if the time draw is known here and they know it's approaching, and so Germany's maybe trying to throw something to France for being a good ally. But Cameron's got everyone walking out. Brest is walking out to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Edinburgh's walking out. Munich's letting him in. But Ed is also picking up Kiel, which is very nice, and the North Sea, which is great positionally, and doing a really good job of guessing, or at least protecting right, with David's support to make sure they're not losing anything on the homeland.
Wes, over to you. France goes +3 here. What do you like
it's
1905?
It's great. It's great for France. I'm not sure. Yeah, if it's throwing from Germany, or granting those centers to France, I think makes sense. I'm not sure what the move to Berlin is that allowed Ed to get into Kiel is about. Rather than try to do something on Holland or something, that or just hang on to it. There wasn't really a need. Berlin wasn't under threat by anything. Do you think it's interesting that David, supports Ed into Moscow, helps Ed sort of defend against this rogue Austrian unit, and so it feels like it's basically saying, not going to make it that easy. And I'm not so sure about this use of Clyde in terms of walking out to let France have a center, but it is a use of Clyde, so I'm sure it goes into the books for that.
It is a use of Clyde. Winter 1905 finds 2 new blue units on the board in the west, in Paris and Marseille. We now get an army from Mr. Hood in Constantinople, which, if you wanted to win, might be the kind of thing you would do.
Yeah.
He could have waved. He could have put it in Smyrna or Ankara. Are we grasping for straws?
I mean, if this game has another 2 years in it, maybe David Hood has made a fool of us all, and this is the perfect timing.
Let's find out. Spring 1906. West to you.
So we see the fleet go back from Romania into black, otherwise shifting armies and units around. But we don't see any immediate move into Austrian centers, though there's plenty to be had in the fall. We do see Austria work their way into Munich. We see David successfully keep France from getting into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which was some good guesswork from him there, slowing any progress from France down. Meanwhile, we see some just repositioning of units largely.
All right, let's move into fall of 1906.
So into the fall, we have Serbia taken, Greece taken. We have David making his push to race France for the top, with France losing Munich as well, and Liverpool, and would be losing Eddie, but of course we have a classic Ed Sullivan misordered.
Let's see what he ordered actually. If I can do it.
North Convoy, Norway to Clyde.
Come here.
So maybe that was purposeful then.
Yeah, maybe that's the use of Clyde.
It's a fair use of Clyde. So I think, this might be by agreement of Austria for Serbia and Greece, letting your ally take and go for the board top. Do have Berlin get taken by Austria as well.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. Wes has summarized it quite well, but yeah, it's a little chaotic scramble for the end, and I think it is a David versus Cameron fight. And yeah, in this position, I mean, I'm not sure what incentive Alex Aman would have to not let David top. Again, you can do it without throwing centers. David could have taken those two anyway. So yeah, I mean, David's been good to Alex all game and passed up stab opportunities. If you decide you want David to win instead of France, I mean, why not here, right?
Let's find out if our eyes deceive us or not. We have two armies, which again is what I think you do here. If you want to take more Balkan centers, the covering of Budapest was interesting too. We'll see how. Oh, there we go. What? David Hood did make a move to take the board top.
He did, and he got there. I still think he would have gotten more had he gone in 1904. So I'm assuming this is a time draw, given that we know there was a time draw in the third round.
I don't think it was.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it was not actually.
Yeah. If it wasn't a time draw, then yeah, I mean, David Hood happy with the board top, and I think well played. He was dominant all game.
Yeah, agreed.
This was this was not the time to draw. There's one time draw of the last two games, but sorry, go ahead, Wes.
If you're going for the sorry, I was a host for this one. Wes, over to you.
I was just gonna say. I mean, he could have made the big move earlier. Probably would have gotten him to about the same center count here, just a few seasons earlier. But if it's more fun to keep working with your ally rather than make the stab, then he's playing to have fun. So why not do that?
But he's got more centers on the board here, right? If he keeps playing, doesn't he end up with maybe he has trouble holding on to Rum and Sev both, but I think he ultimately ends up with Budapest, Trieste, probably Vienna, probably Venice as well, if he gets units in the right positions.
Yeah, and particularly if you go to Ed Sullivan and cut a deal to help Ed keep pushing west and taking Berlin and Munich and everything else, and you might be able to shark Moscow and Warsaw as well. I mean, there's a possible 16 here if you really wanted to go for it, but
or maybe you hold on to Sev, keeping Ed from fighting you while you're going for the tournament win. That's something that Ed might do if he has no chance himself. Yeah. Huh. David giving us something to think about.
Yeah, so Bradley's comment is prescient because David came in number 3. The next board we are going to cover has numbers 1, 2, and 4 all on the same board.
Wow.
This is the board that Jamal was waiting to see. But sadly, Jamal, I'm going to kick you for this game. So you get to watch as a fan. I'd love to see some comments in the chat. Let's get them riled up.
All right, I'll go to the commentary.
We'll get you back for the last one.
So so we have Captain Gaming saying that this gives David the lead by 1 point, and the clubhouse lead is that. Can we verify that?
I'll click the button.
It does.
Right. Good scorekeeper here. So in the clubhouse, as the golfers, and we do like to model ourselves on the scoring and positioning with the DBNI, which you will see coming up. 2 out of 3 board tops for each of the top 3 right now.
Just before we go on, I just want to say that if you are in David Hood's position and you are fighting to win the tournament and you have that good of a position, you keep the game going so that you can see how the other boards are doing to see if you need more points or not.
Unless it is actually true, he wasn't playing. He plays to win every game he's on, and he did that 2 out of 3 times. So
I have a speculation about what really goes on inside David Hood's head, but I will hold on to it for now.
One last comment about that game. I was able to listen offline here, and I heard that there were not all 6s were even. It reminds me of a house game that was played in Chicago. Oh, maybe just the most recent one or the one before that, where I was paired next to someone on this screen right now who I was trying to explain that to. And I said, I've heard this on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, that not all fixes are the same. That I, as Russia, have a little more latitude to have another center or two. And then Brandon stabbed me. So
I'm sure you were right, Kevin. I'm sure
I
you
am
were
right.
right. Yeah.
Right. So on that note, we will move on to the next game. I hold grudges against everyone on this set, except for Jamal. Austria has Katie Gray. England, number 2 coming in, Cameron Higby. France, Gabe Rex. Germany, Jason Massbaum. Italy, Binder. And then the 2 that we are also watching, Russia, Alicia Cardin. Turkey, Zach Moore.
What a board.
Yeah, this is great.
I mean,
'Cause
coming
even-
in, you're looking at this, and so England by themselves as a top, but then you got Russia also as on the north. Like all 3 rotate around. There's going to be some inner dynamics, I assume, and then of course you've got Mason Jasbaum and former world champ Doc Binder in the mix too, and the current DipCon champ, who's kind of technically also contending. I mean, seventh is not that far out with the big number.
That's the great thing with this board. It's even the players who are in contention are fascinating. So let's do it.
And no disrespect to Gabe.
Wes, who would you want to be on this board? Just looking at the draw.
Looking at the draw. I think I would like Alicia's position. There's a lot of potential mess, and there's diplomacy to handle it, but there's a potential here for Russia to do very, very well.
Yeah, for me, it's either Alicia or Cameron, I think. I'd be surprised if we don't get an AIR coming out of the box here.
Oh. Who pitches that?
Katie.
Yeah.
Katie.
Like Katie and Zach don't get along?
If Katie and Doc can form a good working relationship, they'll be great together, because both of them can be very trusting when they decide to be.
I'm hoping Katie holds grudges like I do, because she's quite mad at Zach from that house game we played here a couple of years ago. So,
Katie,
I'm really looking to see how Gabe goes in the West, because I think he's shown himself to know what he's doing in previous games, and that's going to be how that plays out. It's going to be really interesting.
All right, Brandon, let me give you the odds. Wes can take the evens. Jump in the spring if there's something. Otherwise, we'll move not quick, because we want to talk about this game, but we'll have a flow here.
All right, I is immediately drawn to the east. The DMZ in Galicia is honored and allows Katie to drop Vienna to Trieste, which is, at least a visible sign of distrust towards Italy. Could be foreshadowed. She might have told him she was going to do that, for example. But Alicia does not move Warsaw, which is a nice thing to do if you want to give Austria a chance to demonstrate their trustworthiness, but don't really want to move Warsaw away anywhere. So a little bit of trust but verify. Elsewhere, we've got the bounce in the Black Sea. We've got English Channel successfully DMZ'd. That's kind of it. Well, we have Alicia going to Finland here, which is something that actually some experienced players do. I've seen experienced players in Chicago do this. Quite a bit. It's a way to say to Germany that you really don't want to be a threat. So just let me have a little Sweden, and I'll stay off your back.
Yep. On to the let me get rid of the reveal here. On to the ball. Keep going, Brandon.
If that was Alicia's thought, didn't work, because not only does she get bounced out of Sweden, but she gets Cameron Higby coming over the top in the most aggressive anti-Russian continuation from England possible. We have Germany getting Belgium, and we have France moving the fleet into position to continue into the Western Med. These are red alert Western triple signals. Very, very, very strong Western triple signals. I'd expect to see 2 armies in Munich and Berlin heading east, if Jason wants to stick with the Western triple, which is not necessarily a guarantee. In the east, we have Alicia taking Galicia. Alicia taking Galicia. That's a nice poem. She may end up, pulling that back given the aggression she's getting in the north. But she takes that opportunity, and we have Doc moving 2 armies into position to either go against Austria or go to the center of the board. So I don't think this is an ideal fall for Katie Gray here.
No, I agree. I think given that the Western Triple has formed, it's not, I think, so bad for Katie, because I think that she has a lot to offer for stopping such an aggressive Western Triple. But certainly having an army in Galicia, an army in Tyrolia, an army in Venice, it's the army that goes into Romania, not the fleet. It's all a lot. But it will really come. I mean, it's so aggressive of a Western Triple. It really comes down to how the East is going to choose to react in the builds and in the spring of 02.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting here too, Zach Moore's moves. He moves the fleet toward the west, opens up Smyrna for a fleet build. So often, Turkey can be considered a 4th partner in a Western Triple. And, Zach has indicated that he sees his growth to the west, not to the north. So that's good news for Alicia, possibly.
Yeah, and I was going to ask the question. So we saw Mass Bomb in a Western Triple in round 2. A Western Triple favors Turkey in the East, and why would you want to favor the leader in the third, going in the 3rd round in the East? Cameron is maybe not driving the bus on this one. We'll see as it goes along. So for the builds, we do get what Brandon you suggested with the 2 eastward facing German armies. We do get fleet keel on that. 2 fleets from the French, which very triple-ish, and an army in London. So we'll see how that goes. Fleet North Coast, not necessarily how the best defensive, but if you're going to fight, you might as well fight. So we'll see that from Russia. And as you mentioned, the fleet in Smyrna. So West, spring 1902.
Yeah, so we see that fleet North Coast immediately get blown up. I probably would have preferred an army there, because then you would be able to retreat it to Moscow, but okay. I mean, that's something's going to be going anyway. It is a choice to bounce out of Sweden rather than support that for a turn. So I mean, good on Alicia for making them make choices, but Sweden will still go to Germany in the fall anyway. Meanwhile, we do have the East reacting. Sev goes to Rum. The armies move into position. We get the fleet, Italian fleets already advanced. One of the nice things of Doc having moved the fleet into Tunis, it was already in a more advanced position for dealing with a Western Triple. We have a missed order of Tyrolia to Piedmont, which hurts a little bit because there's a logjam of units there, which an Austrian unit could have easily filled into Tyrolia instead. But overall, it's probably not so impactful.
Yeah, the not having an army be able to retreat to Moscow here is quite tragic. So for as much savvy as Alicia showed in the round 2 game, this is a what we call a learning experience.
Yeah, and you see that immediately with the attack on Warsaw.
Yeah, so we do see we do see this successful, at least bouncing out of Moscow in the fall. So that's a good piece of tactics there to make sure that you're only losing the one and not the both. But we do see the fleet in Romania get popped. That's likely by agreement or at least resigned agreement, because there's no use for that unit there. We do see Zach moving into black, moving that army back from Armenia up into Sev. But again, that's sort of a consequence of not having the other Russian armies there, I think, to be able to be on the line to hold Sev and to do much there. Meanwhile, yeah, we can successfully get into Piedmont this turn, backfill into Tyrolia. We're cooperation with fleets, getting a fleet into Tuscany, Austrian fleet into Tyrrhenian Sea, backfilled by Zach. So things are settling into just a east versus west fight.
This is just gorgeous play by Zach and Katie in particular, I think, to both make sure that, they recognize that an Eastern triple is needed to counter the Western triple, and they have both made sure that they are in the triple, whatever else, whatever other letters make it in there.
We are going to point out a missed opportunity. Jamal is watching in the background. Is we could have had this, and that would have won the Clyde Award. So, anyway. On to the winter, Jason +2 after being +3. So a nice winter 0-2 of 8 centers, Germany. Doug Moore always wonders where you're going to get those. Well, those centers are coming down. 2 more armies. The fleet goes for Russia, makes sense. Army in Vienna, and another army for England. Brandon, spring 03.
All right, we have tournament leader Zach Moore going into Sevastopol with an army, clearly making a play here for future growth. Katie Gray taking Warsaw here, and lots of other stuff, which is, let's see, England, Cameron Higby also playing for the tournament win, getting armies into position, pulls down into Livonia, causing the Russian army to get blown up, while also convoying from Edinburgh directly into Liverpool. Very nice. In the south, we have some fleet movement. The Austrian fleet gets into the Gulf of Lyon, which isn't something that often happens by the spring of 1903, while the French get all of their fleets down. So, yeah, this game could actually come to a little stalemate fairly quickly. I don't have a feeling something will break, though. So let's move forward here and see what happens next.
We are going to do that with continued red lines across the screen. Thank you, DBN people, for messing with Brandon.
Yeah, if you press O, we can see what those orders are. I think
Munich to hell.
Munich to hell. Yeah, we. Yes, so the lines are pointing to actual hell, not Helgoland. All right, what do we got here? We've got the southern powers, including Russia, now getting in position to make a stalemate line, which has involved taking Silesia, which is, I don't think, necessary actually for the stalemate line here. So they have to be careful that army doesn't get blown up. But at the very least, it will stop some forward movement from Germany and England for a little while. In the south, we've got Austria pulling back into Tyrrhenian Sea. So this is now setting up a fleet stalemate line, which is the right thing to do, and that Tyrrhenian Sea is necessary for that. That's about it. We are getting in position for stalemate lines. Again, whether we stay that way or not is the next question.
So Brandon, let me ask you, given the state of where people are in the tournament, what is Cameron's play here? He's playing for the top, but how do you see opportunity for England here? Because I'm missing it.
Yeah, but it needs to, the board needs to get completely blown up for him. He's the one who has to do it. Obviously, the dots that he has access to are through Germany, so he needs to fight Germany. The question is, how does attacking Germany imbalance the board otherwise? So if we follow the chain here, it will create opportunity for Austria, which actually suits him as well, because a strong Austria will help is more likely to keep Turkey in check. So actually, yeah, I don't think that Cameron has a reason not to go try to take German centers here if he wants to win the tournament.
No.
Jason is slacking. He gets only to rebuild one, so he went +3, +2, +1. And then we get a wave from Zach Moore, or he misspells things in DBN all the time. I wonder if he misspelled an order here. Maybe he built fleet.
It would be good to know that. I have to say, just to follow up on that, on the flip side, I think Zach has a very similar calculation, which is that he needs, I don't remember exactly what he needs, but he probably has figured out that he needs at least a small board top here or a bigger second place. The dots are Austrian dots. And again, if that helps Germany, he needs England and France to want to fight Germany, which is a difficult thing for him too, because he doesn't want Cameron to, do that too well and get too big. This is diplomacy. This is how the game of diplomacy is played.
Yep. Yeah. So, and I think it was 18. I think he was at 35 or 37.
Yeah, Zach is 18 down. Cameron's 19 down.
Yeah.
Okay, so 19 points is a 9-center board top or a 14-center second place.
More awesome supports. Thank you, people.
All right, so,
West, yeah.
Yeah, so we see more movement around the stalemate line. The Austrian unit goes back to Bohemia, avoids getting in Silesia, goes back to Bohemia, avoids getting disbanded. We had the movement of the other armies to basically cover that. We have Cameron coming down into Warsaw from Livonia, but beyond that, it's nothing.
Austria has a unit to spare here. Can let Turkey have a dot here.
Right. Let's see. Oh my gosh.
No, they do. So Turkey gets Romania here. Vienna will be disbanded, and then the question is, does Zach go and take 3 more dots? With if he builds 2 armies here, he can get them into place and take the dots quickly enough to form a lower stalemate line if he wants to. Certainly a line good enough to withstand, another 3 or 4 years to the end of the game.
In turn 1904, as I said, Jason lost momentum. He is now -1 on this one. Katie loses Romania, which Zach does now, put down the 2 units, which are...
Sorry, can you go back? I didn't see how Warsaw got taken.
In the spring.
Yeah. Okay, so this was by agreement.
Vacated out, and it's agreement.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Cameron, both Cameron and Zach. It's fascinating, right? The 2 players with the most points on this board are both. They have both been given knives. Sharp knives, and the knives have been put in their hands, and they're seated at a table with the things that they need to cut, and the board is simply asking them, are you going to cut?
Yep. Well, tell us, are they going to cut?
If you're Cameron and you want to get in position to take Sweden, you go to Finland. I think Cameron's issue is that he needs to do a lot more than take he needs to do a lot more than take Sweden. He needs to have fleets to get into place to take Denmark, Belgium, Holland as well, which can all be done. But yeah, this is the first thing you do if you want to get in position. As far as Zach goes, this is not what you want to do if you're Zach. The army has to move into, it has to get out of there. So either move into Bulgaria or it's what it has to do. But Smyrna's going to be able to get into Greece, presumably. That's about it.
Yeah.
Oh, so Warsaw gets taken here. Oh, we've moved into the fall. Thank you. I was like, how did I miss that?
Nope. We're
already
moving. Yep.
Okay, so Warsaw gets retaken here while Finland is convoyed down to Livonia. This doesn't make sense in it for either Cameron or Jason, to be honest. I mean, it makes sense for Jason, I guess, but not if you want to stick with an EG. If you're Cameron and you don't want to stick with an EG, then you take Sweden here and move into the North Sea. Very confusing. In the south, we do get Zach finally get those armies into Galicia and Romania while nothing else happens. So again, we're sitting here
just waiting.
Yep. What are they going to do with the knives? But I think Cameron has given up some. His knife has gotten a little duller after that last turn.
Yeah. Yeah, because now they're they're fighting or looking like they're fighting. Wes, yeah.
No, it's not. And this is agreed. There's no, I mean, they're certainly not fighting. Germany's covering the one center that Cameron's moving to. So it's an agreed bounce. Or the two centers, I guess, with Sweden and Denmark. It's a whole lot of nothing. We do have France move a fleet back, which is notable because it plugs up a potential place that Cameron could think about maybe trying to sneak some dots at some point if Cameron was not wanting to try to fight Germany, but instead to go to sneak around and try to go after France. But that's now completely shut off as well.
I will be very surprised if Zach does not take Budapest and Serbia here, perhaps by agreement. Yep, I am surprised.
No, just Greece, which is in the spring. Yeah.
As we heard in the other game, it was not a timed draw. So based on this, we know we get at least 1907 per the timing rules. So we'll see what comes out of it.
So, okay. I can only assume that Katie has said to Zach, if you need my dots to win this tournament, take them. And so they are waiting until it's clear whether the dots are needed, which means they need to outlast as many of the other games as they can. And so I believe the other game with David Hood went to 6 years, right?
I think
yes.
so. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so it's ending right about now. So
Yes.
Zach knows what David Hood's score is, and so then it's just going to be the other game going that we don't know anything about yet.
Yeah, and that was not. Let me repeat. That was not a Katie spoiler up there. That was a general commentary on the board that if A and T are working together like this, then
Katie's clearly made a decision that she's fine with Zach taking her dots, and anything that he's taken has, I'm sure, been arranged.
Yeah.
A question.
Why shouldn't she be? I mean, yeah. I mean,
Right.
if I was put through this mess of a game two in my last round in the tournament, that would be exactly what I'd be doing too.
She was very clear about that up in the comments as well.
I agree. Cameron needed to move on Germany to make this game interesting. But hold on, Kevin, I have a question for you. Do we know if if the players know what time the round will end, or if it's random?
In the chat, we saw that everyone thought it would be about the time when the first player had to leave for the airport, so they had a general idea.
Okay, but they don't know for sure.
They don't know for sure. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that matters, right? Because if Zach doesn't know exactly when this is going to end, then he has to make the move sooner than he might otherwise have wanted to.
Yeah, because pulling the units off the front line sooner than necessary, doesn't help him. So,
but he's got 4 dots here. You know, not necessarily whenever he wants them, but if he wants them.
Yeah. Getting in the position of those, Brandon. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, well, I think the interesting thing here is more what happens around Warsaw. You've got Turkey, Austria, and Russia all putting England into Warsaw, and I think you have to wonder, if you are Zach Moore, why you would want that, why you'd want your other competitor for the board top for the tournament top, I should say, to be advancing at this point, because you want Jason Massbaum to be holding Cameron back. Cameron can surpass you even with those 4 dots.
But in the same way, and I was off screen for this earlier. It was the game where I think Patrick put Cameron into Naples, then to piff him the next turn. Andrew Goff, that's a huge Andrew Goff thing. He goes, get them out of position by doing it. So now there's one less army to hold it if Alicia is on board with AT, which it seems like she is. Now they can piff it maybe in the fall. Is the
fair
thing.
Enough. Very fair.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. Yeah.
Very fair. In other news, Norway is convoyed to Belgium here. So Cameron is finally taking a shot here.
Yeah.
So Warsaw is not retaken, and that is in part due to Alicia supporting Warsaw to hold. So, you know, that the plan you guys talked about only works if Alicia's on board with it. Yeah. And you can see why Alicia might not be, right? Because she might, you know, she's trying to survive. So, you know, it's better for her if there's, you know, all different colors around her. Yep. Cameron does take Holland. So Cameron is going +3 here, which is which has huge implications for the tournament and for the game. Now, Zach, for his part, takes Budapest and Serbia, as we sort of long expected. Is also put forward into Tyrrhenian Sea. So now the Italian dots start to come into play as well, and that gives Zach a dominating position. Zach should win the tournament from here, unless something extraordinary happens on the last board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, if Zach doesn't win the tournament, if he doesn't know what happened in the other game, then this is a huge fuck up.
Well, here I'll bring Jamal on because he is kind of in shock where we are here too. So here is what it looks like with one board to go. You don't see anyone in this top 10 in the list yet, but we will get to that board in a minute.
If it's not a solo on the other board, then this is Zach has made an enormous mistake if he doesn't top.
David Maletsky. So Zach got 25 in his first round game.
Yeah.
Dave Maletsky with 25 wins the tournament. Not impossible. We've seen it done already in this tournament once.
All right, that's very specific foreshadowing, Kevin.
I'm not saying that I line these games up on purpose to build some drama, but we'll show the players here before we make the segue. Is
the big question for this game is how powerful is the sombrero really?
That's where we were going with this. We were building the setup earlier in the broadcast. Sorry, do texting here. This is where we're going with. Eber's on 2 boards. Liam is, and I'm not saying it in a bad way, but Liam is 12 years old. Mitchell's in 31st place. Karthik is Karthik. Russell and Jim all in their 20s. Dave is the only one on this board anywhere near the leaderboard. These guys have nothing to play for. Maybe. We don't know. We don't know what their motivations are. But there's an opportunity here for one big board top to win this tournament.
Maletsky's capable of throwing a solo for sure. So that's also something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. So before we get to this last board, we are going to drop with Wes because he hasn't had a break in a while. But because it is quite late where he's at, I think we may let him go for the evening. Wes, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. It's been a pleasure being here. Thanks for having me on.
Wes,
great commentary. Yeah, so thanks so much. A lot of fun today, and hopefully you can catch the final board and the championship interview when you wake up tomorrow.
I'll be watching.
Good night, Wes.
Got him. Thank you, Wes. Thanks so much. A lot of great reviews. This has gone according to plan on the timing. We're having fun here, but we've got one more to go. So, round 3, board 5. Mehmed Soroko. Don't know that one. So, Austria, we got Jim Larson, as mentioned. England, Russell Weisfield. France, Karthikona. Germany, David Maletsky. Italy, Mitchell Blaylock. Russia, Liam Bennett. Turkey, Eber Kondrol. Who is going to be the spoiler? Who is going to be the winner? You don't know going in how much you need. So Dave thinks maybe at the beginning of the day he doesn't need that much. Let's see how the board plays out. We may go fast. We may go slow.
We're all trying to figure out how the mind of Kevin O'Kelly works right now. He's clearly fucking with us, screwing with us in some way. Sorry, David Hood. He doesn't like it when we curse on here.
PG-13. Come on.
Wait.
Hang on. I got
Kevin is clearly messing with our minds in some way. It's just that with Kevin, there are like 5 different possible ways he might be doing that. So it's figuring out which one.
I took off the beep button. I had it loaded for you because I knew you would.
Yeah.
Zach Moore made the tribute to you a couple of years ago. All right, Jamal, let's get you in odd years and Brandon in the evens.
Thank you, Epps.
Yep, thank you, Epps. Make sure I got all the reveal. Let's go.
Alrighty, so spring 1901. Liam Bennett is straight into the Black Sea in Russia, which is not you don't commonly see, and could be any number of things. But we're combined with the agreed no move to Galicia is a little bit concerning for Eber, who has rotated around in the pro juggernaut moves. Russell Westfield has done an opening that I actually personally quite like, which is the little bit of the trust but verify. I'm gonna go to the North Sea and Norwegian because I've agreed to not bounce in this channel, but I'm just gonna go to Wales just in case France does. Oh wait, hold on, Karthik's gone to the English Channel. So this is exactly the reason you do this opening, is because from Wales you have a much better position to say self bounce in London or do something else and deal with this rogue Karthik who's decided that the English Channel is a nice place to be, even though they've not actually followed up with an army to try and take Belgium. So Karthik having some fun. And what else have we got here? Austria and Italy working together really well, moving away from each other, getting into a good position. And big sombrero, just some nice, clean, simple openings.
So Karthik's opening cracks me up because he has no army on Belgium, right? So it's almost like a paranoid opening. It's like, I don't really want Belgium, but I don't want England to come in my back door.
All right, to the fall. Let's see how Rogue Karthik has other plans.
So Rogue Karthik has other plans, and they missed a trick here because Russell Weisfield was this close to securing the famous DBN opening where France convoys you to Belgium, you take Denmark and also Norway as England, and it was close. He just didn't quite have Germany on side. So a missed opportunity for a 3-build England with France agreeing to convoy Wales to Belgium, which I love. Otherwise, Dave Miletsky is playing it pretty safe. Liam is making sure he gets into Romania just in case someone might have wanted to bounce him out of there, and having a little bit of a pointless attempt at Ankara, I guess, because why not? And Italy is... Italy's moves are interesting. Is it Mitchell, I think it is, convoying over to Tunis, but also blocking Naples, so they have to build in Rome or Venice.
Fleet Venice.
I'm forced to build Army Venice. I'm forced to. I'm sorry.
Fleet Venice. Yeah, I'm not sure what to think at this point, but I'm excited to see what happens next.
Perfect. Well, here I'll speak the builds, and then you can think about what you want to say heading into spring 1902. We've got Fleet Army in England, Fleet Army in France, Fleet Army in Germany, Fleet Rome. So that's I think the interesting one. We didn't know what we were going to get there. Fleet Khan. I guess Russia's been poking Eber, so good to see it. And then 2 armies for Russia. Some interesting builds. All right. So again, Dave doesn't know he's the only remaining favorite at this point, since all 5 games are going on at this point. But if Dave thought he was going to be the only one left with a chance to win, Brandon, what are you looking forward heading into spring 02?
If Dave's the only one, I mean, so Dave didn't build in Munich, right? So clearly sending a signal to France that he wants to work with them. So I think David will go after Sweden and probably play it safe for 1902 and then make some sort of move in 1903. But I think he clearly wants at least France to think that he chooses him. By the way, I just want to make a really quick comment, and whether this was intended or not, an effect of Naples being covered up for the winter phase is that it might have given Eber the freedom to build Fleet Khan here rather than Fleet Smyrna. So if that was intended, that was, if Mitchell intended that as a gesture towards Turkey, it's brilliant.
They are locals, so maybe they get along better. Let's see.
And it's possible that was the case because they have cooperated here to convoy Tunis into Greece. The Turkish gave him support for that. Meanwhile, the Austrians and the Russians collaborated to blow up Bulgaria. So Eber definitely needing a friend and possibly finding one in Italy. In the West, we do have David setting up to go for Sweden, while Russell Weisfeld in England is clearly does not like something that David did here and has gone to Helgoland and north. So I think knowing David is the kind of player that you don't want to attack first. And so clearly Russell has moved on David. David probably thinks it's not justified. I think this will benefit Karthik in the West, unless Austria rushing to the line creates too much of a problem for David and he's not able to help Karthik. All right, in the fall, we have England taking Holland, France taking Belgium behind, and moving to the Irish Sea. So this is the sort of thing that will win David's pleasure. No, he'll be pleased with you for doing that sort of thing. It's funny, we're all, because you planted the seed in us for Maletsky. Like, I'm definitely focused on like, how is Maletsky gonna determine the outcome of this game? We do have, so Austria and Russia are definitely, there's a very strong AR going here. They've moved to the line together. Russia has moved into Armenia, and Italy has taken Greece, but has not necessarily done anything beyond that. And we'll see what the build is here. Albania to Adriatic is, not what you want to see if you're Italy. That's about it.
I'm a little surprised that Austria's not trying to do something with Greece, either try to take it back or try to help Russia in or do some kind of play. I mean, and the fact that they're in the face of having lost Greece to Italy, instead of going back to Venice or Trieste or anything, they're still going for Munich. I mean, maybe this is agreed. Maybe this is maybe Jim is fine being the junior partner in an alliance here, and this is actually an heir.
Yeah, I think if we see the fleet go away here from Adriatic, then that'll be a sign that Austria wants to play nice with Italy.
It didn't actually die though, so it's usually what happens when English armies get convoyed over.
So David gets a rebuild here, puts on an army. That makes sense.
Yeah, leaving Denmark open, he might have had some inside intel from France. Let's see how that works. Fleet Naples is what we have. Rebuild army. Yeah, Brest for a convoy to Liverpool. Yeah, that is, as Brandon said, that Karthik used that to his best advantage, and we'll get the rewards. Jamal, let's see how he does it.
And he puts the army down, and combined with Russell convoying off England, that is almost lights out already. So England, I think, has still got play in this game, but they now have play entirely at the behest of Karthik Kerneth, who is now in a very, very dominant position with effectively the entire English three centers in pocket. Austria, yeah, it looks like this is interesting. We kind of have the air on. At least Austria thinks it's on because they're moving into Munich and going to the line. But Mitchell's like, no, I'd prefer to be in Adriatic and Ionian and not bother France by putting myself into to Tuscany. So I think Jim maybe cut a deal with the devil here, and it hasn't worked out too well for him. And, Liam's making good progress, just some solid, picking up Ankara. The army's getting blown up instead of retreating to Smyrna, which is a choice, because now Con is also pretty much lost if they choose to do that. So, and Russia's getting into Berlin, but then getting the army convoyed over to Livonia. So there's a bit of dipsy doodle, and, they're making some progress, but they're definitely going to lose Moscow here. So we'll see how that plays out for Liam.
Everything's coming up Karthik here. Karthik has a monster score almost in hand. The only thing that's against him right now is that Italy is in good shape, and he may not be able to go down and get Tunis, and may have to fend off Italy eventually from the south. But Tyrrhenian ceded to Tuscany without any follow up is lovely diplomacy on Karthik's part.
I'll argue there's one other thing against him on this board, and that's the clock. Because if you're racing to get to 18, 7 years, 8 years, we don't know how many he's going to get, but 18 is what he needs.
It's doable.
Yeah, it's certainly doable if you're taking Edinburgh and Liverpool. You're not quite getting Holland here, but that's okay. And I didn't even see St. Petersburg. So Liam, for all of the good progress has made, has allowed himself to be gutted in the center, which is really, really rough. So, they're getting Denmark, which is good. They're getting Berlin, which is good, and Ankara. So they're not going down. They are building, but the amount of momentum that Russia has lost this year, even without losing a unit, is pretty rough. And Austria and Italy just they lock up. There's a defensive ability to do stuff here. Austria's getting a build, so they'll put down another army probably in Trieste, and so that's going to lock up. So yeah, everything coming up Karthik is correct, and that. Yeah, can he get 9-10 more centers in 4 years? If people keep moving in this way, that he can.
He absolutely can.
Brandon feverishly shaking his head there.
Karthik, this is Karthik's wheelhouse.
This could be the Kevin O'Kelly feint, which is actually it's a Karthik solo, and this is Karthik's second tournament he wins off the back of a solo this year.
I didn't say who would make a push in this final board. I just let it happen.
Manus is saying that solo is 89. I was told it was 50, which doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Either way, he's going to win.
Yeah. Shoot, had a point that I lost it on there. Oh, that's it. So of all the games we've watched, I think one of the names of one was like Step by Step or Way to Go. A lot of these games were very structured. This is by far the most interesting game that we've seen all broadcast so far. So this is great, and I hope it keeps. The line structure is it's like it's like a what's the right term, ragu. It's like a soup with lots of stuff thrown into it. Ratatouille, I think that's what I was looking for. Here you go. So here's how you got 50 for the solo. It's a 50 bonus.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep. Nice. On that note, to the builds, Karthik knows what he's going for here. Let's see, Germany,
Fleet, Austria.
Jim, is this the second one he's built? No, just the first one. This is the third Fleet Austria in 1902 we've seen this year. 1901 or 1902 we've seen this year.
I love that so
just a tip for all the viewers at home. Fleet Trieste as Austria is amazing as an offensive unit. It's not so great as a defensive unit. So if you're on the back foot, maybe save it for when you're on the front foot, at which point then you can send it out, and it's a very, very helpful unit.
And I used to break the system by trying to zoom in on a build phase. I don't know if the bug, I don't want to do it and break the system, but you've lost 2 home centers and then now you wave Sevastopol. So
that must be a mistake. Maybe, oh God, that can't be on purpose. That doesn't make any sense.
Misorder, maybe. Again, Liam is 12, not using that as an excuse, but Italy is not going to make progress against Austria anytime soon. 1903. Thanks, Jason. Oh shoot. Thanks.
Yeah, the Austria and Italy could get stem. It's just Karthik. Oh, yeah. Accept. Well, this is me, right?
Yes. Fall even.
So Italy moves west here to try to stem the Karthik flow, but gets hit from behind by Austria. So we will see here whether Italy continues against France or feels betrayed and pulls back, or kind of does both, like takes a dot off of France, which is guaranteed here. He's got Marseille guaranteed if he wants, or Spain, either one, not both, because Gascony will presumably cover Marseille. So that's the big headline news. In the East, we have, a unit going to Clyde. Karthik takes the safe route and goes to Wales here rather than to ensure that Fleet Brest gets out into the water. But it's not quite necessary. He probably wishes he had gone to Mid-Atlantic here. But of course, you don't know that whether North is going to go to London or English Channel here. But he gets armies into position to work on the formerly German centers. and let's see, Russia gets pushed out of Denmark. So England is trying to grow without having any hope of getting a home center open for the rest of the game. Maletsky moves out of Moscow, which may be an issue. He may go down to 1 here, I believe. That's kind of it. There's some Russia and Turkey appear to be fighting. But yeah, the big news is Italy moving against France and Austria moving against Italy.
To the fall.
Wow. Okay, so Austria does not pull out of Venice, and Karthik does not cover Marseille, which causes Karthik to he's actually going to go down 1 here, which is at least a short-term problem. He does have great position in the north and will pick up more in the north, but if he's going to, if he's going to do the extraordinary here, he needs to have the Iberian centers, and it's going to be harder for him to hold on to them, or to retake them, I should say. Elsewhere, we have Maletsky holding on to St. Petersburg and helping I suppose he was probably hoping that he would sneak into Sweden behind the English unit. But yeah, that's kind of those are kind of the headlines. Oh, Turkey takes Bulgaria but loses Constantinople. Okay.
The really interesting thing here for me is the leveling war that's gone on over Marseille and Spain. So to go through people's thoughts here, I suspect what's gone on is that Karthik has gone for Gascony, assuming that Mitchell's going to go 2 into Marseille because that's the guarantee. And so then Karthik's gone, well, I'm going to lose Marseille anyway. There's no point bouncing it, so I'll go to Gascony. And Mitchell's gone, well, I think Karthik's going to go for Gascony because they know that I'm going to do this. So then I can safely go for both Spain and Marseille because I reckon Karthik's not going to cover it. So Karthik needed to go 1 level up and know that Mitchell knew that he knew, and then maybe cover Marseille. But it's kind of the anatomy of a guess here. But he hasn't guessed right, which is unfortunate.
The odds are 100% he gets 1, whether he goes for 2 on Marseille or 1 on each. So you might as well take the gamble that maybe I get 2. Oh,
goodness. And he's gone to, Karthik has gone to North Sea and allowed a retreat from London to the English Channel.
I thought you said that earlier. That's the position on this is amazing. Yeah.
Karthik has kind of blown this. Shit. Oh. Let's see. I feel another twist coming somewhere.
It's got to come in.
This is Jamal.
Jamal.
So Mitchell's decided that I did think that maybe Venice was, if not agreed, it was kind of acquiesced and it was okay just because it was a fleet. And if you're actually stabbing here, you take it with the army, not with the fleet. So maybe there's a deal being struck here. But Mitchell's going to Adriatic just for good measure, just to make sure that there's no funny business going on. The Jim is also working with Liam here. So Liam finding a way back into this game after having their center eaten out but by the Sombrero is now back in the game and has St. Petersburg back, is going into Bulgaria, has Con and Ankh and Smyrna, and is actually, they're tied with Karthik right now. For Russia is just suddenly, out of nowhere still alive. Austria is maybe positioning to take Berlin, but that's not too bad if Russia's deciding to pull back from the west a little. Karthik gets into Holland, which is good. And it looks like maybe there is a deal cut with Russell because English Channel is going to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So maybe Karthik's saying, well, no, I'll give you Spain. I'll give you the centers that I've lost anyway, because rather than you take stuff from me here. So if so, again, Karthik showing some good diplomatic chops to get England on side.
It's very, very confusing. Yeah, I don't. Let's just move forward here.
And they're convoying Brest to Portugal, so England is absolutely on side. Karthik's pulling back. I guess England's decided to cede Holland is okay. And maybe there's a lot of deals that have been made and not fully followed through. So maybe the deal was to pull back out of Holland, and then Karthik decided not to. But they did take the convoy into Portugal, which gets them into a good position to potentially now build another fleet here in Brest and suddenly, or actually maybe another army, and just have more playback in the south and try and claim back their two southern centers. Yeah, Berlin is fallen as we suspected, but Russia and Liam in Russia is picking up Bulgaria and Smyrna and St. Petersburg and Sweden. So Russia is losing one +4.
Losing Ankh as well. So
they're losing Ankh. So +2, sorry. But yeah, I mean, like I think Karthik may have blown his momentum and maybe in a time unlimited game could solo from here, but I'm not sure in a time limited game could anymore. But now Russia has a chance at a big board top, which is fascinating.
Yeah, I'll point out one thing though, is that Italy lost Greece here to Turkey, which forces them to disband one. But I see they're choosing to disband Albania and not one on the Western Front. But yeah, if Karthik can keep Russell helping him, that opens up. I mean, he's helping. He got Russell to help him at Atlantic while continuing to whittle him away in the north. So which is excellent diplomacy. Well done on Karthik's part.
Russian builds 2 armies. Is that the right? Is you're going to force your way into Austria at this point?
I mean, you don't need another fleet in Sevastopol unless you are actually going for a solo if you think you have enough time for it. But I think I'm not sure how much experience Liam has or doesn't have, but it's a long shot at a solo here, even for the best of players.
Yeah, you could make an argument. Yeah, I think the army will be much more useful. But it also shows your intentions, right? It means Austrian dots are the ones you're looking at.
Well, he's going to move that way, Brandon. What else do we see?
Well, he did something really, really lovely here, which is he got Eber to disband both units rather than move them and create problems in the fall. So that's lovely. That makes Liam's job in the spring or in the fall much, much, much easier. He moves all of those armies to the west. I'm not sure St. Petersburg to Finland is something you want to do here. It just leaves St. Petersburg open. I think maybe Moscow should be following up to St. Petersburg if you're doing that. But elsewise, we have Austria, Russia working together. In the west, we have England being put into Spain here, and France taking Marseille. So Karthik did a wonderful job of not panicking and slowly improving his position around the Iberian dots. And he should be able to retake them. Question whether he'll get Spain back, but I suspect that as Italy has to pull units off the board, Karthik will be able to get those. The problem is he has to take some attention away from the center of the board in order to do this, and that gives Austria the chance to take Kiel here and improve his position.
Yeah, Jim is moving. This is fun.
All right, so Karthik was able to take Spain here without much further ado, thanks to Italy pulling units back, now fighting Austria. This is a huge turn of events for Karthik. If Italy will help Karthik against the Eastern powers, then his solo possibility is back on. The big problem for Karthik now is the center of the board and those armies. He only has the one army in Holland. He can get armies there relatively quickly, but he needs to not just hold on to what he's got there. He needs to pick up those dots, and that will be harder.
I love the retreat from Norway.
It's to St. Petersburg. Yep.
So Maletsky's still staying alive, but yeah, it's a close race here. France and Russia both have options for the board top here. It really depends. And again, this is yet another game coming down to the smaller powers. And as you said, Brandon, if Mitchell is on side with Karthik, that's obviously a big boon. But if Jim's on side with Liam, that's a big boon there. So yeah, it's interesting.
I think advantage Karthik. I think he's moved ahead here. But yeah, you're right. It's now about what Liam and Karthik, and Jim's up and tied for 9 as well. Yeah, no, this is Karthik's to lose. The question is how big can he get, and what role does the big sombrero play?
Spring 1907. Jamal, we'll turn to you.
So, Brandon mentioned something last term, which I really agree with and like, and it's shown in Karthik's play here, which is Karthik has the maturity not to panic. So a lot of players would panic and try and cover Belgium here because they go, "Oh shit, I could lose Belgium. I better cover it." But that's actually a kind of a weak move because you potentially lose Holland, which is actually harder to recover. Now Karthik can lose Belgium here and just take it back. It's just easy to just take it back in the fall. It's not that hard. But if you panic about losing a center and you don't prioritize taking Burgundy, which is prioritized here, which is the correct play, then you're in a bit of trouble. And so Karthik is, putting the army into North Africa, which John Jameson would love, and still gives him play there without threatening Italy too much. And he's maybe not going to pick up another one this turn, but he's certainly not going to lose another one this turn, which is really positive for him. Liam and Jim are going to the line, and I guess we're going to go see who can get to the line first and how they do it. But let's roll through the fall and see what happens, because I think this could be a pretty standard. I was going to say it could be a standard turn, but Karthik takes Belgium back, loses Holland because he's decided he's going to try for Sweden, which England then denies him, which is tricky. They should have coordinated there. They've been coordinating for a while, so I don't know. That's a bit of a mistake there because because Russia's had to take St. Petersburg back. They've lost the coordination of Sweden, and Russia is slipping into Berlin, Munich, and Budapest. So now Liam is going for his shot. And so now Liam is up 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
On 13. And I mean, Austria's out of position in the Balkans here. So if you're interested in how a map can show a position, Austria has 3 units stranded in Germany, cleaved in the middle by Russia. So really completely out of position. They're disbanding Bohemia for some reason, and maybe they're okay with Liam winning here. But Liam is suddenly on 13, going on 18 with Vienna, Trieste, Serbia, Greece, maybe.
I think, it's extraordinary. And the beautiful thing about what Liam has done here is that Jim is not going scorched earth on him.
Yeah.
I think if it were a perfect coordination, he would keep the fleet and disband Trieste or Greece. But
wow,
it's good to be Liam right now.
Well, so we made it through 1907 in the other game. We make it to spring 1908.
Well,
all right.
Yeah.
So Jim is putting up a fight of some sort. Liam is not doing. Liam's he's 12 years old, right, and not super experienced. So there's tactical inefficiencies here, right? Khan should be going to Aegean. Ang should be going to Khan here. Get all of those armies into place, and if you can keep Austria on side, you want to do that. But clearly that's not happening. He's taking Kiel, which enables Karthik to take Holland. Karthik gets into Ruhr. Boy, this is back and forth. I still kind of like Karthik just on the experience level. And he's finally getting the right units into the right places. He needs to get fleets all over Scandinavia right now. And they're finally in place to do that. And he also, he doesn't need to do much. He's got Tunis, just needs to hold on to him. Oof.
We make it to fall.
All right, so Karthik has, I believe, regained the lead now. He's taken 2 here. Let's see, Russia finally does move the units in the south into the Aegean and Constantinople. But Russia loses Munich. So I believe Russia is even here, loses Munich and picks up Vienna, but loses position, more importantly, and Karthik has gained position. Although, Karthik, man, get those fleets in the north into play. You want Sweden, Denmark in your pocket right now.
There we go. It's over. I was going to say, it feels like Karthik had been offered some things and they changed their mind in the end. But a 13-13 shared top is what this game deserved. I think that was pretty good.
I'm with you. If the game had to end here, this is a great result. Both Karthik and Liam played extremely well. But if the game could continue, I think we both wanted to continue, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we doubt a Karthik solo if this game is allowed to continue. Just based on the tactics on the board.
Yeah.
Again, Liam, writing down 13 units. I don't know what the timing. If they play like our games are shorter time for our bar games, so maybe Liam's never gone that far anymore. He's got that many units where he's actually writing them down, like clicking them out. You got 16 orders on Backstabber. You don't have to worry about the right units being written down. But you're writing that many units. You're writing Budapest twice. You're writing something wrong. You just don't know. So
it's very challenging. You have to focus all of your mental energy for the first few minutes of the negotiation phase on logistics, getting your units written down, making an initial tactical plan, and then go do diplomacy.
Yep. And the official announcement is time was called. So,
and I see Manas is saying that Karthik screamed in happiness. I think Karthik doesn't win, right? Doesn't Zach win, or did we miss how much?
Yeah, no, Karthik was way down. So here. So with this result now being final and all boards having received their counts, we happily / sadly have to congratulate Zach Moore as the Regatta 2024 champion. Congrats, Mr. Mayor.
Now, I personally think that this is corruption, because as the president of the NADF, Zach Moore should not be allowed to win any tournaments during his term. However, yes, a very well-deserved win, and yeah, played some excellent games. Absolutely, on pure skill of play, deserved to win. On corruption grounds, deserves to have this win discounted, and David Hood can win.
But so that's great. We had with 4 players, top 2 of their 3 boards. 3 of the 4 were within a point of each other on those scores. So those extra centers counted, like the extra 1 or 2 that he got with Ben. So I think you said you saw 13-11 as being the final as you were recapping that game. If it only would have been 13-11, if they'd have called it early, 2 points was the difference. So getting every center that you can matters a lot. So, yeah.
Wow, that was exciting. It's Karthik. Karthik will probably look over that game and note moments when he could have moved differently.
Yeah.
Whether he could have pulled off the solo, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
But given how the other players were playing on the board. But yeah, I agree with Jamal. This is a deserved win by Zach. His round 1 game was brilliant. Managed a strong alliance with Ben Kelman perfectly, and made sure that he was the bigger partner in that alliance. And it's really on the strength of that that he wins this tournament.
Yeah. So here I got a note midway through the broadcast about some of the most popular recordings ever to be recorded here on DBN. So Zach was interviewed after his round 1 board, and here's that one.
All right, welcome to Back Channel, the hottest show on DBN. We're here at Armada Regatta, and I'm talking to champion Zachary Moore.
Just like you all expected, just like we promised from the very beginning, just like we've been promising.
He's not only won round 1 with a 15 center, you've won the tournament.
It's over. Stop the broadcast, stop the fight. Give me the trophy. Give me 3 best countries. We know what's happening in rounds 2 and 3. I'll take Turkey and Russia, and let's go home.
All right. Let's get serious for a moment, because David Hood's recording this. You didn't win yet.
Not yet.
And this is going to be really hard for you, because you have to show patience. You have to show calm. Kind of like you did in this game here. Tell the viewers, were you the Zach Moore who just is like Christian Brown, see dot, take dot, or did you engage in some deliberation?
I played a game of nuance. I played a game of flexibility, of thoughtfulness. I looked waywardly at Ben Kelman's dots once or twice, but why go get dots from Ben Kelman when you have so many Austrian dots at home?
And it's normal for France to end up in Trieste, Vienna, Budapest, Greece. I wonder how that happened.
It's like we said at the beginning of the game, Ed. When France and Italy lock up in the Med early, that's awesome for both.
One side just gives in, and the problems are solved.
I've always been a fan of locking up in the Med as soon as possible, early, often, and effectively.
Let's talk about this. How are you going to enter? Look, you're not used to being a front runner. Let's be fair. You did well one tournament before people started playing diplomacy, but other than that, you're not used to being in front. You got to manage that lead now. How are you going to do it?
I'm going to put the man and the age in manage. Put the man and the age in manage, Ed. I'm going to be assertive and I'm going to be experienced, and I'm going to be a little tired at the end, frankly. Okay. Don't keep me up past 10 in round 2. I'll take 8 centers and let's go home.
All right. It might be the worst back channel interview ever, but I'm glad he came on the back channel.
I appreciate you.
Good luck, Jesus.
Let the children.
I'm sure David cut that one off. Oops, sorry, pretty quickly as that was going to the screen roll.
I will say so. Zach did show patience and calm in his later games. I actually think that was a real key, particularly in that last game, to getting the scores he did. Although, to be fair, on that particular video, I have never seen Zach looking less patient and less calm in a given moment than right there and then. He was very clearly very, very excited to have a tournament lead and be in a position to do something big.
Yeah, like maybe get behind the mic and rock out, or go back to the cave. I think to jump on Kevin's comment.
Yeah, Geico, right? Get the Geico commercials. Get Zach starring in those. Very prophetic. Ed Sullivan from the beginning.
So he wasn't Russia and Turkey though, right?
He was Turkey in round Turkey, 2,
but Austria.
Round 3, or no, he was Turkey in round 3. What was he in round 2?
I think he was Austria.
Yeah, with Ben next to him.
With
again.
Ben as Italy, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we got 2. He did get 2 Eastern powers there. So, all right, so that was earlier on here. We got 2 more we're gonna do. We've got the championship interview again on Back Channel.
It's kind of hard. Are we ready to?
Yeah, I think. Welcome to Back Channel, and man, I tell you what, this is going to be painful because we're making second place finisher David Hood have to watch the glory, the fame. Look at you. Look at all this. We got a best friends.
Yeah.
We got a Capitan Award, and we got this big ship because you won.
Long time coming. A lot of you don't know. A lot of you watching DBN don't know about me. A lot of you don't know how I can play. The last time I won a tournament was Weasel Moot 2019. There was no DBN. There was no glory. I had to win it the hard way. Glad to be back.
What I want to know is it all worth it? Like all the struggles, the fact that you can't spell, the problems, your horrible home internet, the just everything that I can think about you, the lack of basic hygiene. You go through all this, you dedicate so much to diplomacy, your selfless service to the North American Diplomacy Federation.
My pride and joy.
You have to stick it out with Brian Pravel on countdown shows, watching all the others count down to victory. And now it's you.
Now it's me. Now he has to read my name. Which, by the way, we're recording next Wednesday. So I'm going to get the lines ready.
You're gonna make it? Okay, seriously, look.
Yeah.
Put that down. Come on. We can't have you break this.
I was getting tired. I was getting tired.
All right. Look, seriously, Zach. Okay. Yeah. Everyone's looked at your games now. Whoever's doing it, no one can actually believe we saw a disciplined, calm, collected Zachary Moore have 2 amazing rounds and an okay round. Yeah. So just tell us, like, I know. Despite all this confidence, that there's an inner fear. What were the challenge points for you? Where did you think it was all going to go wrong?
There were moments where the old Zach started to creep in my head, and there were opportunities. I mean, they saw on the first two boards there were opportunities to take a shot at Ben. The second board in particular, I had 3-dot stabs that were available and probably not good for me long term. And then the third board, I was just sitting there behind a million centers the whole game, having to take deep breaths, not look at all the riches in front of me, and wait. I wanted to be Pac-Man. And it was all those times when it was the final 45 seconds, and I started to write the order, and I said, stop, don't do it, not now, not like this, take a breath. And I took a breath, and I was a good boy.
Little known fact, Zachary Moore had actually won a tournament before. Who knows? But seems like a new Zach. This seems like it's going to launch you into the pedestal of fame to where you're going to be. They're going to be talking about Zach Moore like we do Andrew Goff. Is this the beginning of great things?
It ought to. They can't treat me like a joke anymore. They can't treat me like a joke anymore. On this network, when this network was founded, they would announce me. They would read my name on the roster, and they would say, Zach Moore, he's a strong player. He's a threat in this game. A year passes by, they say, Zach Moore, he has his moments. He's not terrible. Another year go by, they say, Zach Moore, who knows? He's chaotic. We're going to have fun. Finally, They have to respect my genius. They have to respect my quality of play again. You, in the broadcast booth, have to respect me again.
I think apologies are in order. A new Zach.
A lot of apologies are in order. There's only one man who believed in me. One man who believed in me the whole time. It was this guy right here. And,
I knew it.
And Liam, also not Stokes. Liam at this tournament believed in me the whole time. You and Liam, you're all I had.
Proud of you, brother.
Comedic genius. I can't unmute Brandon. Brandon will have to unmute himself.
I have no idea what you guys did to Zach in the past, but he has a bone to pick with you all.
Well, I actually was going to recap the evolution of our assessment, our evaluations of Zach, and how we talked about him, and it was going to be exactly what Zach just said. It's totally true. Zach has had a difficult period in the virtual era. His results were definitely not where he wanted them to be, and he was a very grabby player. I think you could rely on Zach to not say no when offered, second helpings. And he played very differently this tournament. And I think, it's kudos to him that he managed to sort of not just change his style of play, but convince other people that they could rely on him changing his style of play. And that's the mark of an excellent diplomat.
So I have two notes. The first is he talked about reading his name on Countdown. But I would like to remind him that about a month ago, this is what he had to say in our server.
You should read this out for us.
He's going to commit right now
to be a broadcaster for DBN.
Be a broadcaster and not to play, even though now he has an automatic invite, because with this tournament, it is a large enough tournament that he will absolutely qualify. But he is a saint, and I'm hoping that when he did record this past Wednesday, because that interview was a week ago, that he said, I declare I am out. Just going to see what he does there.
Zach, it's a fascinating sort of moment for a diplomacy player, right? Zach has played this game for a while. I mean, I think on the order of 8 to 10 years. I first played with Zach at a small tournament in Chicago back in 2016. It was I was just beginning to play with the Weasels, and I think he was just sort of getting into the game as well. And sort of to see him sort of reach a certain level where he had some success and then really struggle for a while, and now start to build back up and reach the podium again is fascinating. It's should be a lesson for people out there who see their games fluctuate as they sort of learn about themselves and struggle with incorporating certain lessons that they've learned into their game to produce positive results. Give it time.
As a perfect segue, because this gentleman right here, as mentioned in a previous interview, is going to post his speech at round 2 about play styles, about learning, about adapting as you get figured out. So let's hear from second place finisher, David Hood.
All right, Dave, welcome to Back Channel.
Hey, Ed.
I'm going to try and learn from you.
Okay.
Because how many times do you like to humiliate me after another second place finish that I have in a tournament?
Well, I feel like I've learned from you, Ed Sullivan.
And now,
how to come in second.
And now you came in second. First of all, I want to congratulate you because literally no one believes that you didn't want to win.
I did not want to. I don't really care about winning.
I'm
care really happy
about it. This is all lies. This is all meta.
I am so happy for Zachary. Hold on. Zachary Moore. I'm so happy for Zachary Moore. That guy, met him for the first time today. It was awesome.
We can be happy for Zach, but we can be sad for you that you didn't get a goal that you wanted. And it's okay.
Do you know what? I did get a goal that I wanted. You and I played in a game, and I got the better of you.
For a little bit.
For a little while.
Let's just say that, when you got an older player in the field, they get a bigger handicap, and you have to make sure they can catch up. And he did. His handicap is still there. He's doing well. Look, you had a great tournament. You do this all the time, though. You kind of don't play the third round. You played this round. You wanted to win. I'm going to tell the audience members out there, this dude was like, I tried a split top strategy. No, I won it. He wanted to win.
I just didn't want you to be at the top. That's what it was. It was all about you, Ed Sullivan, as you know.
As I know. But look, hey, DBN's proud of you. You showed you can still do it. You, too, can be a second-place finisher.
I can.
Work hard and long enough.
I can, and I'm glad that I did.
All right. And how happy are you for Zach?
Who is that again?
We're done.
I will say one thing about Ed's interviewing skills. We got to get him his own microphone on the lapel, so that way he can hold the microphone out for the guests. But these interviews were great. Definitely a thanks to Ed on all this. And I got one more. I know I keep saying them, but this one is important because it's from Eber, who is one of the hosts of the tournament, Manis. We didn't get a back channel with Manis, but we do with Eber here. Oops, I forgot to remove. We can do. Oh, I could have loaded all these at once. All right, here we go.
All right, welcome to Back Channel, the #1 show on DBN, not just the hottest show on DBN. And here we have Weasel Moot, Armada, every tournament you seem to be at. Eber Control, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing, Ed?
All right, first, in all seriousness, thank you for helping organize this tournament. It was a fantastic tournament. Why do you do it? Why, I mean, you had your wife and you were cooking, your kids are running around. It was selfless dedication to a hobby that fewer than 200 people play around the world. Why'd you do it?
I think it's more than 200, first of all. Let's just set the record straight on that. At least more than 200. But I'm going to be honest, I enjoy taking care of people, helping you guys out, feeding people. There's nothing better than yesterday. Everybody's sitting there enjoying their food. We finished it all. It's great. That's a great feeling.
You don't seem to care so much about taking care of my center count.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I feel like we could have done a little better last night, Hubert.
You definitely could have done a little better for yourself by taking Tiroli, Venice, and Budapest whenever you wanted.
All right, let's talk about the tournament. Tournament looked like game one came out pretty strong.
Yeah, I think so. I had I ran a pretty good FG with yours truly, David Hood, and unfortunately Keith Worstel topped the board, and we were not able to stop him from doing that.
So David Hood and you were fallible. Things can happen.
Yeah. But
right.
we got some pretty good R-White scores, and then going into round two.
We won't talk about round two.
It was late
so
at
much.
night.
But how about round three?
Round three went pretty terribly. I was Italy, and I was also playing two boards. So I was Italy on one and Turkey on the other. I got crushed as Turkey pretty fast. Because I decided to let Russia into Black Sea, which didn't work out very well. But he was 12, so . But as Italy, it was okay. I tried to. There was going to be a Western triple. I went to Piedmont. There wasn't a Western triple.
How did it turn out?
I ended up on 3 centers.
Okay.
And one of them was not Naples. So
I want to tell you how selfless Eber is, just so people know the kind of hospitality that you get at the Armada. After poor Eber, let's just say Randy and Jason lied to you a lot. Maybe I was witness to that. I'm not going to say I was a part of it, but fine.
Ed didn't say much.
But at the end of it, after he's left with crushed dreams but a survival, he got in his car and he drove us to the hotel. I will say, though, it was a quiet ride home. Thanks, Eber.
Many, many, many thanks to Manas and Eber and who else did I see was helping out? Emmett, that's whose name, Emmett, and the whole cast of characters. I'm lucky. I grew up in this game in Chicago when we had 35 people attend a tournament, and more than half were locals. So it's such a different experience when you attend a tournament with that many locals, because you got players who don't play that much and they don't know what they're doing out there. And then you get David Hoods and Karthik's and Zach Moore's, coming in, who are well above your level, and you learn a lot. You want to come back and you want to try it again. So I'm hoping that all the locals who had a great time last weekend, maybe even some watching today, will come back. They'll play in their house games, their bar games, and we will see everyone again at Regatta 2025. So, Jamal, thoughts on the tournament?
Look, yeah, I think it was absolutely a really well played tournament. It was super fun. There was a lot of dynamic play. And, I think Brandon said it before, right? But the evolution of Zach as a player is really great to watch. And I think, the key takeaway for me here was that the people won games based on patience. It was people who were willing to be patient, wait for the right timing, not always just take a stab when it was available to them. That they were the ones that ended up on top. And, Zach's evolution to be able to play that patient style of game was really what got him there in the end. So a heap of fun. It was a really beautiful tournament to watch and commentate. And thanks for having me on. And look forward to seeing the next one.
Yeah, and I'll just piggyback on Jamal's comment. People were patient not out of fear or lack of courage to make a big move, but because they were waiting for the right moment and were ready to seize it when it happened. Thinking of Alicia, for example, who was patient and sort of took her chances, and then Zach as well was constantly managing the situation to see when was the right time to move. Zach's somebody who had to hold himself back, right? Not find the courage to do it. He had to find the patience, but still finding that equilibrium where you make the move at the right time. That's a huge key to diplomacy. And I agree with you. We saw people do it very well this tournament. And lastly, I just want to give a shout out to Manas and Eber for putting on a spectacular tournament. 5 boards per round does not happen very often these days. In fact, I don't know outside of a DipCon or WDC when it has happened. Maybe I think Dixie might have had 5 boards for a couple of rounds, but not all 3. So really, really well done by Manas and Eber. And it sounds like everybody had a great time. And I feel like I need to go to Regatta next year. So
we won't promise a live broadcast, but I certainly got to get it on my calendar too. So yes, they'll piggyback on that. First of all, congrats, Zach. As much as you may think that we are all haters, remember who was your ally in the broadcaster brawl. I'm just saying. I have been on your team since I helped you win Moot 5 years ago. Second, definitely Manas and whole team we put up on the screen. As they just said, great, excellent tournament. Can't wait to go again. If you missed out on this one, there's a lot coming up. You saw the links below. We have virtual tournament next weekend, face-to-face tournament the weekend after that, virtual league the week after that. And I think 2, I didn't bring up Gen Con. I know there's diplomacy at Gen Con, but tons of other gaming at Gen Con. 2 in-person events, I think, at the end of August there. We've got Australian event at the end of August. We've got Euro DipCon in September. We got more Australian diplomacy in October. Weaselmoot, which I haven't put up anything on there. We are the first weekend in October. That is also on the schedule. It's in the NADF server. So do not hesitate to contact us, get in the Discord servers, ask some questions, find out how to travel. People will, share rooms if you're traveling by yourself. At the first tournament I had, I shared a room in a dorm. Got to meet some great people. So I'm still around more than 15 years later on the tournament scene. So my thanks especially to Brandon, who is always keeping the diplomacy software running, and a great show. Thanks to Jamal and Wes. Jamal woke up at 1:30 a.m., 2 a.m. this morning to help us out, and Wes was on screen until nearly midnight his time. We thank all the analysts. A lot of analysts have been helping out over the last couple of weeks. So we have a lot more to come. And I think definitely thanks to Ed Sullivan on Back Channel. Keep up David Hood, watch DBN Deadline. I know, Brandon, I'm going to have you say one more and then sign off.
I just want to make sure that we say thank you to you, Kevin, for hosting and all of the work you've put into this broadcast, and into DBN as one of the DBN board members and one of the hardest working people at DBN. I thank you. We all thank you.
Yes. I love doing this. It's fun to hang out and just it's a great game. Lots of friendships have been made over the years. So we have enjoyed doing it. I know that again, this all happens. Monis, just one more on Monis, is for 25, I'm sure longer than that, all the pouch and all the online, the judges and things like that Monis has done, and to see kind of the rebirth in the Denver area, it's such a big thing. Monis had a terrible personal situation right before the event. His son passed away, and he was there the entire weekend. He made sure everything that was going on. It was such a hard time for him and his family. McManus, Jameson Hand, God rest him. And it was just, for everything that goes on, it's diplomacy is like a family, and to be there and have people who've known him for all those years, it was a difficult weekend for him. But I know, being around people he's known and cared about for a long time, it was very very significant. So congratulations on a great event, a tough weekend. Thank you for hosting. And as we head into the next couple of weeks, we want you to stay safe and stab well. Thank you, everyone.